The last couple of weeks I've been working on some strata cutting in the Gary and Mike set, and there's been a lot of excitement about it, so I thought I should give some show and tell about how it's made and what it looks like and where it's been, where it came from, mostly. Teresa suggested an animators meeting. She was first to approach me. I thought, okay, great, yeah, an hour and a half or an hour or whatever, I could at least get somewhere. Then she said, oh no, it's 20 minutes. Why don't you just show some tapes? So I thought, well, then, okay, that's good. Then we can do a lunchtime meeting, and I can go a little more in depth into how things actually really work, because a lot of it's the bizarre physics of time space and how these shapes get made. And so I'm going to sort of divide today between just showing material now, because I don't have that much time. It turns out I have about 20 minutes, which really isn't enough to talk about it, but to show other work that you may or may not have seen, and then to take questions, if they're brief, at least at this point. And then hopefully at noon there'll be a lot more detail. But I've been sitting at home the last week making a lot of little example things, trying to make it really super clear as to how it works. And in doing that, it was really apparent to me that it would take a lot longer than an hour to show really how stuff works. Now, not everybody's going to be interested in that, I realize, but there will be some people who want to actually get more deep into it. So that's why I was thinking, well, tomorrow. There's a whole day when everybody's off. And so this thing kind of evolved. I'm just telling you the progress of why it's kind of hopscotched into these different positions. So this is 20 minutes of videotape, and I can't say I've done a great job of preparing what to look at, because they exist in different times, I have an idea. I really do better when I answer questions, because then I can understand what you guys are really thinking and wanting to know. A lot of people say, well, where did I figure out how to do strata cut to begin with? Is that like a question? Okay.
Sure.
Because then I can talk about that while I'm trying to figure out what to put in here. Buzzbox. And can anybody help me with the tape machine actually? Does anybody want to jump in? Because I could talk while someone else is trying to, thanks, Teresa. Okay, well this is, I've worked with plasticine clay since I was 5 years old. And my parents developed this, let us start on the kitchen table, and then took the kitchen table to another room and just let us permanently play clay every afternoon, every day from when I was 5. We called it Claytown. My two sisters and I, my older sister Shelley, who actually sculpted a lot on Nightmare Before Christmas. She did a lot of the Jack Skellington stuff. I kind of initiated her several years before into the cold, cruel world of commercial filmmaking. And she has this great talent of how she's got great sculpting control. And my other sister Carrie, who was mostly into the stories about marriages and affairs, and she had all these different little characters just doing these domestic soap operas constantly. It was very interesting. Of course, she went on to make a family, and Shelley was actually a sculptor. Anyway, on my 8th birthday, we of course had cake and candles and the rest of it, but I think it was Shelley who put together a clay birthday cake, because we of course would do all kinds of things, and I realized when we bring them back to Claytown. She put together this clay birthday cake, which is like little quarter-sized pieces of blue and yellow clay stacked on each other, wrapped it around and cut open the cake, and voila, you pull it out, and just like a real cake, it's got all the striping in it. But I never really put it together that clay could do that until that point, and I remember that moment very clearly as being, there's something very magic there. There's something, that is where the curiosity first began in my mind, at the age of 8. I knew I could do something with it, I didn't know what. And I thought to myself, well, I'm going to remember this and do something with it someday. So I went on to become a film student at San Francisco State, live action. Did a lot of experimental films, which I won't bore you with today. And had finally the transition between graduate school, which was going to be Cal Arts, and finishing my bachelor's, and there was this summer where I was basically loose and had enough money to live for a month, didn't have anything to do, and I thought, well, I'm going to figure out what this stuff is. So I sat down and just kept asking it the question. You know, you just get the clay together and you say, okay, if I put it this direction and I cut it that way, what's the answer it gives me? And so I was sort of self-taught. Later on I learned there was something called mia fiori. People, as they saw me do this, said, oh, you know, I mean, I don't know, not that many people know about it, but it's basically what you see in Fimo beads, only it goes back 2,000 years to somewhere in Egypt where they were doing pottery, where they were doing clay designs and slicing them and then patterning them up on these vases and other kinds of things. So it's a really ancient technique to do it in patterning, which is also kind of where I first saw it too. But what I think I do, hopefully, or tried to figure out was it over time, you know, patterning in clay over time. And as I started to ask the question and learn what the shapes were, it became clear to me that it was like time-space, because everything is laid out, you know, in long, stringy-like ways over a certain distance of time. And the shapes that it creates are very weird and interesting, and you start to learn what they're telling you. And so, anyway, that's kind of a short history of where it all came from. It was about 23 when I first really started to develop it. And then, your buzz box, if I could find it. Because you put it in a different tape. I'm sorry, Teresa. Because I just realized, well, I just started with history, so I should make it historical. So this was 1983, started in 1983. Well, we'll go ahead and, you know, this is not good. Because it's, you're going to watch it all backwards if I do this. Yeah, I'm going to rewind. Okay. So this was done as a graduate project in CalArts. Took about a year and a half. It goes on for 15 minutes. I'm not going to show it all, so I'll just show some sections. The idea of it was when I saw strata, I thought of it as the ideal. I wanted to show television through the sieve of a medium that had never been seen before. And so for all the years that I had been watching television, I wanted to, in a sense, regurgitate that back through a medium that nobody had really seen yet, so it could actually do a fresh look on TV, if you will, or show TV in a way that people wouldn't be expecting, but it does resonate. So all of this is an attempt to show media overload. You've had a long day, sit back and relax. Get some volume. So it's lip sync, and I was trying to make all the colors change. But it's all,
6,000 degrees it doesn't.
and sunsets over buildings. And then, you photographs of melting it in reverse. I don't know how successful. It's all kind of seems very slow to me.
The whole world will be watching.
The layering of 3D and the fact that you become more two-dimensional the more you watch TV. That's all done in glass levels. And a lot of strobing. Enjoying a lot of strobing.
$5 million income.
And I'm going to fast forward because it's a long movie. Oh, loved atom bombs. Salute. And actually, I was right after this last week. I was thinking, I could do so much a better atom bomb now if I just put my mind to it. And really thinking.
So you love the representation of atoms.
Representation of atom bombs, you get the joke, of course. But at that time, that had a lot to do with the psychology of Anyway, so this feels very crude now when I look at it. So, that's about the size of the stuff I did in this area. Like this, not real geometry. Free choice, of course, which is not true. So there's a lot of political and I just want to get these sections because I'm actually the most proud of these little moments, although they're very flat. And you'll see I'm trying to do in later work, trying to get rotational dimensions.
Hi, I'm here to tell you about a fascinating discovery that's going to change your life, change your life, change your life, change your life, change your life.
Anyway, so it could do what I thought it could do, and this took about 1.5 years, and it's very long. This is kind of interesting. I was trying to say, okay, the dimensional thing, you can kind of see how it from the side. There is kind of like a factory-like widget making aspect to it, where it's just multiple things keep coming off the thing, and so I thought, that went along with the theme. And that's kind of interesting slow, because you can see what I'm doing is growing the colors from one set of palette colors to another, but keeping the overall shape of the little Plymouth Omni or whatever that thing is. And then reverse Santa Claus stuff. There's some other really nice elements in it. I don't want to spend the whole day because I don't have that much time. I got a female flabbercaster. She does pretty much the same thing. I don't know why I'm focusing on them, but I was the most proud of them because they were the character stuff. Necklaces that are going nuts. Again, changing hairstyles and colors, but it's still the same, plastic creature. So, now I want to move on to, I guess, I'm going to move on to 1 to 40, which is a Sesame Street thing. And a lot of what I'm hopefully going to show as physical stuff, either at noon and tomorrow, is how the rotational stuff is built. Sorry about that. Because it's particularly weird what it looks like in rotation. This is also the longest piece of strata I've ever built. It's 50 feet long. And it should only take a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and...
So what era is this?
This is like 88. This is just after New York, just as I got to LA. Because I had spent some time, I should show the Pee Wee Herman stuff actually, because that was in, no, that was still in LA. This is after school. Big Time came after, actually, that was, interrupts this. But, okay, let me get up to the 0 mark. Okay. Sesame Street regretted their decision because they don't show it now because they think it encourages dyslexia. Yes, you can do it up and down. You can do it That's loud.
Yeah.
So lights. It was built as a series of train cars, about 8 feet long each. So when I say it was roughly 50 feet, it was, I build a section, put it up on a shelf. It was only about that big. I mean, when you look at the Gary and Mike stuff, it's like honking. But, so it was partly because of, it was Sesame Street, so I was poor. And you can't spend that much on clay. Anyway, so the key thing was, though, that you dovetail each section. At every joining position, you either find a hookup or a dovetail or a way that the two are going to join together so you don't see it. So as the last foot is coming up to the end of the track, you put the next 8 feet on, join it so you can where the audience doesn't know it, and then keep going. So, any questions on that? I should before I jump on.
When you join it, do you heat it? Do you use a heat gun or a hairdryer or something like that to stick them together?
No, I liked heating it. You saw in BuzzBox there was some of I liked taking the slice and putting it between 2 sheets of glass. That was like just a 100-watt bulb because you want it to be slowly heated. You don't want it to be fry heated because it just gets uncontrollable. So you just want it to jelly up and then kind of ooze. No, you just pound them. You do it's a lot like cobbling. I think of it as sometimes I think, this is like shoemaking, you're just going to go boom, boom, boom. And if you built the rig sturdy enough, it won't, jiggle anything. Thankfully, Eric and Charlie made it. Because even on the Gary and Mike block, that was roughly 600 pounds. Anyway, it had bowed in the middle when I'd actually dropped it on the way into the car, about 1.5 feet. And the thing, there's some cracks that show up. So, you just hammer the thing. It's so much clay. It's so dense. You just literally have to push and, anyway. I don't know if that helps. You really just try to sculpt the hookup. So it's really doing this kind of thing, or it's doing that kind of thing. It's really dovetailing properly, and you just layer the two up. That's fine.
Oh, David.
Yeah.
Were you working to a finished music track on that, or is the other way around?
That was a finished music track. That was before
Were
I
you
got
working
it.
from that when you...
That's correct. Yeah, absolutely. It was to the timing of their thing, which wasn't that hard because it's not as hard as lip sync because it's longer sections where this is what they're saying, and you have a pretty wide space to.
Why don't they screen that?
Dyslexia in children, because the letters are turned backwards at times.
And now back
Oh
to
my God.
Pee-wee's Playhouse.
So I don't know if this is. Okay. It's coming up in the magic space. This is about the U.S. Constitution. Come on. Anyway, this is New York, 1986. It's LA, 1987. It was second year.
Flat. So Christopher Columbus set sail to prove the world was round. He sailed with 3 ships.
The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
I don't know. I can't see nothing out of this thing.
Excuse me, Mr. Columbus. There.
That should be better.
Ah, that's much better. Hey, look, it's a new land. What do you think we should...
It's put on. I didn't have any, the trend grabbers back then, of course. So it's just like it's a pre-made cut that has a couple of marks on it. You're just trying to line it up each frame. And anyway, you could do it much better now, where you actually cut it beforehand, stuck it on pieces and parts, and then line it up nicely. But. And then hopefully it'll be. Okay. So yeah, dyslexia in children, because it's going backwards. And yeah, I can kind of see their point, because I think they're an impressionable 4-year-old and they're seeing 3s. Well, which way is it, Dad?
Good.
what children teach you. I'm really proud of this one.
Signing is what we celebrate on the 4th of July every year because that's the
I'm
day
going to show how fireworks are made.
in the year
Hopefully tomorrow.
1776.
I really like that.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
I think we should
And
all
it's doing the big
applaud
three
Thomas
things.
Jefferson for doing such a good job of writing this Declaration of Independence.
Okay. And I apologize about some of the character designs. But
Did you do the other play animation in that as well?
yeah, I did it all, and it was treacherous. I mean, something that was great about the last project I just did on Gary and Mike was that I spent 6 weeks doing it, whereas everything you're seeing here is at the mercy of budget and exhaustion at such a level that it's just thrown out there so fast. This was literally, both of the Columbus and the Declaration of Independence was 6 weeks to do both. And I built it all, animated it all, did all strata cut, programmed the Condro, which was the precursor of Cooper, and figured out the camera motions and the rest of it. I did have, Drew Newman was an assistant for a couple of weeks on it. That's all we got on that.
I think we've got time for you to show one more thing.
Okay, that's good.
And move on.
Okay. That will relieve me from my somewhat confused organization. All right. This is the idiot box. This is, I don't know. This is LA 1989 or 90. I think it's 1990. And this actually bears the most resemblance to what I just did on Gary and Mike to some degree. Ken was referring to it a lot. So a lot of the strobing and other things that are going on are just pretty much just ripped off from this. Oh. This is an old line material. It's going to be buried in here. Yeah, here. Okay. It's unhinged. Enough of that. So I guess that was, any other, one last question, and from what you've seen, is there any? Come on, Todd.
Well, you will go into the actual mechanics.
Yeah, and I realize it's so short. Thank you for, indulging at least a brief little look back at some of the stuff that's been done until now. And yes, the actual mechanics, I promise, I'm going home and bringing all the stuff in. I've got about 16 different examples of just, rotating heads. How do you see how the noses and the eyes, they look like a little, all the shapes look like these little double curves. You'll see it from the top. And so there's like this repeating pattern when you do rotations where you can actually start to see the stuff. And then how world lines work and how you have to actually take the knife and actually cut the thing. The hard part in getting rotational objects is getting a straight line as it's moving through, because it's a constant curve. It's like a curve going through space like that, right? So you have to, I roll a pencil or a pen along the edge to try to keep it as straight as possible, to bring it back to as straight as possible. Computers can do it, of course, but when you're working with mud, it gets all wobbly on you. So, but yeah, I've got a lot of different examples, and I really encourage you to come at noon if you can, and again tomorrow.
Bring your own lunch. Start at noon.
Bring your own lunch. It's not. This is kind of on my initiative. It's not really a.
No, today. That's today, and that's in here.
That's right. That's in here today.
And tomorrow, you're starting at 10.
Yeah, and I got a call from Rachel. She wanted to have some of the PJ's people get over here. So I'm actually hopefully going to start at 9, but showing them a tape of whatever I'm talking about at noon, because they're not going to be here at noon. So she wanted me to dub whatever Don is shooting, show it to the PJ's people at 9. So if you want a refresher, anyway, that's going to happen.
Because that's going to be good.
I hope so, yeah.
And what people need to bring.
Good question. If it's too...
No. That's why I give it to you today, so you can bring it to me tomorrow. That's fine. And I don't care if you give me check or cash or whatever.
Right, thanks.
Good. I'm glad you show an interest in this. I didn't mean to. I hope I wasn't too much of a tease this morning, because I thought people were coming in and I expected, they were probably thinking, oh, the demonstration is going to happen at 8:45 or whatever.
No, not because also, one thing I think people knew that, but also the, I mean, for me it was just wonderful because I've seen samples of Italian, I've seen like the box samples, right? And I've always, every time I see it in Strata, I'm just like, okay. You know, but there's so little of it out there. I've never really had a chance to see what else you can do with it.
Right. Maybe there's, I got a 16-minute tape of textures.
Yeah.
Nobody usually ever sees. It's just.
I see.
Big time?
Yeah, the fact that it's huge.
Yeah.
The Gabriel
Right. I haven't shown.
I remember seeing it for the first time, looking at it and going, wait a minute. If you were to like take slides about how the hell do you figure out how to make it? And it's one of those things where I've just gone over it in my own brain trying to figure out how to figure out the transition of an object in time space and then create the layer. Okay. There's two computers in there. One of them belongs to Monday. Another one belongs to America. Tony's computers are rather older and slower model. John David is not in his office a lot of the time, so John's going to be the best thing.
That's great.
Your backup has actually since been removed from the server. I have to pull it off of the tape. And what I can do is I can give you an account.
Around it, it's an invisible space. I mean, you actually have to program it literally moving through the object at several points. And so you're trying to calibrate your way to some kind of a way of what's showing up. Well, this is what happens when it doesn't work. She's off frame, and there's nothing you can do about it at that moment. In fact, I would sit there and all you can do is by hand, turn the motors off on the axis you want to correct and just slightly inch it over in the middle of your shot. I'm just showing stuff while people show up. I'm going to probably start in about 2-3 minutes, even if they're not here. These are probably things you haven't seen.
See the light. New information.
This is a show opening for an American version of a British show. Called Way with What I liked about that is the zoom out of the word.
something before it's too late. It's too late.
And then stuff goes over this. I animated that section, but it's not really started. Well, it's 10 after. I think we should get started. Do you mind? I'm going to close the doors just to keep the noise out, if that's okay. You want to close the back one? Thanks. All right. Welcome. Thanks, everybody, for showing an interest. I'm going to get right to it because there's a lot to cover. I'm going to try to go over sort of everything and then take your questions to try to lead as to where I should guide you. But I'll start with some first principles. In StrataCut, you want things to be on an angle. Animation is interesting. I don't know how this is going to work. If this is an interesting, this is a shape moving sideways, seen from the top, right? Notice that it's skinnier in the middle as it goes sideways, because if you have to sort of re-distort or reproportion it, so it's skinnier in the middle, if that's the angle at which it's cutting it. So it's fatter when it's in a normal head-on, but the camera seen it that direction is fatter. And this is like a normal shape, a normal face, or a normal object. And then when it goes sideways, you got to make everything skinny. And it depends on the angle at which you cut it, because you can do a slower move, and you just, again, have to reproportion it about properly, so it's still fatter, but not, I'm sort of skinnier in the middle, but not quite as skinny. That's if you want to do it right. Part of what's fun about some of the transitional stuff that's going on is that it's slightly wrong. So you see a lot of little things that are sort of distorting as they're coming, they're staggering into place. And sometimes I let that go intentionally because I think it's kind of weird looking and neat looking. This is very fast motion. You know, the higher the angle, then the speedier it is as you cut through it, and then the less of a slope that you put as you're cutting that direction, then the less speed with which, and the less you have to re-distort it. So what is fascinating is when you have something really going quickly, how you're actually going to deal with the fact that it's really skinny going from one position to the next. Anyway, taking that as a starting point, that shapes seen at a slight angle are the most dynamic, and shapes seen straight on are the least dynamic. A lot of times I like to work with curves that are like gentle curves, like that, because that becomes a really explosive opening to something. So you just bend the thing just the tiniest bit, and you'll get this 3 or 4 frame explosion outward. You see that repeated in a lot of the patterning I'm doing, especially when I'm trying to introduce a subject. I'll put this sort of veneer of different levels of clay over it to and keep the curve really shallow because it's the most explosive. Of course, that's a more like a wipe opening kind of. So that's the first thing.
The camera's looking at it.
I'm going to assume that I'm going to place all of these things. I'm placing everything that I'm going to be showing today in this direction.
Okay.
So he's the camera coming toward me. So if you can keep that in mind as you're watching.
This way.
Right, as you're cutting it that way, it's going to spread. And everybody asks how many, I roughly do 1/8 of an inch. When I'm doing knife-oriented stuff that's by hand, I might go to 1/10 or I might go skinnier. I've noticed that it can go by too fast. In fact, there's some examples where I go, oh my God, I really missed the sensuousness of some of the in-betweens moving, and it got to be a little frantic, and I actually didn't want to do that. So sometimes cutting it really thin is actually a better thing to do than not. Anyway, so that's the first key. Another set of principles is if you have a cone, a cone is basically a dot. If you're cutting it this direction, is a dot growing. That's a circle into a larger circle. Everybody gets that. What other things? These are just, again, basic kind of principles to start with. All right. So I'm going to move on to texture making quickly. There's a lot of different, I'm going to try to build to three-dimensional turning shapes, but I wanted to start on textures. Textures. Where did I put the textures? This is, I try to start off with a palette. Like this would be like the colors, the beginning sets of colors that I would make, layering up sandwiches, so to speak. And it's pretty straightforward how you do it. You cut off a slice. I try to keep it roughly workable. If you get too fine with it, it can be kind of hard to work with. And then you just use a pasta cutter, and that's how you can get very, very thin extrusions. They're very flat and controlled. Another way is once you cut it, let me show you, well, once you put it on, you start stacking a palette of different kinds of colors together. And these things can be actually pretty thick at some point, and I'll actually want to get them down to a reasonable working size. And I just wanted to show this one trick. I brought it in just for this purpose. I try to put it on a very sturdy surface, so I've got like a cut log, and just pound it. And that will flatten it out. And really what you're doing is a really crude extrusion. If I had like a more controlled machine, I would, like a pasta grinder that went from a wider thing to a skinnier thing. I'm taking what's really fat and bulky and big. For example, this, which is an example of palette colors, and extruding them down to something skinny. A lot of times that's what's going on, although not always. This is kind of like Seurat. I always think of Seurat or the Impressionists. And what you're trying to do is get a series of palette colors to start with, so you can go to light, highlight values and then down to shadow values on your character. I was just showing an example before everybody got in here of what happens when you don't. I've developed a style where I use a lot of black lines around my work. And I find that you need that when you have heavy texturing in order to make it readable. And I'm going to show you an example of why it didn't work. This is a rotating baby, a rotating fetus. You can see it doesn't, it's very hard to read, because all the texture is there. It's all this entire contorted palette is there, but I never put any black lines in because I was thinking, well, I should try it at least, where it's just Impressionist painting and not necessarily the heavy black lines, which I think tends towards sort of an Indian style or a Mexican style, or I don't know what you call it as far as stylistically how it comes out. But if you put black, what I needed to do was figure out a way to put more definition into such a heavy textural pattern, and I didn't succeed there. So anyway, that's why a lot of stuff that, you can even see it there. I've got ears on that shape that are done, and I'm using black lines and definition and stuff like that. That's just gives you a reason why I developed that style. It's not necessarily the right way to do it, but it was easier than, this is,
Which are the ears?
Yeah, she can point him out. Lucy sees him. Exactly. If you want to, you can pull those two shapes together. Pull the two pieces of plastic that those are sitting on apart, and it will make it much clearer as to what's what. So you can see the eyes and the ears of the shape. And I did that example as a way of showing that's a rotating face in space. But we'll get to that in a little bit. So the first thing you do with these things, I like to do is, your simple twist. A lot of times I'm building huge palettes, but basically on just lots of twisted shapes. You don't have to do it this way. There's all kinds of variations. This is just like, Stratacut 101. So don't think that this is the only way, because there are all kinds of, you can layer, you can flip it back on itself and twist it again. But what I wanted to show you was in textures, since that's what we're dealing with, is that what it gives you is this interesting kind of crab-like texture. Again, how would you cut this up? You wouldn't cut it up this way. You cut it up at a diagonal, because diagonals are dynamic and straight on is not. You could do it this way, but it's the least interesting direction. So when you cut it up on a severe diagonal, you get what it's a crawling crab pattern. And I'm going to show you an example of what actually results in it. it's almost like the lines on the outside are reaching really fast to go over to the other side of to work themselves around. It's almost like they're anticipating where they're headed, and you'll see, actually, I think it's cute on VHS. That's just a twisted shape with and I'm going to go to some other examples quickly. This is just a texture reel. I did this all in about a week because I had equipment and time about 10 years ago. I'm going to get to the more crawling crabs which are coming up. I'm going to show how this texture works too, I think, because it's a really interesting way. This kind of stuff. So make a note of that. I'll go to that next. And I also want to show how this works, which is, I used this just recently on the eyeballs and Gary and Mike. It's a, I don't know what to call it. It's sort of like a psychedelic stoplight. I think of it as like a series of line patterns sitting over other line patterns. I'll show how that gets made. More crawling crabs because there's some really beautiful, they're really good stuff. This is all this stuff. It's almost like it's anticipating the curl on the other end as it's going up. That's a little bit more complicated, and it's just sort of tube structures that are wrapped around the twist. And then, let's see if there's any more. Anyway, that gives you an idea. Okay, so the first thing you do is twist it up, usually in order, and you make like piles and piles of this stuff. Here's a good example. That's a palette, and you can see all the different colors that have been made in tubes. Yeah, pass it around if you wish. Let's see. So this is like an organic solution. Let me quickly show you fire based on that. I take like a little twist of that same kind of texture. You know how it gets here now. And then I put it at an angle, at the dynamic angle, which is this direction, and then I lay it in on each section. So it's like I've cut this piece into pieces like that to create crawling, if you will, a crawling crab running across a very narrow space, because this is going to be a flame eventually. And then once I've got that, I'll just start to pull up the tops of it to sort of do the licking flames. And then I will take I'm taking another texture and actually just filling in the negative space of these tops of these ridges, if that makes sense. Okay.
The tops of the flame.
Yeah, you see the tops, these little ups and downs that are gapped right there. That's.
You don't crush your other clay by doing that.
Oh, it's inside? You can get to gray, by crushing it enough that you lose information in there, but you have to work it really hard. You have to really do a lot of back and forth before it goes gray. So no, it stays in there. You can twist it once or twice really hard before it'll lose its identity. So that's the flickers going up. If you can see on some of these, I actually have them twisted. If you're imagining it going this direction, they're actually twisted farther than they should be. So this outside will show up before the inside shows up. So it's like a licking flame. It's almost going backwards. I mean, you can over twist them. So this little lip is anticipating. So it's almost like flames sucking backwards down into it. So don't be. I'm never afraid of that because especially for a flickery texture, you often want to crush. In fact, I don't think this was very successful. To say it, it was an attempt. And it's a way of showing one way to do flames, but I think there's a lot of other ways. You stare at them. There's so many other beautiful ways you could do it. But don't be afraid of anticipating a shape, kind of like the crawling crabs are anticipating the part going over the other direction. So once I filled in the negative space with, again, let me go back to palettes. I did the negative part in the sort of blue, yellow, light blue, orange thing because I wanted to do the glow of the flame around it. It's not really into the dark part yet. So that's your palette. You do your slices. I mean, you slice it up in a way, and then you twist it up, and then you just lay those pieces in on top of that. And then after that's done, I'll push it out into the shape. So I'll actually make more of the egg with a pinch at the top, kind of shape that a flame is. So that's all been extruded or pushed up into that. Then I cut open the bottom, and I just add some white in the wick. So there's sort of like a white flame at the bottom, and then the wick is put in. And then that's kind of the result. And it will give, it's an adequate way to do fire. I think there's some better ways, and I'm going to keep working on it because I think it's not the, but you can see that that's a little bit of the kind of the background, but it's taking the flame color, and then I'll work darker colors around it. That's kind of what I did. So that's an example of crawling crabs, but used in a more, interesting. You've deformed it after you've created it. I don't know. Does anyone see that close up? I can pass the box around. I don't know. It's fine. You can look at it after. Okay, textures. The other basic thing you want to think about in textures is once you have your sandwich of color, your palette, is you want to do plaid, right? So plaid pattern is just that in reverse on itself, sideways. You can stack it, so it's starting to be a plaid pattern, clearly. I don't know how much more I need to do of that to make sense of it. This is actually not very interesting, of course, because it's not dynamic yet. So if you wanted to do plaid patterns, what I did on Granny, for example, and I don't know what her texture is you take the boxes you've already created like this, and you rebox them. So why not? And then you alter the plaid inside the pattern, so it's every other one. And I'm doing a really lousy job of it, but that's an example. So you've already created now a plaid within a plaid, or these will already change on you, which is kind of nice and more interesting. But I still like to put everything at an angle, and ideally, if this is the plane of the camera, you want to put it at that angle, because that's the most interesting angle to see it from, because those shapes like appear and disappear. And I'll give you some video examples of that in a second. How you get there? Okay. I don't know if I'm going to do the greatest job, but what you do is you want to rebox it, basically. You want to take a box, put it in a diagonal, and rebox it. So, let's see. I want it to be seen in this direction. Well, that's not that hard. This is one very straightforward and crude way to show how you rebox stuff. So it now has it's all on the diagonal now. So it's all moving inside there, but it's workable, meaning I can now understand that it's going to be patterning as it moves through it, but I can put it in places. I just create, huge gobs of this stuff, and there's examples up there of like this thing. This is a great example of finding the plaid pattern, putting it at the diagonal, and then reboxing it. I did a little crude example of reboxing, because it's always, you get about halfway through and you go, oh, which side goes with which side? If you take it as a block this way, which is just straight clay, I did it clear, so you cut up at that diagonal. This makes it clearer right now. You cut this angle. Let's see. Oh, that's right. We'll go this way. You get it to that shape, and then you're ready for the final box, which is to straighten it up. And I know that may take a while to absorb, but that's the idea. So again, this is just a white blank piece of paper I'm working with to show you how the angles are cut to get to a box shape. So everything's at the dynamic angle now. Okay. One, I may get back to some textures, and I'll just keep moving because I'm trying to cover a lot of ground in a very short time. Some of you may not make it tomorrow. What I always find interesting is I like to make teeth using things that go sideways like that. That's an example of teeth, you know, because you want them to be moving while you go into them. But what happens when the teeth grow, or when you put an angle at an angle? So everybody gets that, but the problem then is if I want that shape to be going up this way, and I just leave it as this diagonal shape, it comes out really angled itself. And it really doesn't resemble teeth because it's such a slanted angle. So you have to take each, lay it in more custom, take each line itself, make sure it's lined up straight up and down, and then you can get teeth straight up and down. You just have to be careful when you're putting an angle on an angle that you're not getting the diagonal back that you don't want. If that makes sense. Is that okay?
Did you figure all this out just by trial and error? Or how much of this was like intuitive and you worked in your head and then it worked in real
Excellent
life?
question.
As opposed to just trying lots and lots of different things.
It was mostly just trying lots and lots of different things. I always tell a story. I always confess that when I was first figuring, I had about 4 weeks where I set aside when I was at a break between school and summer, and I used to smoke a fair amount of pot back then, and I drank a lot of coffee, and those were the only two substances that aided me in the search for the quest of asking the question of the clay. So what does it want to tell me? And you just, you can say, okay, I can see how that works. I mean, I had some animation experience, so I had an idea, okay, where will this go? And you keep asking the question. There are a lot of other ways to figure this stuff out, especially on the curve stuff, which I find actually, was a brain tease at the beginning when I first started to do it. How do you figure that out? Well, one suggestion is brute force. And I was going to bring this up later, but since you brought it up, one way when you're asking the question, so how do you get the result? Well, you can animate your cell or your, can you pass that sheet of paper? The D or the F, yeah. You can animate, your key positions trying to get a rotating shape, right? Well, if I put them on a piece of grid paper, which I don't have, and then I actually spray mounted them to cardboard, for example, of a certain thickness. Then I stacked them in space, and then I actually cut out, kind of paint by numbers, cut out each shape. Then I could restack based on the grid. If I had a color grid, I could know where each grid line was and actually create by brute force the shape that I'm trying to find in clay. I know that's an ass-backwards way of getting there. It seems kind of complicated. At first, that was kind of what I did to figure out the rotational shapes, but after doing that once or twice, your brain starts to work it, and you can kind of, I don't do that anymore, usually, unless it's a very complicated shape, which you tend to keep going toward. I mean, I didn't use any, I didn't do that brute force method with anything I've done recently, but I do still draw stuff out, as these shapes show. I was showing to Laura early, I don't know if you have the photograph.
I think I handed it back to you with the mouth.
Yeah, here it is. This is like a mouth laid out, and I can show you how you make the mouth, because you're going to ask the question, well, how are the teeth put in and how's the tongue put in, and that's all fine. This is the three-dimensional shape that I begin with, though, when I'm doing a character, which is, everybody asks, so how do you build it? Well, you always start with the centermost key element, and you build it in time, and you support it with, I'm usually supporting it with junk clay. So I'm imagining a three-dimensional shape moving where it's supposed to go, and I'm putting the mouth in place where it's supposed to say those things. You can put a log sheet. I have an example at home. I didn't bring it, but you can put a log sheet next to it. You can say hello, everybody, and you have the log sheet. If those are going to be the thicknesses of your slices, then you can line your mouth up with the lines of the log sheet as a piece of paper laid out in this direction. It comes to some of the problems in clay, which I wanted to warn you about, which is everything gets fatter. And as you work the mouth, once you've begun this step, the problem is everything's going to get longer too, because once you start to put pressure on this delicate shape, you build the area around it, usually the nose. I usually build this little bridge, first the mouth, and then you build this little bridge part, and you build the nose. And then you build the eyes and the cheeks. And once you've got your first beginning of the face running through that three-dimensional timeline, you can start to build the rest of it around it. But everything I always find, it's inevitable that what was a shape as a mouth like this is now like that by the time you're done, because you're putting pressure on this delicate shape each time you squeeze some clay onto it. So you're constantly fighting that. Another thing is, I usually build, you have to work with gravity always, so you're always building this way to begin with, supporting it with little dabs of support clay, which again you can come and take a look at. That's what that is an example of. But once you've built the nose, the eyes, and the rest of it, it's great to set it up this way and start working that way at it. And I'll put, like large blocks of clay, or actually work on a lower table like this, and support it from the side, so I can continue to work down, even though it's still a fragile shape, because it allows freedom all around. Whereas when you're working on the table, of course, you can't really get underneath it, to get the chin and the neck and the rest of it. Does that sort of explain? And the brute force, another way of thinking about it in my mind's eye, is you do a walk cycle, which actually I've been attempting to do over the last few days, just to, this is the beginning of a walk cycle going in a moonwalk, so to speak, as it's in place. I haven't done the other orange leg. What's fascinating about it is that the back leg, of course, disappears, but the front leg is always there, because it has to. And this is only the upper thigh part. I haven't really finished the, that's a moonwalk. But what you really want to do, of course, is walk them across the screen, and you want to give them attitude, which is really a lot harder. So that's an example, like one leg with the knee bent, and I haven't actually, I would cut open, so to lift the leg, I'd start carving out a little bit down here on each leg lift, and then I'd figure out where the hips were to go in the bounce of the line. Again, that's about the direction to the camera that it would be, and that's what it looks like from, but I haven't done the back leg yet on this. This is just one leg in space. And this is going to be sort of comedic, so bear with me, but you just start thinking, okay, what is it? And as you go through time, that direction. And so you just figure it out. Again, I was reminded of Mia Fiore by many people, and I wanted to mention that is an antecedent several thousands of years old. Again, that's like phemo beads, the little earrings people sell, and the rest of that. This is much more time sculpture. Okay, I want to get into what I love about exploring this stuff is that it dovetails into another passion of mine, which is physics without the math, but that relativity, which is a time-space question in world lines. And this is, of course, that's the axis of, strata cut is 2 dimensions of space with 1 dimension of time. It's a metaphor for what we're doing in the three-dimensional world we live in, but it's not really, it's a metaphor for potential energy all seen at the same moment. And I find that a really fascinating bit of philosophy I'm still trying to figure out. But in any case, that's a world line, which means in time, if time is going upward, that's the wiggle, if you will. Basically, if you put this on this side and cut it open, that would be time motion already programmed into it in a world line. So, an example, again, this is a world line moving from left to right, right? That's not that interesting, but that's the beginning of a flatland version of it. To make it three-dimensional, and this is what I've been thinking of, is you take it and it can become, if you made it more beautiful, like for example, if this yellow line was a hamburger instead of a yellow line, and I actually built the complicated parts of it, then that's intestines quickly made, and that's how you'd see intestines from the side, and that's the world line of the food going through your stomach. That's the way I would think of it.
When you say world line?
World line, yes.
What do you mean by that? The line of action?
It's a term used by physicists to describe relativity and how action happens in space. So I'm just adapting what I've read in books, they use that term, and I don't. When they're using it, what they're meaning is exactly that, which is a dimension of time. This is the line of time. You see the little clocks going. This is the two-dimensional space. So you've got a car driving on the street, zigzagging through the space. The world line is the added dimension of what it looks like in time.
In other words, when it slows down,
when it slows down, see, it goes straight up. Because he's no longer moving forward anymore. He's just sitting there at the stoplight, going nowhere. So time is still happening. It's clicking away, and so there's still a dimension happening that direction. The other two dimensions aren't activating at that point. I built one of these as an example, because that's kind of like the two-dimensional example. But you'd lay it in space, and it would be going up, and it stops, and up and stops. And so that's a world line of the car moving in two dimensions, but stopping in time at the stoplight. I don't know if that makes sense, but I was hoping that could give you a dimensional example of that. You would be, of course, cutting it up that way if you were to show that. And I know that may seem a little abstract, but I think it's a good thing to think about, because I think it does call those questions, and you start to think about, anyway, I don't know if I'm explaining this well. The physics of it is difficult to, and I was going to ask the question at the end of this session or tomorrow, can someone tell me how to show three-dimensional space with a fourth dimension of time? Because that's what I'm interested in. I know I can do this stuff, but I want to know if you can tell me someday, if somebody walks up, and I'd really like to hear how you actually show what's a tesseract, which is, the three-dimensional thing exploded. How do we show that?
There's a thing called a butterfly graph, which is a four-dimensional graph.
Yeah.
I'll bring you a book.
I'd be very interested, because I'm trying to understand what, again, this is a two-dimensional representation, it's not a three-dimensional. Okay, the waving flag. We did that waving flag most recently, and I thought, well, this is a good next step to show. How do you do a waving flag? It's pretty straightforward. This would be like the beginning of your, what's great about it is it's curves, it's just bumpy curves. That's what it would look like as your first layer seeing this direction. And then the next layer, of course, is the red, white flag layer. Like just straight lines in space, and I've just used pins to, but you're putting it at a dynamic angle, so when it gets cut up, let me take this off now, because I think it's enough of an example. When it gets cut up, the wavy line is moving from left to right, or right to left, I don't know which. That's not a very good example. That is. It's getting there. But you get the principle of it. It's always tough to do these things quickly, but that's how you build a waving flag seen from the top, and those would be the lines running through it. What would be more interesting than this, what I did with the flag we have up there is, well, why do these as solid colors? That's not very interesting. Do your texture layers and lay them down at the angle, at that same angle. Then you get motion, cross motion, and it actually gives sort of an illusion of a waving flag. It's not a real precise thing, but it gives the effect of it in my mind when I see it. So if I were to continue that process and stack every, that's not a good, stack every set of lines at the angle of the motion itself, then there's this sense not only is the waving happening in this sort of two-dimensional way, but there's this continuing, like the flat, there's like a wind ripple running through just based on color. And again, it's an illusion, I think, that kind of works. It's not exactly right, but I keep thinking, you want to, once you figured out the dynamics of motion, then you want to always add the texture, and don't forget it, because it helps, the two kind of help each other. So, any questions on that? I think. Eyeballs. This is how I do an eyeball, and it's basically just a twisted shapes This is kind of what's actually going on. I've got like a very small version of the sandwich textures, and I've laid them sideways and corkscrewed them. Again, it comes to the problem of a diagonal on a diagonal, so you have to make really sure that they're straight up and down in order for them to radius outward properly inside the eye. What I have to do is build 2 or 3 of these to take up that distance. So I'm looping on the corkscrew there, but there's 2 or 3 of them you don't see there. I've only put 1 world line in there at this point. And then there's multiple other ones that make the actual, densely packed eyeball, and that's, a psychotic eyeball twisted rapidly. We have a question, Teresa?
Just take them again.
Take it again. Okay. Good. Well, we're getting to a lot. This is an example of the. Well, first of all, can anybody guess what that is? It's a negative shape. I haven't put the color around it. What do you think that would do?
How are you cutting it?
I'm cutting it this way. I'm going to put some colors and shapes over it, but it's close. It's not. It's fireworks. So that's the explosive beginning shape, which is a very shallow curve, so you get the most dynamic out of the beginning. You get to a certain point of rest, and then there's the sort of mutual decay of everything as it's sort of falling down and glittering away. I wanted to show how I reuse a lot of junk clay, because this is like a good firework texture. This is left over from Gary and Mike. And I hope I can do this fast going into the rotating stuff.
I'm not sure I understand. Are the colors and the explosions already built into that?
No, that's the large world line. That's not
Okay,
they're not
that's just
built in yet.
the timeline.
Yeah, that's the timeline. I'm going to show you how I built the colors in quickly. So I would take this because it's got a lot of chatter in it. It's just junk clay with a lot of chatter in it. I've done the black and the blue to say, okay, well those are, that's like nighttime sky slightly lighter. Make multiple sandwiches kind of out of it. Get some kind of, those will be the lines going up on it. And I just pinch them together so that they become like outwardly like an explosion. I'm going to go ahead and tear it off there because I've got other ideas how to do the decay. So very rough, but it gives you the idea. So that's reusing junk clay, but layering it up. Now, I would put a big honkin' sheet of like white at the beginning of it because I want it to explode. And again, that's a very crude example, but you'd get this first dot of explosion. Again, you'd probably bury it in there so you wouldn't actually see those white, but you could. And so there's kind of that outward, to start with. And then you get the lines of the actual fireworks themselves. Now they're chattering inside there because again, they're just junk clay that's not got any coherent motion in it. It's just a bunch of bright offs and ons sitting in there, and then it just grows out like that. Then I would deal with the decay, the same way. I would take, actually, I was, in this example, I wanted to, here it is. I would like wrap these each, I would want there to be, once you get to this point, you'd have these little bumps going off. Well, you could wrap them in black, rewrap it in white, rewrap it in black, and that gives you kind of like the outgoing explosion kind of idea. So it's actually an it's got this kind of like moment of explosion, boom. And you stick it all around the circle this way, and then you deal with the decay after that. So it's like kaboom, blah, 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 all around on that side, and then decay. I have an example. Do you want to see an example of that on film? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I really want to see is for you to shoot that right now while we're watching.
I actually still have a fear that you'd be bored watching me build it, so I gotta get over that part of it. And there they are. That's the way they're built, with a little bit of the decay. I guess I could have done better when I look at it there. The problem with the decay, when I look at that now, is it's concentric. It should have been more like lines dribbling down this way, and what it was more kind of concentric going down. But that's actually an angle at an angle problem. I wasn't considering the angle that it was going down at, so it still looked concentric instead of directional. Okay. Well, I got about 10 more minutes, so I'm going to move to 3D rotating shapes. And I'm going to clear off a little room and ask, as I get further into this, that you pass them or just slide them toward me. I put them up there because, you know, it does. I am a space hog. With, all this stuff. Okay. This is like just a ball and a pendulum. Which is pretty clear. What I want to do, and I'm going to actually talk about where you go with this, that I don't think I've done yet and I want to do, is you could fill it all in and do the negative space part of it if you wanted to, is actually start cutting everything at an angle to go with it this way, and then reverse the cut and go this direction. And so you're actually cutting with the direction of the shape that's going. So you get this kind of whoa, 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 whoa as you're watching the little, you know, the tick-tock on this little pendulum going back and forth. There's one other key part in the pendulum that is interesting to note, and that's that, see, I've depressed the sides a little bit more. It's not like a straight line. I've actually depressed them in there a little bit on each of these. And the reason that the effect that I'm hoping to get is it's going to be like that. There's going to be a leading edge to the motion of the ball being pulled, and then it's going to be flipping back and going the other direction. So that line is actually anticipating the direction of where it's headed to. It's almost, I could do the opposite and do it the other way, which would actually make more sense, which is the ball is leading the line. And so you'd be getting this direction, which isn't what I did.
You're standing in the light.
There isn't much you can see there, is there? What?
Oh, you're standing in the light while you.
Sorry about that.
So David,
Where'd my black go? Yes.
in addition to, in that example there with the pendulum that you have built, in addition to building the clay so that the pendulum looks like it's going back and forth, you're also engineered it in some way that you're actually getting a diagonal as you're cutting it.
Yes, I'm getting a curve. I think that, I see what you're saying. The diagonal was a cutting idea. So all how you cut your space, you know, often you're doing...
Yeah, so you're planning to have the leading edge, so
exactly.
to speak. How does your brain keep from exploding?
Maybe one day.
It's happened many times.
Yeah, it's happened. So it goes with the motion. I really think that that's where to take this. The other thing is to do 2D, 3D, which I haven't done a lot of, which I think of the strata cut as being 2D, but you know, actually making strata cut lead to a three-dimensional shape, have that three-dimensional shape animate a little bit, have something grow or explode on the back end, and that becomes another strata cut shape, and you're just moving through mixed media world of this as a, because the thing about strata cut is it's a lit fuse. It kind of like, once it starts, it's very hard to kind of go at any point or slow down too much without it kind of feeling like the whole motion itself is gone. So as a lit fuse, the best way to kind of enjoy it, I think, is to change it up with other kinds of motion, so you can actually appreciate it in smaller, you know, in 20-second increments or 5-second increments or whatever. Anyway. And then I also think the dimension on the outside is what's most interesting, not necessarily the shape, although that is kind of neat what it does from the front surface. It's always, to me, the exterior shapes and knowing that they got built. At some point people will think, oh, he's using a computer, you know, because that is an inevitable question. But it's because it is so bizarre as a way of thinking that I think And you want to see the outside to do that. So quickly, 3D, or twisting, the illusion of twisting lines in space. This is a rotating globe, or rotating basketball. And again, it uses the familiar, I don't know if you call it an S-curve or whatever, but that's what it seems like from the top. What's neat about it is I've cupped it right there, and I've cupped it on the backside, of course, the same way. In the very, very middle, it's kind of, it's like that, right in the middle. It's got a uniform, and then when you cup it on this side, it's a diminishing shape, tapering off, and on that side it's like this. Same thing over here. It's got that angle. So that's how I do the rotating globes. And if I were to actually make this more than just like a basketball, which is about all it is right at this point, you know, you could build the sections of the continents. That's kind of what I did in Pee-wee's Playhouse with the rotating globe. You build the sections of the continents that, you know, connect, and you actually build them in the world line through that curve, and then you build the next section of the continent, and yeah, there it is. And that's how you actually get an entire spinning globe, and that's how it's seen from the top. And you'll see these rotational shapes played out in these other things. I do have some drop shadows, which was interesting in the letters, which I was going to get to in a little bit. I don't know if this helps, just to do a couple of slices so you can see how the shape is going. It's not perfect, and I think the biggest problem is what happens at the top where they join. But it is progressing with the fatter part bowing at the beginning, bowing through the middle, and then it's receding to very thin, curvy outside shapes. So that's what a globe or a basketball, rotating basketball or whatever it looks like from the top, just at that direction. And again, I'm reusing duck clays. Rotating box. The shape of a rotating box, the top of it is really interesting. I really like that kind of shape. And the way I would, what is that? Oh, it's I mentioned this briefly today, is that the problem is getting the world line out of this thing. You know, you'd actually just go like this. Once you take each section and say, okay, now you gotta go and pop over to the top. What's key about, to me, making the line straight enough to be readable is rolling a straight edge over it. So it maintains, it gets less blobby that way and becomes more straight when you actually cut it. So once you figure it out, you know, this is the rotating edge. Notice how it gets skinnier in the middle and wider at each, because you know the boxes it's going. These are the separate world line shapes that go with it. And they kind of, again, go in and out. And I don't know, do you want me to cut this up, or does it make sense to you?
Cutting up is good.
Okay, cutting up is good, okay. So that's the illusion of that's a two-dimensional illusion, two-point perspective. Then you can see that side is starting to diminish.
Could you hold it up a little higher?
Okay. Ouch. And the side is curving. You can see, I know red on red is not a good example because you don't get this line. But what you have is a trapezoidal shape at the top. I don't know if that makes sense right now. That's right. Is it okay. For a parallelogram, it's better. Is that right? Right geometry. So you can see it's like that now. And this edge has almost disappeared. It's also going up. You can see each of these sort of kind of goes up on the edge at the end as it disappears. And then it's gone. It's almost gone. That would be actually, you know, incorrect perspective because you're getting two sides at once, but what the hell? It's in the illusion. Then you get the other side coming around. Okay, good. I see the head's nodding, so it did work. This doesn't make a lot of sense when you first see it, but it is an attempt at a trapezoid. So they're more complicated shapes. So what if the top of the box is actually much skinny, or as much in from the bottom part of the box. And so this is I think this is truly a trapezoid, right? Where it's like a house roof kind of thing. And I also put in a rotating shape on the top of the box, and I wanted to show briefly how you do that. This gets into putting textures within your shapes. This still is kind of wanky, and I apologize because of the. But the idea is that this top is actually changing color. It's like a spinning thing at the top of it, and it's. I don't know if this is going to work, but you notice that these things go in and out, whereas this just went in and disappeared. The colors went in and disappeared. And I don't know if I've got that right, but I just made it the other day, and I'm thinking it through. Well, maybe that's what it's telling me, that it's supposed to fatten out and shrink in the middle. Quickly, how you do the rotating thing on the top of the trapezoid, well, you just get the 4 colors, make a, make a square of those 4 colors. Know that you're going to lose a lot of clay in the process. So that would be like the top of the box I would want, and I'll rotate that so we've got, sort of a motion starting in this area that's going round and round and round the top. That's kind of what I'm trying to get toward. Is that you can put colored shapes within the world lines, and this is kind of how I would do this one. And then you go through and you have to, as you're cutting this shape out of it roughly, you have to actually follow the damn color and make sure that that the tip of this and that is always at the top of the color. This is a tough thing to show. And I would do it on all the other colors. And then I would again roll a straight edge right down it, trying to get it to come back straight. And those are just 2 surfaces, which will eventually become that shape as I continue to do the box. But it has color, has another step of animation built into it. Okay, we have no more time. I'll keep going for whoever can start.
Next time you do this demo,
yep,
you really need a frame grabber and a camera.
Yeah,
you need to do a little bit of it live while you watch. Right.
So this is a D rotating. Wrap it around and actually try to keep the shape as nice as possible, and then keep working whatever can stand. You kind of just get a sensitivity so you don't over distort.
And then you said to set it vertically rather than horizontally.
Yeah, eventually you build up. It gets fat enough that you can build up, and it was actually that's standing now. That's an idea of how it works, because once you've got the base of the thing at least wide enough that it can support itself. And the last part of it, of course, is you figure out the dovetail. So you're going to have those wild shapes like that are sort of contorted. And you would figure out where is it going to show up the least that I make a break, or I pinch it off, and how will I get it to continue on from that point. And there are some examples up here of building. Yeah, here it is. Building that's a face built with the shape already. I've done the. Is this a face or is this the fingers? Let's see. I don't complete. Well, that's an example of the face. I don't see how I've left parts of it coming out further. Well, I won't use it all, but I'll go in and actually distort the extruded leftovers, so to speak, that are going to now move into a new position, and twist them over to where they're headed, and then build another piece that flows out of it. So there'll be this moment kind of, and you'll get to it, and the illusion of getting there will, it'll be a strong enough emotion architecture in it that it will get there. But that's part of it, is you don't want to actually leave a lot of single joint places. You don't want to actually cut and just move to a completely new thing, because you'll see the joining won't be disguised well. So I don't know if that helps, but that's an example of it being built up in that's a mouth exploding into a set of, that's the small mouth as he's going E, becoming a very large mouth, just going wah. So it's just sitting there as a shape. Now I haven't finished the dovetail, I've just left it hanging there. I'm going to build the face around it, and then I'm going to have to pick that part up. And it happens so quickly in the churning from one position to the next that it kind of gets quick.
It's certainly not snack food.
You're always working in a loaf, I like your pendulum.
Yeah. No, I work nude. I mean, outside. You show the exterior. In fact, I like that more because I think that's really, again, the shapes of the seen from the outside. Knowing that there's motion programmed from the front as well as seeing it from the outside is actually what's most interesting about it, rather than just having it all being blocked up and disguised. So I don't know. There's some video examples where I'm showing the sides of it, and I don't know if I showed much of that. This morning I showed a few things, but. I like seeing it from the side. I mean, this is much more interesting, or that's more interesting seen that way. And then you cut up as well, and so people can see that it was all sitting there. And that again, the motion, the time shapes are really what's fascinating, the way they S-curve around. Anyway, thanks again.
That's awesome, David.
All right, good. Glad
Thank you
enjoyed it.
very much.
Pick it up tomorrow. I don't know what more I need to explain, though. It seems like it was enough.
I like to show the lines. This is really nice, actually. I was hoping for a few more people, but actually 4 interested people is much better than 30 curiosity seekers who don't really care. Do you see how these are straight and they line up? I'm putting them on the straight lines, assuming I'm going this direction. This is straight, and then that's the knee bending into pulling the leg up, like that, right there.
Oh, I see the foot.
Pulling the foot up, that's the foot, and then coming down to step. And as it steps, it goes straight again, so that's the anchoring part of it as it's moving through time. But you see simultaneous, the orange leg, the back leg, is, and you can like work around, whenever you, okay. Yeah, I know you know that, but, because sometimes it's not clear, I don't know how good it looks up there. The back leg is moving at that moment. That's when it lifts back here. It actually takes up exactly when the blue leg steps down. It does a bent knee here. Of course, it has to be broken because this is the blue leg is the foreground leg. The other one is the background leg. It comes down for a step. Actually, it's going backwards there, which isn't good. See how I'm trying to line it up on the lines of the sheet of paper, which again is anticipating that you really want it to be like solid over time. That foot isn't going anywhere while the other one's moving.
Yeah.
So this goes straight, and I'm also trying to give, ideally I would put I was thinking that I would want to put hips on it, and I haven't really done this. I haven't thought it through, and I don't know how I would do it. But, you want to do the swagger of the hips, because I went ahead and did what would you call it, braiding, really. It's kind of like weaving or braiding, up and down, assuming that these are the pelvic. You would put a pelvis on it, so you could actually get. Just a reminder. You could get pelvis motion on it, and then counter motion. You always want to get your hips and your upper body to be doing that with each other, right? Because it swaggers and everything like that. Well, you'd ideally want to figure out how to do that, so it was actually going that way as you move through. On top of it, that's where I'd go next if I had the time or if I'd actually finished it out.
So is this such that you try to keep the hips stable on the one side when it was hitting your leg that was posted?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know if I've actually thought that through well enough. What I did try to do was keep the lean of the leg when it's stationary, that the top part, when the foot is stationary, there's still a lean in the leg, meaning the top part where the hip would be attached is still moving through time. When you actually do the plant, that's the okay, let's say that's the plant right there, but you see where the hip is, it's actually still moving forward. So it's like that. I'm trying to get the top part of it still to go through time forward, while the bottom part of the foot is actually not moving because it's stuck on the lines of the parallel forward space or whatever, you know. Again, I'm trying to put this paper down so it helps. I hope that helps you understand why I'm lining it up exactly at those feet points. And you can see it's raising and lowering the leg, and when it's these are the stationary points because they're that's stationary, 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 all those parts of the weaving. And once you actually get about this far through something, you can just, you know, repeat the idea further on. Of course, it's all done by hand, and so some parts are funkier than others, and I regret that. But
do you end up using something like a lined board to map out how fast the inertia's gonna?
You know, I think it's a good idea when you start, and I know I keep it in my mind mentally, but I don't think you need it after if you really do it, you know. The simple answer is no, I don't, but I'm not saying that I didn't when I first tried it, or it's there in my head.
Sure.
And it's just a way of explaining it to you. You can certainly do a mapped board. And I would do it for lip sync.
Seems like you could get a pretty funky map with a space that you could draw on with lines. I'm gonna have this foot hit by here and that other arm swing over here and whatnot.
Explain that again. You could have a funky map.
It seems like if you had a space like this, you could draw out.
Oh yeah, from the top.
From the top.
Yes, you could. But it doesn't tell you a lot. The unfortunate thing is that there's simple and then there's difficult. This is simple, and again, I don't know if you saw it on the tape, but what's actually especially interesting about it is that it's cupped there. That's intentional, and that creates the swing of the. That creates that kind of a shape when it's cut sideways. It could be. I could have done it straight, so it would just be like a heart pendulum swinging back and forth. In which case, it would be like that. It's not a big deal, but it makes all the difference when you're looking at. That's just like the starting point of doing the subtleties, and this is a little bit more advanced in doing the subtleties. So it's not just the obvious stuff I think you get, which is swinging back and forth, and you can kind of grasp that conceptually. But then you have to think about all the other, like where the knee is bent, and there's actually forward motion in this slant, and that it's really important that you're thinking about what's leading what. And if you look at it from the top, see how all these pieces are slanted this way? That's not slanted very well, but it's intended to be. Oh yeah, it's all buried in here, that's why. That this is an overlapping buried point. These are identical points in the cycle of the knee, if you can see them.
So this is getting kind of a cup on those angles. I mean, not a cup, but it's getting the same sort of smoother. The plane's giving a smoother animation.
The plane is giving you smoother animation?
These.
No, it's just giving it attitude. I'm just trying to say that it's swaggering. This makes the pendulum swagger a little bit. It gives it attitude in a very simple way. I could have done them straight, which actually is kind of hard because you're working with clay, which is an organic medium, doesn't want to go straight. But you could have tried. But rather than try that, I kind of prefer to make it, the pendulum to go wing, wing, And that's what that is doing. These small, little cupish sections are actually intentional. And then you take that principle here, and it actually gets more complicated. It's intentional that there's slants like this. It's intentional that the foot is raising and lowering the rest of it on the bottom, so that's the plant. Again, this is where it's planted each time, or making contact, and the other foot is rising a little bit. But when you're looking at it from a top view, much like the pendulum, this knee is being pulled forward. I'm going to go ahead and cut it because it's important to give the example. I mean, I could do it a frame at a time. Maybe that would be more helpful. This is Pongo. See, it's got attitude in the slant of the back leg is being pulled forward. And I just figured this out last night. I mean, it's just, I haven't done a walk cycle that was actually a moving walk cycle like this. So this is the first time I even thought it through trying to figure out how it would go.
So he's traveling across space.
Across the page. Right. Yeah, now, before you came in, Tom, I was pointing out, I put down these lines on this paper for a reason, and that's to show where the foot is planting on each line. So it's as if Cameron's the camera. Mm-hmm. We're moving through time this way. We're slicing that direction. And so if you want, it's a great thing to put down line paper or lines. And That way you know this is the foot plant, then this is the foot plant, then this is the foot plant. They're all lining. You want the whole thing to be lining up, so the feet is not moving when it's planted foot, and the flying foot on the back side or the front side is what's actually going forward each time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. That means the planted foot should be going in a straight line away from camera.
Right, exactly, and that's what this straight line represents. And so it's just a graphic way of sort of illustrating. Okay, this is. But I mean, I could have just done it as a, I could have still put the knee in, but the hip is leading the leg here. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Right there, you see that? It's the difference between this angle and that angle. It may not seem like a lot, but it is. I need a pen. It's like I don't need the slide projector anymore because it's not like a big enough group. From the top, this angle is going like this. From the top, this angle is going like that. It's the same line, but it means that the hip is advancing faster than the knee, which means the hip is pulling. The hip is pulling like that. It's like it's an aggressive. I'm trying to get an aggressive step out of it. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I'm not explaining it very well, but that's the subtle stuff to try to get attitude out of it. And again, I'm assuming you understand the riveting and the weaving and the rest of it to make the walk cycle. You understand the planning of the foot. You still have to think about where the knee pulls in and when. What is in relationship to what in this long line.
So since you haven't planned the hip, how would you go about it?
How would I go about that? That's a very hard thing, and it would. I think I mentioned it briefly on the tape. I don't know if you got it. Did you understand the brute force method? Okay, everybody got that? That's I would try to do that in my mind first before I actually put it down on paper. But if I really couldn't figure it out, I would put it down on paper. I'd have to,
Would you do that by just walking and thinking about it?
I would draw it.
Where hips move?
Right now, I would draw it. Or I could take, I could do this if I'm happy with this as a starting point for a walk cycle, then I could take certain sections and actually ruin a piece. Look at where I would think the hip would be in certain keyframes, and actually kind of just, you could block it out as crudely as just taking a series of squares. This is problem solving, but there's good questions, because this is really what it is, pragmatic problem solving. You could take particular squares and try to figure out, okay, which way is the hip tilted, and then you start to draw in your mind and I'm doing a really crude job, because I haven't figured it out. But that's the principle on which I would problem solve it. I'd probably cut each, some representative section that felt like a keyframe and try to get the swagger of the block figured out, and then I would try to smooth out the whole thing so the shape made sense, and then I'd repeat the mother. Once I understood what it was asking, you just repeat it down the line until you...
Do you end up doing test cuts?
Not very often, but yes I do. I wanted to bring up test cuts, because one of the problems is, of course, mystery geometry, because you tend to lose the mental picture of the hidden shape as you start to build around it. Because usually you'll be building supporting clay around this, not always, but I've just realized that Pongo really is great for holding its shape as a flying shape. I mean, this is a really Van Aken couldn't hold up actually with this kind of. I could actually create long, thin things that are high and everything, and Pongo holds up. I don't know what's up with that. So, in any case, you don't have to fill in. Usually, I would have to have filled in all the negative space to keep the support of the clay so it wouldn't fall down or sag on me. In this case, I'm not having to do that, which I think is really quite extraordinary and nice. So, but the mystery geometry is when you start to pack the thing. So, let's say I've got a graph. This is hello everybody. It's a crude little like log sheet. Well, if I use that as my timing sheet, and I'm going to, at some point today, I'll sit down and build a mouth with you to show how to do the lip sync part of it. You start to build around it. And as I was saying, again, if you got your mouth wrong by any stretch, any imprecise amount, then the ratio of the face expands as well. And usually it's fatter than smaller, almost always, unless you control it. But I always tend to think I'm going to be working smaller, and then all of a sudden, what happened? It's got large. But I was trying to keep the ratios the same. But mystery geometry shows up as you start to encase the thing. How do you know what you put in there, right? You're starting to look at shapes, you're starting to add on shapes as these big, thick gobs, thinking, well, geez, this is the side of the head, or is this, that is going to be what I think it's going to be later. Drawing the character is a good thing, of course. So you have your keyframes, much like this is showing the drawings. I've also used a three-dimensional shape of Granny to always be analyzing the positional. Well, you've seen this, Ken. Right? It's probably better in close-up, because that's where the mouth began for Granny. And then she's been built around, so she's got in her entire. Is that her nose? No, that's just her nose and her cheek, ready to take the eye. The eye isn't in there yet. I don't believe. That looks like her nose to me. So the mouth has been put in, and the lower jaw, but not the eyes yet. You could do this on your drawing. If you have your drawing, you can just sort of measure out what the sections and pieces are you want. Try to keep them accurate to what your drawing tells you. If you're trying to keep it, you can try to discipline yourself to a certain level of shapes, and that's my only advice, is to use a caliper over distance, because otherwise you get mystery geometry, because you get parts and pieces, you go, oh, that's bizarre, it's bigger over there and smaller over there, because you forget, or you are focused on so many things. It's really hard to keep the juggling act of what's stuck inside it, ratio-wise, quantity-wise, what's actually sitting in there. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, just something to be aware of once you start to. I did this is a walking in place cycle, for whatever that's worth, and it also shows, I think he's walking this way, it also shows the slant of the attitude, and I'm not even sure why I did what I did, but I was thinking it through. You can see when you look down at it from the top, that the knee and the hip are not in the same sync with each other. I mean, one is moving faster and more aggressively than the other. So that's adding you're creating a shape. I mean, you can even see it from the side, because you can see that it's got the diagonal, and that's precisely because the hip is leading the leg, which is coming in late. And then it's kicking out straight. This is actually the height of the kick, which is the straightening of the leg, and then it plants and becomes steady through there. Again, this is moonwalking, though, so what you do here is you'd have to build a background that was going that direction for the person to feel like they were. Which gets to backgrounds, which I didn't bring up in yesterday's discussion.
That seems like an easier brute force method than anything.
What is?
Background, because if you took your background and had a log of it and then chop that up and offset it.
But you get the lines. If you chop it up, you're going to get the lines.
That's true. Is that different than the brute force that you were describing?
Yeah, the brute force is actually a way of conceiving of it. This is what you get when you put a lot of chops together after the fact, and you're trying to put them staggered. You're going to get the lines in there, but it can be a nice effect. You can actually like the lines. I don't think the lines are all evil. If that's it's a cool way. It's a look. It's almost like the world is through a prismatic sieve, going fluttering, but the content is still in there. If you've built the thing with the shapes that make sense, it almost may be better to actually put it like you were just saying, because it's kind of a cool look. You just have to accept it as the medium. But if you were really trying to build it without having the flutter in it, the sort of choppy happening, you would have to think it through for, It's really not that hard to build shapes going sideways, because what you do is it's like you build the entire house or room or whatever, and you just go this direction with it.
Right.
And it's a very straightforward. It's like Fimo beads extruded. I mean, it's just an extrusion put on a diagonal, and the whole geometry just goes where it's supposed to go. And the hard part is, of course, the interruptions. You would ideally put it in here. That's hard, and it's weird and it's difficult. And I don't have any good advice on that, except blue screen.
So you can
as a compositor, you would know. Yeah. You can get really nice, weird. If you want to go through the trouble of putting the background together with an object crossing it, You can stick in what you think is going to go in there pretty close. It won't be exactly right, but it actually has a weirdness which helps it sometimes. So you have to say, well, is the medium, do you appreciate it because it's bizarre? Because it looks weird, because it kind of shifted as it went through there and it kind of got wobbly and a little bit squishy. Some people think, I don't know, I think that sometimes is a neat look, depending on how much trouble you want. But it's going to be a pain in the ass, whatever you do, to try to get it into the interrupting arms and swinging legs so you can actually put a background against the character. That's not easy.
Do you ever melt clay and pour it into?
Yes, it's a good question, and I certainly do, and I do it for green screens mostly, but you can do it for, I have this is a crude example of the, that was the fire at the finish in that Gary and Mike piece, and it's been built delicately. You can see I'm using a lot of green, which is a key color, and I'm building up to the pour. I had a lot of flames flickering in midair here, so what I did was just sort of extend them out, and take a chunk of green, extend them out so they're hanging in space, and then you pour the green in, and of course they're supported from then on, so they can actually flicker in midair, and I think that's kind of a neat. You can, build a very fine little superstructure or floating support, and then pour your green in.
It doesn't mess up the other clay?
No, it doesn't.
Cool.
You get little air pockets occasionally, and you just have to accept certain kinds of. You're not going to get a completely clean pour.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I made the analogy of strata cut as a lit fuse the other day, and I think that's you just accept it.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's moving, the little air pockets and pieces of chunk that happen that are that's just part of the look of it after a point.
That brings me to this question that I've been wanted to save for the end. I've got just a couple of little questions, but the idea that
jump in.
How'd you deal with clients just in terms of you don't know what you're going to get till that you cut it all up, and
it's true.
If you spend all this time, how did you deal with that? Like, was it a problem? And
yeah, you're asking a really practical question.
Yeah.
As a director, who actually deals with that stuff. I was just dealing with it as art. I would. They have to accept it. It's all about what their expectations are. It's not just strata cut. Every meeting you go into with a client is what their expectations are. If you don't want to do a job for somebody who can't accept the fact that it's something of an intangible, and that they have to. It's much like stop motion. There's a lot of people you have to bring along with stop motion. Realize you can't reshoot this very much without it being completely.
This seems like the ultimate extreme of that. I mean,
you're right.
To spend a month building something and then you got one chance.
It's true. They can see based on precedent, and sometimes I can do some preliminary. It's simple enough to do some comps. I mean, I know I have enough control over it that I'm not worried that what will come out is going to be completely wrong. They have to be somewhat accepting, because there's going to be some oddness to it that you can't completely control or predict. But you could actually do all your color designs of your faces, which is what I did, where I would actually design what the character was going to look like that they're expected to see by taking these little swatches of color, the palette stuff, and you just paint with them. You take the paint parts and you make your flat version of what you think that's going to be, and that's a way of pre-visualizing for your client. But lower their expectations, or at least they have to trust you, and they also have to understand that it's a medium beyond. It's not like computers, and you can't reshoot it like live action and all the rest of that. Yes, it's true. It's a big. My biggest fear is actually that the film won't come out, or there'll be some damage to the footage, which is you're fucked. I don't know having a better. It's never happened yet.
Oh wow.
You always have to but I feel that's a part of the fear. As long as you have the fear of it happening, you'll succeed in making it not happen, because you are going to be aware more so than any other. If you can reshoot something in a day, you don't think about it too hard. You just think, well, it's good. I can, you can reshoot a shot if it's messed up. It's not ideal. It's a bad thing for production, but it's not the end of the world. And this is just about the end of the world. You could
put 2 cameras on it.
Yeah, put 2 cameras on it. Don's saying that because, of course, we did that first. It's not the first time I've done 2 cameras. And I have done some single camera shoots, but I don't know.
We didn't have 2 film cameras on it, did we?
No, you had 1 film camera and a digital camera on the Gary and Mike stuff. And that was sort of a last minute thing. I had been toying with film and wanted to do it, but I was reluctant to make waves. to the Gary and Mike philosophy, which was, keep it digital and keep it fast and dirty and everything. So.
We did end up using the 35.
Yeah. It's got richness to a lot of the detail. There's something really ballsy about the video because it, automatically pumps your contrast. You're losing your darks and your whites are going hotter than what a film camera would do, but I don't know. I'm glad that we're using the film camera, although the video camera had a great angle on it, which I miss, because there was that whole bumpy thing coming into the distance.
The lighting on it too.
And the lighting on it. I did a 4-step strobe, which you probably know. Okay, so, and that was just 2. Okay. In order to amplify the insanity, if I'm going for insanity, and I want to get into the philosophy of this stuff because I don't think if I were to do it, I'm going to jump gears here, but if I were you and I saw somebody doing this, I wouldn't do what he was doing, whatever it is. Not only would I try to just figure out some completely different medium or some completely different way of doing it. I mean, this is to inspire your creativity to do something bizarre or different that nobody's thought of. But if I were to do strata cut,
Wait, we're not supposed to copy you?
But you can. I mean, I'm doing this if you want to.
Master,
Go for it.
I thought you wanted us to copy you.
No grasshopper. But I would do palm trees in paradise, and I think strata could do wonderful blossoming flowers and just really elegant, sensuous things, which I haven't done yet. I've tended toward insanity partly because I can understand it well and I can do it, and it's a kind of a trick and a niche. I hate to say it, but it's just like a production niche. So what? Anyway, so doing the 4-step strobe on Gary and Mike was something I'd tried many times to enhance the insanity of the structural, of the surrounding 3D-ness, because stratacut to me is much more interesting always seen with some of the side view, knowing that the shape, so knowing that, then if you want to heighten the sense of franticness to it, put 4 lights and run them through on 2s. So you've got this. So the front light is always even on the front surface. So you're not actually asking people to be fluctuating on the front surface, but all the side surfaces is being enhanced because you're kind of getting this extra. And that digital camera got a bit more of it than the film camera did because the film camera was flatter.
I can show you that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again.
Did you see it?
Yeah, but I didn't notice
me,
the strobing. So.
Yeah, let's as long as we're on the subject. I mean, we should.
Because I was watching the front.
Always try to keep me on the subject because there's lots of stuff. I mean, you can see if you watch the side view, you can see that it's jumping. The shadow is jumping around, and I'll play it for the effect.
She's almost in it too.
I don't know.
It's really apparent at the beginning.
What?
It's really apparent on the brain at the beginning.
It's not on the brain.
Oh.
There's no strobing on the brain.
No, it must be in my brain then.
What's on the brain though is glycerin strobe. So if that may be what you're seeing is the fact that I was painting mineral oil on the brain every 2 frames, and so you were getting the little light kicks off the brain. It's changing.
She's almost in it too. Cupcake and a candle. Take my hand.
You gotta bring her in long sooner. She's too late.
Gary.
Oh, that was green screen clay at the end there.
That's green screen clay. It hasn't been screened yet, but it's going to be. Or I guess they kind of did.
I get it now.
Did you haven't seen the acid eyeballs? He has because he's been working with them. But I didn't know if you wanted to actually know how this texture was made. It's a cool texture. Yes.
Cross-hatching type?
Yeah, cross-hatching type. And I'm going to play a version of it on my background elements reel. There's a lot of textures in here, and there's about 3 basic ideas in it that I could try to explain.
You showed and touched on the topic of the black and white geometry type.
Yeah, I didn't.
Didn't go into that.
I didn't go into that. I promised I would, and I never did. Yeah, I'm glad you noted that. It shows you're really listening. Where is the?
Now, with a lot of these textures, did you sort of have an idea of what you were going to get before you did them, or?
Yes and no. This is, by the way, crawling crabs, which I think makes an amazing mylar texture. The way it's done. I mean, they're all a little bit different, and it's hard to explain, but it's an amazing mylar texture. The next piece, this one. I love that texture. How do I explain it? It's just a bunch of those, twisted up shapes cut at a diagonal. You can, I think I might have doubled the sandwich. You can do a single sandwich, you can double it on itself and then twist it. That might have been what it was doing. I'd have to look at it closely. I don't really know how to explain it. This is silly.
How are you getting those, there, you have a
This?
texture that's broken up.
This one?
Yeah,
Gosh, good question.
in strata, if you will.
Isn't it silly? And that's just a different transfer idea on it, which isn't actually. This is actually, what you can do in compositing. I mean, we're just farting around, adding things on to things and stuff. Put music to it.
And then you ended up using this, I saw you end up using this as you took in the CG and then bent it and used it as a background.
That's right, and I have that, and that really helped.
Box or something?
Yeah, that really helped, because it widened it out, it made it more sexy. I think there's something to do with the speed ratio of your screen size, that this stuff is actually moving in some ways too fast for its own good as a flat screen, but when you double it and stretch it, it slows it down because there isn't as many pixels moving as quickly across screen. Does that make any sense? It was on a Mirage warp. We put it on a Mirage warp, so you took these backgrounds, put them to an infinity, so you had one flat, one here and one up there, with a blend in the middle on the curve. And I think since you had less information to absorb on a single flat screen, it actually was sexier and took longer. There it is. That's the, I don't know what you call it. Sort of a psychedelic stoplight is the way I think of it, because it's kind of, light bulb, light. And I tried that in Gary's eye. And I wanted to briefly show how that was done. And I have the example material. That's the resulting idea there. Going to take so we're done with walk cycles for now, I assume. Okay. We can always go back. And we'll get back to through rotating objects in a little bit. Okay. This is just a color. It's a tube. You know how to make that stuff, roll it out. You know how to make so you just wrap the tubes up. My word for it is pigs in a blanket. It's just a hot dog, right? There's a lot of food analogies with this stuff. These are some ones I've already made, and all I did was roll them out a little bit more. This is practice for gay sex there.
Excuse me, you got that?
You didn't get that? Right there.
I'll edit that out.
You can restage it for the camera if she didn't get it.
So anyway, you know how to make this stuff skinny. It's just a way of extruding it. You could have machines do it. This is extruding by hand. I'm going to try to get it a long enough length. You don't really need it to be any longer. I'm just trying to keep it consistent with the size I made. This is just to make that kind of idea. You can make it bigger. It's got a lot of crap at the end because I did a really loose and stupid job with it, but that's a good enough. So I'm just going to get rid of these end pieces because they're not really very useful.
Do you more or less use anything you chop off as junk clay then?
You can, yeah. I always have you have several boxes, and I try to actually organize the junk clay.
Color?
By color, pattern, or just kludge. Certain things just get too kludgy to even care about. At a certain point, you get clumps, and you say, "Well, the hell with it." They become a bunch of pattern. They're random. Okay. You can start on any kind of a base. I go back to this example of the fireworks, which you got pretty clearly in the tape. Did you watch the tape too?
Oh, I was here yesterday.
Oh, you're here. That's right. So a very gentle cupped shape is always the best way to go if you're trying to get good action, because it's a dynamic angle. It's a soft, gentle, dynamic angle. So you could do something more interesting with this. This is just like a template shape. It's just a bas-relief template shape. But this is pretty straightforward. You just say, okay, well, I'm going to gently curve these puppies across the thing. Then I'm going to use an intermediary color as a sort of, this is kind of what that white is doing in there. I can use white. This is actually, by the way, done thinner than the number 1 on that like roller, pasta roller. I usually do, the number 1 is this fatness. This is like a number 5, so it's just a skinnier version. And kind of takes the impression, which is kind of how you see it deciding to kind of go around that. And you choose a different angle, lay it on. It's pretty fast. And I don't know why I like it so much, it just sort of sucks away. And of course the variations are pretty infinite once you get the principle.
It's really the dome shape that you give it.
It's the dome shape. Dome shape is good. Get a different color in here. All be black.
It seems like you could take more or less time in assembling these things to make them, to just,
more tight or more right.
Yeah.
It's true.
How much when you're doing a actual piece? How much care do you take when you put it on, or does it matter?
I do attenuate, if that's the right word, attenuate.
Yeah.
It means no. It means you sort of variac or potentiometer your way up and down depending on what is needed. So you're saying certain parts like Grammy and Dad took probably 3/4 of the time of that entire piece, and all the other crap around it, which is really much larger, if you will, goes much faster. Because you don't need to attenuate so much to very specific little details, trying to keep them clean and clear. It really depends on what you're trying to get out of it, because, for example, even on this, I can do it fast and sloppy like this, but I can still clean it up later. It's perfectly usable, and you won't know that it's dirty by doing it this fast. Because I would go back in at the end, and you can always chop off the excess around the side and clean it up if you really want it to be like a tight circle or something like that.
So you might do that and then embed it in something else?
Yeah. Yeah, you could, basically make a scary character who has psychedelic eyes. You'd make one eyeball here and one eyeball there, make 2 tubes, build your nose, have the mouth saying something, and you've got, the thing is embedded or part of a larger piece at that point. Right?
And for an eye, for example, if an eye blinks, would you maybe build your tube and then squish it, or?
Right. Let's do eye blinks, because you have eyes right in front of you.
Right.
Anyway, you get this effect. It's pretty clear now. And you can do even 2 colors of intermediary if you want to get, there's all kinds of variations. It's just the idea. And then it always, when you cut it up, it just has this sort of little explosive moment, much like the fireworks had. And then it has this nice caressing shape, around the edge, because it's contoured itself somewhat to it. And these things are telling you, look at me, as they explode outward. So it's like I always think that that's a neater way. They could suck back in. I mean, both directions have neat ways of
Have you ever done a bowl?
Done a bowl?
Instead of a dome.
A what?
Instead of a dome, doing a bowl so that...
Yeah. Well, there it is. And another thing you might want to do, I don't have an example of it, but I did that, is put saran wrap on this. If you really want to be able to work it backwards. If I put saran wrap on this and I went ahead and I couldn't, it makes it easier to get off, and that it's just a working shape that you're never going to really actually put in your piece. I did a lot of that on this, when I made the exploding mouth. When that mouth in this Gary and Mike piece goes big? Well, how do you get there? You could build it like this, but think of how hard it is actually to build the mouth going this way and out. It's actually more difficult to build it's a mouth that's going It opens up to Grammy, to some explosions, then Grammy shows up. So the way was to, anyway, I built a huge template. I don't know how else to say it. Buck, thank you. A huge buck, put saran wrap over it, and then started building the mouth this direction up, because I can work that way easily. I've got some photographs. This is important to make it clear. The buck is somewhere. That's the buck. It's all this junk clay, and that's the saran wrap put over it just even shiny and everything. What I'm doing is building the teeth first, and you see they're going sideways up at an angle. You remember my teeth experiment, my example that an angle at an angle is a really hard thing, you know. You've got to be careful as you do that. This is an angle at an angle with the teeth. And that's what made me think of doing that example. It was exactly this one, because it's at such a slant. Anyway, this is the mouth that's going E of dad, as in saying Gary. That's the E. This is the little tail is going to be the hookup point for the other position of the mouth, which continues up. It's not been built yet at this point. It's just in progress.
It's being cut this way?
It's being cut that way, down. It's going to be cut this way.
Down.
But this entire piece has never existed in the whole show. I mean, this whole buck I built is exactly to get the mouth to sit over it. Here's another bit of mouth in progress where the teeth have been put in first. Because I wanted to make an open cavity, which is what I eventually did, where there was a actual bit of black between, I don't know if that makes sense. I can run the tape. Actually, it makes more sense if you saw it that way. Does this make sense?
Do you remove the buck then later and build it in with more different clay?
No, in this case I left it open. You could build it in with more clay. I left it open in this case, and I had to sort of, after I built, this is part of the, I don't know, the inside kind of, I was thinking, oh, that would be the pink part of the mouth inside, and then this is actually the lips. But it's all built up on top of it, much like this was built up with saran wrap this way. But it was all for an effect to have this be an open cavity. This was into being an open cavity. And let me play the tape. I'll try to pause on the part where it shows. Rotate. Okay. Probably went too far. Okay, it's right here. So that's the mouth, that's the E that you saw coming up with the tip. There. I took the buck away, and it's all just a piece floating in space. It's black in this pretty much here, but which is why I guess you don't notice it really. But I could do more. I should do more with that, where I have like large cavities or caves you open up into. That's kind of what I was hoping. I don't think it was that effective.
Well, there's some there with Grammy, isn't there?
There are caves and cavities, but I'm actually trying to get this mouth to behave, and I'm not doing it very well. How do I make you go slow? Get a
The little button by your thumb.
this one? Pause.
I think that's the.
Grammy is dovetailed into that, exactly. She's built, her piece is, like I built her like a separate, she was built first, she was in the middle. Usually you like to try to start at the end. Personally, if you're gonna like start off, I always start at the end and build up, because once you throw the thing down this way, you wanna be building this direction. And usually things are doing like this, which is exploding outwards. They're not usually sucking in, sometimes they are. And that's why it was important to build the buck that direction, because I wanted to build up on it like this instead of the other direction. That's the teeth and the eye seen from the top view, of course. And you know what's inside there now. Hidden underneath all that is the saran wrap and the buck that it's all built on top of, that went away. Grammy was this whole other section, right? This is Grammy, and
These are the teeth of Gary's dad, right?
Right.
And those are the eyes of Gary's dad?
That's correct.
And what's the angle that I'm...
Top.
The top.
You're looking down on the low from the top right now.
And then what's this part right here?
Okay, I'm going to show it to you. this is his eyebrows. As he goes into his frown, you can see that they go down. They've got this kind of scowl looking down at them. They're like in this position because they've got these cupped little. They're angled like that down into the. He's larger here too. This is where he shifted over to the left, and he's looking over that way before he goes into pointing his finger, which I haven't built yet. I mean, it's not in there. This is, by the way, that's an eye blink, but that's just the reflection of it in the eyebrows at that point. It's already buried inside there. It's just you're seeing the dips in the eye blinks. When the block is put down, of course, it's this direction. Grammy, well, actually, if you're the camera, it's going this direction, and Grammy is over here, and she is inserted into it, much like this is inserted that way into the cavity of the opening of the buck. And that's how I train carded together.
Okay.
That was one. There were 3 giant pieces. Grammy was one. The skull and skeleton was built after the second, and then I built Dad last, which was the front piece. And even when I built him, I could only build so much before I had to actually stick it on there because the weight of the thing was so heavy. So there's, once it got to be about 100 pounds, that's when I moved it onto the train, the larger bed, if you will.
What's the jog in that, in the eyebrows?
The jog in the eyebrows
Yeah.
is the reflection of the eye blinks. Let me get some bigger examples. I mean, that's what it's built on, of course, which is the long track. Grammy hasn't been put on here. She's been built, but she dovetailed onto the skeleton, same way. This is the skeleton's already been built in here, and all the flames are being finished. Grammy went in the middle, and then I put this last part that you see here. That goes at the front. These jogs are the eyebrows going. When people blink, they go. Well, in animation at least, sometimes you tug the eyebrows in order to make the blink clearer, and that's all that was trying to do. It was just trying to say, there's this point where he's going, and then it's sort of an anticipation to explode to a higher position.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're seeing this straight on, and you're cutting it like that, right?
No, you're cutting it this direction, this way. Actually, this is seen from the top view, and I'd be cutting it that direction.
Oh, okay. Then I thought these were the eyes and the teeth down here.
They are, but they're the exploding eyes and teeth. They're going up at these really severe angles.
Gotcha.
This is when his face becomes large. In fact, let me show you that particular frame there. What's going on? That's it. In order to get his eyes from this small position, this control position, to exploding off of frame, that was it. Those are his eyes sideways, growing in size. You can see the transition in there too. It's pretty chunky, right there. That's the dovetail in the eyes between one piece and the next. Whereas I built these huge eyeball tubes, which
it's a confusing illusion because you can see the eyes from top down.
Yeah, it is a confusing illusion. It's true. Very true. Where is, of course, the eyes? I did the brain, the head. I think of 2 large lobes, and I'm going to build around it. And this is kind of building around it. It's a expanding shape, so it's growing in size, and that's why it's going that way. This is the teeth, but I've laid them in individually. A lot of times I like to do teeth texture, which is a larger set of stripy things, but this one, they're just actual tubes, and I've laid them in individually in a diagonal. That's kind of how you do the eyes were built. The eyes that grow are built like that, only even more severe, these eyes. And then, of course, they're put at this really radical angle. Anyway, I don't want to beat a horse to death, but if that was your eye looking straight forward, they're at an angle like that. And so they're being cut really. Does it make sense? Yeah, okay. Okay, psychedelic stoplight. Pigs in a blanket. We have some rotating things. I do want to get to eyeballs and blinks and mouths, so remind me when we finish to go over those things. I had built some eyeball log, which is what I'm, here it is. This is, I'm going to do eyeballs and we'll take a break. I want to go to the restroom pretty soon. Okay, the idea of the iris, to begin with, black in the middle. You can, usually I take a tube of black and green. And try to get a, actually try to get a single highlight. I mean, you can do this however you wish. It's all suit to taste. That's your pig. I mean, that's your hot dog, and that's your bun, and then you can wrap a little bit of a highlight around that. So it's kind of you got two highlights in your eyes, which I think is sometimes more interesting than one. If I had a longer sheet of white, I would do it. This white is particularly weird because I melted it with mineral oil in order to get it to melt properly. The Van Eyck white wasn't melting very well, and I had to pour a lot of it. So I recycled it because I didn't want to throw it away, but you can feel it. It's like sticky. It's gush. It's still workable and usable, but it's not very good. Anyway, so that's the beginning of the iris. Although that, I don't know, maybe I should put more black as a separation. There, that's probably about right. You know how to structure that stuff, so that's just a slap together sandwich of color. In this case, I can do it by hand of, thinning it out. And you don't want it to be too thick. And in fact, you might actually just make it, I'm making it super skinny because I'm anticipating putting it on a hard angle and it's going to fatten it back up again. So that's why I'm skinning it out right now. But I don't want it to be too fat, so this is the size I'm going to work with. Okay, so I'm trying to keep it level, straight up and down, so it's actually a radiusing thing. Doesn't take much. If you're like that, you're fucked up. I mean, you're already getting spindling weird. Shut up, Green.
Wants attention.
It does. You're already messing up. You're getting really weird angles all of a sudden, just the slightest thing. You want to keep it as straight up and down to the outside, imagining this kind of axis.
Here's your attenuation.
Yeah, that's right, attenuation.
So when you say straight up and down, are you talking about the direction the red is going, or the
whole striping?
The whole striping.
I think of that as a whole striping line, and I would want to make sure that striping line is straight up and down. Gotcha. When you get down to small little shapes, or even any kind of shape, even this, look at that, it's bowing, right? That's not going to be a straight line. So if you really wanted to be anal about it, you'd have to go back in and really clean it up as you're putting it in if you want to keep it straight. Otherwise it'll be, just instead of getting I need a pen. Here it is. Instead of getting this, which is what I'm trying to get, I'm going to get this, which may be okay, but that's the difference. That's what that's going to give you, as opposed to keeping it straight up and down. It isn't much, but it's there. So, and then I'll start another one in a second, another point, and just lay it in against it. Again, this is attenuation because it doesn't take much, and I'm already messing it up to keep it straight up and down. So on and so forth. And anyway, that's a clearer example. How I'm trying to keep everything straight up and down, although it still has some curve in it, as you can see, it's not really pure. So it's going to be a little bit weird, and you can see that it's showing you some weirdness in there, but not much. You can see it gets the point across. You just keep laying them in at whatever, of course, the steeper you are, the more rotation you're going to get as you cut it up. So I could have done it more shallow if I didn't want a lot going on, but what's the point of that? Insanity demands speed. And so that's how you make an eyeball to start with. And you can, of course, do all your variations you wish. I mean, if you want to do speckles that are speckling or all kinds of other things, you don't need to do this, follow this example. But that's how I do it. This then has just been wrapped in a sheet of black, very thin sheet of black, and rolled out a little bit, like that. Let's make some eyes.
Would you ever start at a totally a larger scale, and then just knowing that you can roll it down?
Yes, but you wouldn't do too much.
You start to lose detail if you roll.
You start to get, it gets wobbly. I don't know about detail, but you get wobbly on your. For example, that's about a twice. That's a starting scale, and it went down by about twice there. You could go a little bit further. I wouldn't do much further though. It just gets weird. A lot of it has to do with the fact that as you roll it out, the outside part squishes out first, and the inside part squishes out second. So your ends are going to be useless, because the more you roll it, the further distorted the ends become. The center part is generally pretty solid, but
if you heated your clay, not melted it, but heated it, would it expand more uniformly?
It's a good question. I guess if the center was warmer and the outside was a little colder, maybe that's crazy. I mean, you could do that kind of complicated stuff. It'd be interesting. But then, I guess you could get a more uniform thing, but I don't know how you have to keep. It doesn't take much before the temperature goes to room temperature. And how? But that's a concept. Okay, adding light to the outsides of our eye. I'm going to just make wedges, generally. Depends on the attitude you want the eye to have, because, all that stuff. You can shape it any way to make it, to give it a point of view. And again, this is this sucky white that I'm recycling. I'm just using as examples. Most eyes don't have, it's rare that you see the entire eye, the entire whites of the eyes, of course, the lids usually cover the tops and bottoms just a little bit if you're going to do a normal eye, but let's do an eye that does all kinds of things. Okay, that's a starting point, generic beginning of an eye. Let's have the eye open up to be really super wide right here, and let's have it so the guy freaks out right there, and let's have it be more normal here, which means you're not going to want to actually see the top of it or the bottom of it too much if you want to try to do a more normal eye. And then let's put a blink in right before he goes to that, right before he goes, wow. And a blink is just, a wedge taken off top and bottom, mostly off top. I always think the top lid does most of the action, the bottom lid does a little bit of it. Now, you don't just fill in the negative space with the skin color yet, because you have to put lashes on it. And I'm going to, of course, not just put the lashes straight. I'm going to have to put them at an angle, a sharp angle. Now, these may be a little too thick for lashes, but it's an example. Or they may be just clowny enough to be right, I don't know. Whoa. So,
this is your boxing?
This is boxing, exactly. And I'm boxing this to make it workable for me.
Are the angles always the same?
No. You can make them steeper or shallower. And it's really to suit the taste. You just have to be thinking about it.
That's going to get you back to your box.
I don't know if it's 3 or 4, I've forgotten.
Okay.
In this case, see, I'm not doing a diagonal. I'm doing a straight box. So on these examples, I'm doing a diamond or a diagonal. This is going to be a straight box, meaning I'm trying to eventually get this kind of a line. If you're looking at it this way, it's just straight this way. So I'm not actually trying to put it on a double. So that's one difference as far as how many cuts you need to make. If I were to really be doing this and I wanted to make a lot of eyeball texture, I know I only need it to be this wide, so, well actually this is, what angle am I doing it at? This is the angle I want. I only need it to be that wide, but I'm not going to care about that. Oh no, that's not going to work. I'll do it that way. Let me do it this way. it's still kind of, yeah, let me think about that. No. Let's do it for the hell of it, because that's what I'm doing. Okay. I'm still boxing. It's not there yet.
So what you're saying is when you have the lashes, they're gonna move?
Yeah, they're gonna go nuts on you. Because motion is everything, and static is not very interesting in play. In strata, at least sideways, who cares? But again, this is maybe when you do paradise in blossoming flowers instead of insanity, you take a different attitude toward what parts you put into it. A lot of it probably will be gentler colors to start with, because I'm using very harsh, again, I was comparing it to sort of Mexican folk art, or I don't know what, certainly hard-edge impressionism at the very least, where you Van Gogh and other people put all those harder cartoon lines around things in order for them to show up clearly. Not necessarily as much black as I use, but definitely lights and darks to get the point across. Harsh lights and darks. Now this is kind of bumpy at the top. I'm not really happy with it, but it doesn't, I'll throw this top part away or reuse it in something else. I just don't want to use it now because it's a pain, so it's just going to be stuff. Okay, so that's eyelashes. This is kind of funky, but maybe that's all right. I'm going to make them very thin. If I were truly going to make this, if I were really making this for real, I would decide which side is the left and right side of the eye. And I would add a black eyeliner, because it kind of helps. I'm going to decide that's the outside of the eye. The nose would go here. I find that it's a suggestion that the lashes are heavier toward the outside and thinner toward the center. And anyway, that's just an artistic choice. You don't have to do it. So lashes, they go in on the divot. I'm only going to do this much of an eye right now, so I'm going to chop it off because we don't need the rest of it. We'll do the lashes on the bottom. And then we'll do some negative space. Filling in, which I think is something I didn't really cover at all yesterday, which is kind of intuitively important and obvious, and yet maybe it isn't something you right off the bat understand unless you saw it happen. Okay. So that's the basic eye with the blink. And again, I'm emphasizing the blink just a touch more, so it's truly closed. I didn't want to leave. I could leave it. If I didn't do that little pinching there, it might be that you just see kind of like a lazy. This would be a lazy blink like that. It wouldn't really be a complete over and out blink. This would be texture. Usually, I would rarely use solid color. I'm using a lot of this stuff is solid color just to be clear as examples. But I would have already done palette and twisted the stuff up or made some kind of, and so I'd be choosing lights and darks based on that when I do this. There's a lot of pain in Grammy that I don't even know if it came across, but she's actually candlelit. I tried to put, I don't know if it
highlights on the...
Yeah, I tried to put highlights and darks, but I violated that in the costume. It's working on her face, it's there on her face. It's not there in the costume because I just got sick of the amount of time it would take to actually try to do lights and darks in the costume as well as the face. Just burning the candle too much there. So she's wrong on her body, and you do all that effort, you think, does it really matter? Probably should have just done her straight up.
The crew noticed it one day.
They
Everybody
did?
was actually standing and they were rewinding it, looking at how the highlights were moving across things.
Yeah.
So the crew noticed
it. Was an attempt, but I blew it because I didn't follow it all the way through. So it's not like a perfect piece. It's like the artist went halfway and did it wrong in the bottom part.
Can you go back and fix that?
Okay, so that's basically the eye. I would have already built the mouth, and we'll do that a little bit later after a break maybe.
Have you gone through and used solid colors and just found you didn't like it, or?
I'll use them for effect or for negative space if I really think the the stuff in the center is what's happening. I don't want to confuse it with more. You know, it doesn't have to be all at once all the time, which is a lot of what I'm doing, where I'm putting everything going, blah, 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 get your eyes. It's an eye massage, which is why you repeatedly watch it, and you don't know what you really looked at, which part you were actually looking at, and you kind of look at a whole different part next time, and you don't even know then what you were really looking at, because it's constantly asking you, and this is the philosophy of the look, which is it's asking, every bit of image is sensually changing at every moment, and you don't know, it's doing this all over, which is very rare. I mean, people, so you may want, like real people, we see a solid image around us with things that aren't changing constantly, so maybe you want that in your thing, with just a little bit of motion in the middle. Yeah, paradise in the middle. Hard to say. I would build the nose, at some point with the nostrils and the rest of it, which I'm not going to do here. So.
And that's before you fill it in with flesh?
No, I would have actually built the mouth first and the nose and then the eyes. Because the eyes rest on the cheeks. And so you almost always want the mouth done because you got to build the cheeks to get the eyes in there, so they got a resting spot. Since I don't have that built, I'm going to go ahead and give it a cradle, which is just it's a kind of a fake way of just keeping it off the ground. So the curve is maintained on the, on the almond shape. The curve is still there, so I'm just cradling a little bit. I wouldn't do it straight line like that. I would put it with the cheek, following the cheek motion. A really great fast and dirty way, since I'm involved in eyes right now, to get creases, crow's feet, is, and I should show this anyway, these are just little tricky things that they're not conceptual, they're more just like technical fast and dirties. So if you wanted to create eyelid, well, there's all kinds of ways you can use this technique. I use this for lips a lot, where I've chosen a color in the middle, and what you've done here is just made an enclosed thing, but I'm extruding it, and so this line is actually becoming very skinny. The black line is becoming very skinny as I do this, but it's got flesh on each side. So I'm going to show you a quick crow's feet.
So it's 5 layers, that's black.
Right now it's
flesh black.
Yeah, flesh black, black flesh black. Okay. You can just double it over on itself and squeeze it together, and you put it at the corners with a slight little maybe underlip under the eye. Just tuck it right there or something like that. And that's crow's feet on an eye. When it gets cleaned up, it gives it a fast sense of charm or character, because you're trying to.
I see what you mean about the outside of the eye, the black, the eyeliner.
Yeah, the eyeliner. You see what the eyeliner does?
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what you do as a makeup artist if you were, making somebody's apparent, thing. And then the double highlight, which really isn't showing up that well right now, but it's an attempt at least. It's an idea. You can use all kinds of levels, like the horns on Mr. Newton. There's highlights on those things, right? Well, that's how I'm doing it. It's the same kind of thing. You just throw them in there. They don't have to be really well done, but if you're in an impressionistic way, if you're hinting at it, yeah, you let it do its, So let's go ahead and chop this through for the blink and the.
This is where we need our frame grabber.
You do need a frame grabber. So she'll hold this camera steady, and then we'll edit out all the in between, right? You ready? Is it close enough to even see?
Oh,
you
yeah.
You got a great zoom? Okay.
Super tight on it.
All right. So that's your regular eye. He's not blinking yet. More eyeballs than you could imagine. I know Joe Kern is going to be in here. They're starting to blink right there. Starting to go down. Closing. Lazy. Okay. Out. Done for business. Now, if I really was clean, I don't know if the next slice will be completely clean, but you get that sort of lazy feeling, unfortunately, or like, that's kind of a, either that sexual ecstasy or drug-induced, yeah.
Do you ever,
Yeah, that's actually, that'll work because it's kind of like so small, closed enough.
Right. Now, do you ever change the timing of anything after it's built? Like you get to a cut and you want the bling to be snappier. Do you ever do bigger slices or kind of sculpt it as you go?
On the surface?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. I have done triage, instant triage at times. So there's the opening between that eye and that. It's opening up. And then now it's getting scared. Ah!
So if you were going to animate, for example, when Granny blows out her candle, she actually leans.
Yes.
So
How the hell do you do that?
Would you build your? I know that you can get your motion just by putting this log at an angle.
Right.
But if you want it to stay stable at the beginning and stable at the end, and have your motion in the middle, do you build your log and then bend it, or do you lay down your log?
Good question. Excellent question. All right. Well, you would have to begin with. It's going to get cluttered fast. Yeah. There. That's where. That's by the way where it all ends up. So keep that in mind. The garbage heap. Okay. I'm going to assume I'm going to draw this out because I haven't built it all, and we don't have time to build it all. But if Granny's nose, this goes back to the original principles yesterday, which is okay. If this is the outside distance of her nose, looking down on it, basically, if it's this shape, I would have already built her mouth, and I really want her to turn. Right? There's going to be this skinnier moment, and then it's going to become fatter again, depending on where the position is. Because again, you look at I like working with the three-dimensional shape because I'm studying Grammy. I've got her in a position as I'm building it, in a position where I'm trying to eyeball it always in the same position to know, okay, she's going from there to there. I can actually see what she's doing sculpturally. That's more interesting to me. I've got repetitive rotations, but you know where they're going. They're mechanistic. What's interesting about this is it's completely, organic.
One time.
It's one time, yeah, and you're finding positions absolutely for that one moment with nothing to do with repeating it.
It's a gesture.
It's a gesture, yes, and has no past or future. It's only for that thing, and you've got to design it only for that thing. And there's no theory. It's not based on any, understandable. It's based on some basic concepts, and that's it. And you're just, designing to fit that particular moment. So, okay. So Granny turns from this way to this way. What do you do with the eye? How do you build the eye? Which is what your question is, right?
Right.
I would first of all. She's probably. I'm gonna go ahead and do it all. Let me get the. Because it's really it's a mistake for me to be gentle and try to take you gently. I'm going to just take you partially to where it's at. First of all, she's probably going to be looking one way with her nose off that direction. So I'm going to give her attitude looking this direction. She's going to come back and look the other way. That's probably what's going to happen, right? Because she's going to be going from this side to that side. That is the rough shape that a nose going from that direction to this direction. She's looking this way, she's looking this way now.
So we have a point coming down this way, and then we have a point coming down that way.
Yes, and that's the tip of her nose. And you can see in the middle that it's both skinnier, as well as you can see that the top, it's just like I was showing in the leg kicks. That there's attitude in the shape of that the top of the nose is not following the same thing the bottom of the nose is doing. The bottom of the nose is kicking out while the top is more centered to, okay. Now, if you're building this in three-dimensional space, the idea is also she's probably looking this way and going up. So, you're going to actually have shapes like this, right? But that's not hard to, okay, you get that. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say the nose changes, in profile as you turn, so it's a different shape seen from the side.
Correct.
And that's reflected in the shape, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get across gesturally with this. And since we're on it, okay, so this is how I would, this you have to imagine is useless clay. It's just there to support it, right? So don't even imagine that just because it looks like it's flesh, it's not part of the sculpture yet. This is a lower looking face, and this is looking higher. She's looking up. Before I went any further, I would figure out how to do the nostrils. Excuse me. Because there's three-dimensional cues. When there's a lot of depth cues are all about what's covering what, right? And so things are disappearing and reappearing to give you depth cues. And that's kind of what the nostril will do. Even on a blank friggin' shape like this, it has no other light and shadow value. So I'll pig in a blanket of nostril at a very large size so you can see me extrude it, and it'll get smaller and you can see how far you can go with it before it becomes. I'm looking for brown, but I'm not going to use it. We can get it across with half black. So there's half black. So it creates some, I'm just trying to get some shadow definition on it. We can extrude it.
What do you mean when you say extrude it?
Extrude? Extrude is just, extrude, dude. It's just a, I thought I got to use that on Todd. I mean, it's perfect for you.
To take extrusion is to take something out.
Extrusion is to press something through a shape which elongates it as it comes out.
Gotcha.
And
Like
usually-
a Fun Factory?
Yeah, Fun Factory, right? The Play-Doh Fun Factory. You know, those little extruded shapes. Mold guys use it all the time. It's pretty.
Pasta extruder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another example of an extrusion.
I could go into some, bathroom humor extrusions.
But we're being recorded, so.
But we're being recorded. The sick humor of David's loaf. Somebody called up because my loaf was missing on the. This is like a couple years ago. They were looking for. They're all paging. Oh, that's sick. So this is like one nostril on this side, and notice how it disappears, and then it goes. It's going to reappear on the other side. It's not that it's the same nostril. It's that in the middle. I should have done it right. In the middle, there's two nostrils, of course. Okay, so I'm going to overlap them. So in this middle part, there will be two friggin' nostrils, and it will disappear. It gets very skinny, but it's still got to be a point at which it's duplicating what the other one does.
So we're ending up with a half black on the inside?
No, that's really wrong. I don't know where I should put the half black. It's a good question. I just know that I should do some.
I can't see on that side of it. So
oh, okay. I know I should do some light and shadow value, and I'm not doing it. Let me think. Which way would I do it? First of all, let me see what the hell's in here. Yeah, I would put it on the slide outside. Yeah. It's just this is not for light and shadow as much as cartooning. This is like saying if I were to draw it as a shape, I would draw it that way.
Nostril.
As opposed to this is a cast shadow and it goes on the bottom, which is a whole different way of doing it. So this is cartooning. Okay. All right. And then on the other side, this is the other nostril, and it's going to, in the middle, be two nostrils on the head. Okay, so that's a way of showing. This is also rising, or it can be even higher. What the hell? That can be your three-dimensional your starting point. Although I would have built a mouth. I don't think that this doesn't make sense. I don't know. Starting with the nose just doesn't seem right. But you can't do the eyes without the nose. There's just no way. So you gotta get. So we're on eyes right now. So we'll stay with that.
Put the nose in front of your face.
Much like the nostril, then, and I'll do this eye. I would. I'm gonna do the eye smaller, but there's going to be a point at which there's two eyes showing, and they're going to be skinny in the middle, but only one eye once they've turned in profile. And it's not that this isn't completely right. It's going to be like that. I'm going to set them off to the side. This is probably how I would do it if I were really doing it. I'd set it off to the side a little bit, parallel to where I think it would actually line up once I stick it on. And then I would start to build the whites around it and decide where the blinks were and any kind of gestural intonation that's specific to what acting I want her to do. These, of course, as they go sideways, I want to make very skinny. So that's why that's going like that.
Well, and also because they're either coming into view or not.
Oh,
or disappearing from.
And we have to decide which way is she looking. So if she's looking off that way to start with, this is an even eye looking straight forward at you, which is wrong for what this direction would be. So she's looking off this way. You really almost want to do that. You want to add, though, a little double white for the part where it's, because that's in the middle where you really want two eyes showing as you come across.
So had you kept it with the light on both sides, she would have just been that.
She would have looked kind of stoned, I think. It would, yeah, it's almost like you're looking at, yeah, right. It would be. I'm not even doing it right. You can't do it because your white naturally goes away when you turn. It just does. So I don't know what it would look like. It would look Picasso-esque. You know how Picasso would do multiple perspectives in the same image? That's what it was. It would look like your perspectives are.
We're impressionists, not cubists. So.
Damn it. I think it's a bit of both, actually, which I don't know what it means. Does that mean I'm truly a modernist?
Cuba.
Or am I a
futurism.
postmodernist because futurism is all right. Except if you get rid of the fascist aspect of it.
What was the fact?
Futurists? The
Yeah.
Italian futurists? Oh, they were all for technology and they didn't mind.
Oh, I'm talking about futurism in painting.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
They were a neo-fascist
painting
yeah,
movement.
right.
Really?
They're beautiful paintings,
Huh.
and they're really cool. But it's not without its political overtones.
Okay.
Yeah, they were not a liberal group of painters. But
The idea that technology would eventually.
Duchamp did some.
I don't think of him as a futurist.
He's
though.
Dada, but
yeah,
he,
Dada,
I think
right.
he did one of the first.
He
like,
did the nude down the staircase. Yeah, well. I guess the French had it together. The Italians didn't, and the Russians. I like Mayakovsky a lot. He's a Russian futurist who I love, but it's because he's more mixed media. It's beautiful mixed media stuff. It's not so much the motion on the painting as much as the collage stuff that he was doing. It was fabulous. But I mean, he was a fascist in the Leninist sense of the word. It wasn't.
He was a left-wing fascist.
A left-wing fascist, yeah. Although he was not, he had a love-hate relationship with Lenin. He was not all for the clamping down of art that happened, etc. Anyway, so I'm putting this carriage or float mechanism under here. The eye would go away sooner than what I've done here. This is wrong because the eye isn't going to be out there. So, at this point, if I was doing it fast and dirty, I'd just pinch it off and hope. You could do it more, sculpted with more care than what I'm doing here.
Is the carriage going to be cheek, or is that going to be removed?
It would eventually be cheek. It would be properly to be cheek, but I'm just putting it here so it's floating in space on this undertow, so you can get an idea of how you would do something that's more complex than a rotating thing that's on a single plane, which is important, because you got to get there eventually if you're going to do paradise.
You're leaving that up to someone else.
I'm leaving it up to you. My other question still goes for yesterday, which is, so how do you show a three-dimensional time-space, the time part, the fourth dimension of time, and how do you actually show that? The tesseract idea. The exploded, since I'm doing, I always still think of this as 2 dimensions of space with a symbolic third dimension of time, which is indicated as deep space as it goes, But that's still not
So how does that
truly
differ from
true relativity or true Einstein. It's not there yet. What?
How does your tesseract differ from traditional claymation, if you will, where it's a three-dimensional object?
First of all, I think you'd have to be semi-transparent to show it. I mean, that's why nobody thinks in 4 dimensions except in a mathematical or physics kind of way, because it's very hard to illustrate it. It's really hard to illustrate what 4 dimensions truly look like, because we are stuck in. We're not 5-dimensional creatures. If we were 5-dimensional creatures, we could probably illustrate 4 dimensions pretty quickly, which is what this is kind of doing. Because we can.
Yeah, the log.
But this is doing it symbolically, but it's not truly doing it. It's doing it as a metaphor for what really it would look, something like it would look like from the side, time seen sideways. But it isn't truly.
So you're going to tour through a space that changes over time.
Yeah, but it's a tour through the exploding version of it, because it's dimension going out in all directions at once. That is truly time. That's 3-dimensional space over time. It's going in all directions.
Do you have a sense of how that would look, or just you're wondering how to do it?
Both. I want to know.
I think. Have you ever met with physicists?
I've talked to a few kind of wacko physicists. I don't know if they were really very good or
what?
they've
I
gotten
think
into.
that
So there's the other eye, and I'm just going to glue it on because it's not really. But that's the idea of it. This pretty much makes sense. I think you're all with me on this one, right? So the key point is as it's moving through the middle, you want to make sure you've got 2 eyes showing, and I'm supporting the backside because there's no support. It's not really good. The nose is too wide, right? You get the idea though. It's The proportions are there. You can see that I blew that. I should have made it skinnier in the
It's a
middle.
perfect example of your thin on the diagonal.
Thin on the diagonal. And what misbehaves? You can leave it thick on the diagonal and enjoy the bizarreness of it. There's a lot to be said for the thick on the diagonal. In fact, I think that's great about, that's how people traveling at 99% light speed would look back and see us. We would be very thick on our diagonals. We would be just spread wide and fatter than unbelievable what we would look like. And I think that would be really cool to show in strata. Starts off, of course, like that, which is texture of teeth. Again, blocking up the texture. Imagining, I'm going to put it at a harder angle. That's the way I'm headed, so I'm going to put it at a very hard angle. The harder the angle, though, the more compressed it almost becomes. It's going to get fatter. I got it. Thanks. It's going to get fatter as it is cut open because it's so steep an angle. That's probably enough, although, again, it's such a, I don't know, maybe too steep an angle, because it's going to have a very fat friggin' teeth. It got so much fatter.
So if you start a job like, unlike Gary and Mike, where someone doesn't hand you the three-dimensional object of the head, where you can actually have it in your hand while you're developing it, do you make yourself a scratch model first?
Yeah, and I'll show you some scratch models. This is a scratch model, and I'm going to show how it functions when you're planning out rotations and other ways you can. It'll be good to get to that. I do a lot of drawing. To be honest, the reason I think that the Gary and Mike stuff is better is just because I had more time to prepare for it than I usually do. Usually when you're doing strata cut, a lot of stuff I've done in the past, it's been on crazy 2-week friggin' schedules, and you just have to do the fast and dirty stuff, so you can't really do fun rotations and character animation. You're just sort of throwing motion out there as fast as you can make it without having the time to caress the thinking process of how it actually goes together. So anyway, thinking it through was good. Yes?
Was the main Gary and Mike vlog about as long a log, if you can see?
It's about as big a wide log as I've ever made. Again, the Sesame Street stuff was like close to 50 feet long. It was done in 8-foot sections. So I had like a shelf in my little dumpy half garage, and I built 5 or 6 or 7 of these sections, and they all had a dovetail figured out before it was put on to the track. And I had a 10-foot track, so with 1.5 feet to go, I could put the next 8-foot section on, and you wouldn't see it because the camera was slightly lower than your view of the actual surface of it. So
the alphabet one?
It's not the alpha. No, that's ABC. I'm talking about 1 to 40, which is numbers. You haven't seen it? Well, we gotta throw it up there at lunch. Okay. Hello.
What if we all ordered out and had it delivered here and watched videos while we ate?
You could.
Yeah.
It's very unstructured because I'm the only guy, just sort of. But if you guys want to, sure.
You guys sound good.
That sounds good to me.
Should we order from? When do you guys want to do that? I'll call an order if we just make a plan. Like
Okay.
an hour from now or something.
Oh, I'd say sooner. I'm gonna actually want to take a break in about 20 minutes if we can.
Okay, I'll make an order right now. Where
Okay.
you guys like food from?
It's just left over from the Gary and Mike head. I thought, so hell, it's just like figuring out lip sync. So the first thing you start with in the mouth, because you're building outwards, is the tongue. So where's the hell is the tongue gonna be? Well, on the L, I'm gonna go ahead and put a flat, wide tongue on the L. This is hell. So would the teeth be on top? Yes, let's put teeth on top. Hell. I could put a little bit of kind of like black accent just to separate the two, so it's more clear. You can close the door for me? Yeah. Thank you. Hell. So that's a wide E. The teeth are appearing from the ha. They disappear, of course, into the O. Oh yeah, get that out of the way, sorry. This is good. I'm going to put a little bit of bottom teeth to go with the top teeth with a little bit of a black thing, and it's going to disappear. So you get two teeth together just for this moment.
These teeth are going to be moving, right?
Oh yeah,
Across.
yes. In fact, there's moving opposite directions right there, if you want. You can see how that's going that way and the top teeth is going the other way. Make this a little bit wider. I'm going to do a Wallace and Gromit mouth on the eh. Now you can see it's already getting larger than it should. It's already started, which I was talking about yesterday. Where as you work it, it expands.
Like lengthwise larger or
lengthwise larger, yeah. Because as you put pressure to add things on it, everything expands outward, unless you keep it in control. So I'm going to do a Wallace and Gromit heh, which means I'm going to actually widen out the E on the sides.
Well, it's not just face.
Yeah, you know, they do those absurdly large cheek openings that are so cute and bizarre. Hello. And of course it goes to an O. Which is basically a circle. Sounds like you are hungry, Joe. Hello. I'm gonna give some more teeth. If it's a smiley person. I'm gonna make everybody smile. We can put a, just for the sake of, you could do it different ways. I'm gonna put a little bit of a tongue in here for the smile. It's more of an accent. A tongue, it doesn't have to be in there. If you're gonna do an E, you could do it different ways, but that's all teeth on the bottom, or top. Okay, that's all teeth on the top. So the teeth on the bottom definitely go away and become diminished, while the teeth on the top become the bottom. I'm gonna have to deal with the bottom lip becoming very big at this point.
For the V?
For the V, yeah. I've got to deal with that later, but I'm not doing it now. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and give him a smile at this point, even though I don't know if I even should. I'm gonna go ahead and squish it down. I'm doing this for fast and crude. You could do it actually much better. And I've got the V in the wrong place, which I'm really trying to get ev. Got to actually squish this together so it makes sense. This is actually very sloppy, and again, don't do it that way. Do it better when you actually. I guess I feel the need for speed because I'm trying to get the concept across without taking forever to do it as delicately as it should be done. No, I'm going to disregard this because it's not going to work. So, but this is the idea. The hello is right. Hello. I'm going to put the V further down, so it's already going to be starting to do this sort of thing. Or it goes that way as you. Enough of that. Let me then, if I wanted to put some texture into the mouth, the lips themselves, which is what comes next, I think the best way, well, I don't know. I would probably mix this around because I know I'm going to box it up some more, so I'm going to twist it, and it's going to get flattened with a black outline. And the black outline will become very skinny, and these will be eventually the lip thing. This is just, again, a form of extrusion to give it, so I can make a very skinny black line that really I didn't have to spend the time to make it really skinny. This is also, I would make it more even than what you see here. It's fairly crappy. It's got shit on the ends I don't really want. And then I'd split it in two, and you get kind of, you know, like a little lip highlight on it and black and white on top and bottom. Okay, hell. This needs to be a little wider out in the center. Okay. Alright, so anyway, that's the idea. Pretty much makes sense. That's a mouth. Heh. When it's clear, I mean, do you want me to build around it for face and stuff, or does that make, you can, yeah, you get it, okay. The difficulty here, if I was doing a frontal face, is tapering the area around it, because the architecture around it isn't really, I would do something like this, so this is feathering out. Whatever is cheeks, you want it to move with the E, so I would assume like if this was the cheek texture, I would actually have it go with the sides of the E. So it's smaller up here and wider out there.
So this is the first point at which your height is going to start to...
If you're going to, exactly, well already, yes, you're going to want to put, it's as if the mouth is lowering at this point and widening. I would actually put a little bit down there so it wasn't completely, but the mouth is higher. The bottom of the mouth's higher here and lower there right now. If you wanted to actually move him over time, you do the same thing that we did in this example, and that's pretty straightforward. I'm just dealing with a crude first stab at how you'd approach lip sync. And you missed it. Oh, but thank you for ordering.
But let's do other exercises for the mouth to come later in time and space.
Oh, what exercise? Oh, those.
These that we're writing.
You're mocking the.
Just trying to see the world in the world and time continuum in terms of heat sync.
Anyway, that's an idea of how I would deal with the cheeks. So they were coming from a tighter mouth position when the oh, and they would come back down in the low. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and chop it. I don't know if that's the best heh, but it's a lower teeth out. It's like if you had the droplet, it'd be like this heh. Heh. Then the top tooth, see the top tooth? It's starting to open up, heh, merging into that, which hopefully becomes, should be thicker and wider at some point. There you go. Hell. And then the tongue will come in.
Those are teeth in there?
Those are teeth, but see, I put an angle at an angle and badly did it. See how it didn't take much for the teeth not to go straight up and down?
Right there.
Right, they're looping. So if I had spent my time properly and done it correctly, you wouldn't get it, but it's a good thing to see, you know? It doesn't take much to be wrong.
So you want actually these ones that are coming out at this angle to be...
You'd be down, right,
okay.
Exactly. I would think that, yeah, you'd want to deal with...
That's just flat.
But there's your L. Oh. That's a upper lip L, because that's the top teeth going down in the, oh. That's probably a better L right there. If the teeth weren't so fat, he's got like 2 buck teeth. And then
the monotooth?
It's closing up to, and the teeth are disappearing. Oh no, just the tongue is disappearing and it's closing up to be an O. Which isn't, actually should be tighter and skinnier. I should have done the O. Much more, you know, like that. Okay, lip sync. Wasn't that hard, was it? All this color around it I would do as textures instead of straight up flesh, although you could do it straight up flesh. And then build the nose after you've gotten the mouth. Build the eyes after you've gotten the nose, based on the cheeks that are coming up around the nose and the mouth. And then at a certain point you'll have enough thickness that you can actually turn the thing up on its, you can turn it from the side up this way and actually start working this way, which is where I do the round, you know, to finish out the jaw and do the top of the head and finish out all the parts of the ears and the rest of it. It would be more like this kind of a, it would have this kind of solidity.
When you're doing
Sludge.
that, do you figure out where in your log you had the mouth at a certain point and say, oh, the cheek needs to be pretty thick at that point, so I'm going to pad on this clay here, and then up further it disappears, and then it comes in at a thinner space, and you're putting just a little bit on top. I mean, you're basically at that point remembering where you went with it.
Where the mouth was.
And
so you're talking about the mystery geometry that once you start to close it up, where did it go?
Right.
And how do you keep track of where it went?
Yeah.
Gosh. Let's go.
Do you ever build markers in it that you pull out later?
No. There's two good things to point out here, actually. If for some reason I wanted to see what was inside and I was really scared, and I've done it only a couple of times, I would take a section and I wouldn't completely cut it. But I would take a section and go at a diagonal. I wouldn't go straight on because you can never get something straight on to ever really line up again. But you can make a diagonal disappear almost virtually if you keep part of it connected. So I would do this, and I'd open up and say, is that right? But notice it's not actually all the way sliced, because then when you line it up, you can actually get it just about right. If you lose that connection, boy, it is really hard to get clay for some reason. It just distorts so quickly and easily to actually line up again. Now, when you cut through this, the reason I did a diagonal is it will, if anybody sees it, it'll be usually lost in the sauce, and it's just this imperceptible kind of, it's not even like a line moving, it's like a sense of almost a ever so slight shifting that's just go over, and it's in a small part, and who cares, it just doesn't matter. So that's one way you can see what you've done before, and you don't destroy it for actually cutting it up at that point. That's one way to remember it. Another way is markers, what Don was pointing out, is markers. What I try to do is actually build a color that's ever so slightly different than the flesh color. For example, if I had you just have to keep remembering to put it on. If I had a slightly darker flesh, where it wouldn't actually change what you really thought you were looking at, you put it on at a point where you said, oh, this is where that's going on. And every time you add another layer, you have to remind yourself to put another marker in. Over the top of it. If you want, you can even resort to the thinnest of possible lines. This might actually get lost because the cut might disguise it. The thickness of the cut might go away. You may never see it. But you could put a registration line in there. And that's how I do registration lines, because you keep it, if you keep it as skinny as possible. I did the example of the Pee Wee show where I really wanted to do the applied front surface of the telescope, but I wanted to register it. I did a really crappy job of it. The theory is, at least, and with the registration, with the crane grabbers, it would work much better now. But the theory is if that's your animation going this way, what I wanted to do is cut something that was completely imperceptible, so it's almost about like that. From this direction, you're never really going to see it, and put it in a color that's almost this color, but isn't. And then when you lay it in, if it's super, super tiny or super thin, from the front, they're not going to really care or notice. And again, I mean super. Then you have a registration mark all the way through. You have a straight edge, if you will, that you always can line up. And you do it in 2 or 3 spots. So you have triangulation. Well, you know from compositing. At least 2 spots. 3 is better. So a super, super thin line, and you lay it right into the thing so it doesn't smear away, if you will. That's the reason for the gouge, because it won't just zigzag on you, because if it wasn't there, it would be easy enough for it to jiggle. And then you put it on 2 or 3 spots, like that. And then once you cut it up, you have registration marks that, you can't see much of that from the front. But you have it as an animator to reapply onto a surface of something else. So if you wanted to do it wild in a 3-dimensional set, which you may do someday, then that would be like at least a starting point. So you line that up, and then you could look at your grabber and do the final touch-up. Anyway, begs the question of marks as you grow the inside of the block, so you know where the particular points are, so you can always know the expression is all going at once instead of, you know, as it goes through, you've got out of sync things happening.
Face doing that thing.
Yeah, it's. You just have to remember to put it in each time. So again, that would be as if you were cutting this way. Well, you put a mark in, or you have, again, a color that's similar enough to the color that it doesn't matter. As you're cutting through it, no one's going to care. On this, if I put it in this direction, it's possible it would never show up because the thickness of the slice might actually make it invisible to the, it's buried in there, but it's not really ever going to be noticeable.
Who wants some rotations?
Who wants rotation, dude?
The pizza update is that they said.
This is 2 points perspective. I think it'd be interesting to do work in 3-point perspective. I haven't really done much of it. It was an attempt at this trapezoid I showed the other day was at least an attempt at 3 points.
Now we're talking about a
Not really right.
third axis rotation, or I mean a second axis rotation.
No, I mean 3-point is in vanishing point. You know, where you've got a vanishing point. 3-point would be what? If you did a D, what would it look like? It would be a whole different way of doing the contortions on the D. You know, that's 3-point perspective, right?
The back of the D would be.
You're truncating this. That's getting much thinner than this part is, right? But on mine, I'm doing 2-point perspective, and this is so that's how I'm visualizing it before I do this. You could do 3, and you should, and there's nothing, you know, why stop? But it hurts my head enough to do 2. I guess I just wanted to preface that. Okay, I'm starting number 1. It's the D seeing this direction to start with, and the number 2 position is going to be like that, and that's what this block is doing right here. It says if cam. I'm going to do this to there. I'm going to do this for Dawn. So that's this position from the camera. It's at this position, roughly about right. Actually, about right here. It's about right here. Wait a second. Am I doing it the other way? Yeah, it's doing it the other way. You're right. The red is going the other way. I take it back. Well, I got this wrong. So let's start that over. So this is this. You're starting to get a little bit of the blue in some of the interior. There's an interior inside here, so I'm anticipating, in order to see a little bit of that inside. It's about right there. This is about halfway at a 45. This is full, where you're getting just the start of the orange and the diminishing of the red. This is the orange coming up. This is, and then you're back to orange, full, straight. The great thing about rotating shapes in 2-dimensional space, to 3-dimensional you add another level to it, but in 2-point perspective, I mean, is this line. You see how it's straight here, and it just rolls out and goes away. And that's you'll start finding that in all the curves, in all this stuff. As things rotate around, they're doing not only from the top. From the top, they're generally either they're doing this, or they're doing. If they're doing a full rotation, it would be almost like this shape. This is a half rotation, right? So if I was to continue it, it would have gone like that. You're also doing from the side, if you were to take this view from the side, it's going, how do I explain this? I don't know how to, he needs to eat bad, man. It's got its own, it's going from a flat to a 45 to a 90 as it's rolling through that S shape. It's always going just whatever. I don't know how to, I've become accustomed to it because I learned it by brute force or by just going down a block and cutting it open. taking the basic shape, you know, starting with a box. I think the first thing I rotated was the globe and Pee-wee's, but you know, you start with a box shape, and then the intermediate position is that, and then it goes back, and this is the corner.
It is a curve, though.
It is a curve. This is the corner you're following. Which one is it? 1, 2, 3. One thing that's fascinating about this is that it's actually, if we do it, let's see, we're doing it this way, is that it's actually retrograde motion. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but if I were twirling it, it's really true on the head. You can twirl it one way and it makes sense from the front as forward grade motion, but you're actually, as you cut through it, it's retrograde motion.
Because of the leading edge?
Let me do the head briefly, because I think I understand the head that way, and it's an interesting. It's clear to me that it's retrograde, and it's confusing because it's retrograde, but it's really interesting because it's retrograde. I want you to notice I put 2 tape marks on this. Let me get this out of the way, Doc.
Thank you.
Put 2 tape marks, which represent the width of the head. You can caliper the thing. I've probably done it very crudely, but you know, it's the idea. That's roughly the width of the head. This position is like that, where you can't see the nose yet. You can see no eyes. You've got an ear, and you've got the rest of the head blank, or with where you would put hair, basically. Well, in your case, it would be bald. You should get together with Will and Ken Pontac, by the way. I don't know. This is what I mean by retrograde motion. This is, he's moving like this. His nose, you can see his nose has come out now. This is actually this angle. The ear is in the middle. He's right there. Then the eye has just started to show up. The nose is protruding out. This is right in the middle, where you see 2 ears, ear, ear. You see the face, hopefully done fairly evenly as far as where the eyes are, and the nose in the very middle. And then it keeps going. What I really love about these shapes is when you have 2 ears, the way they hook in time against each other, because they're obviously flailing out, and at the center of the body actually runs. If you were to put the body shape in, it runs inside it. You know, that's the head. These are flailing outside the width of the head as they loop around each time. By retrograde, the reason I brought in this example is, let's see, he's going this way. It feels like when I'm working, I want him to be rotating. I would rather that he rotate with the rotation of this, rather than what is happening, which is, as this is going this way, he's retrograding against it, if that makes any sense. He's going the opposite way of...
The setup is opposite of...
Yeah, if I go this direction, though, it makes more sense to me, because it's not retrograde anymore. He's turning this way, and the shape is turning that way, if I'm doing it from this direction. And that actually... This is sometimes confusing in my mind, dyslexic ways. Even though for some reason I conceived of it this way, built it this direction, and then when I got the guy in there, I said, "Oh my God, I'm doing a retrograde direction." I already chose that direction. But if you flip it around, it makes sense. And this to me is easier to follow the path of the world line if you're going that way with it while it's going that way with it. So.
Can you escape that by building it
backwards? Yeah,
forward?
Sure, exactly. It's precisely right. Or live with it. It's just a matter of mental gymnastics and whether you can. I mean, having accepted and knowing about it doesn't bother me that much because I can, but I have to always think about it because naturally I'm wanting to rotate with the rotation of where it's headed, but it's actually in reverse. He's going this way while it's not right. He should be, while this is moving that direction, he should be moving that direction in my mind, but it's not that way, so. Anyway.
So real quick, sorry, I'm just,
yeah.
This is
Please.
Hugely painful for my brain.
Good. You know that how exciting that is to hear, because it really makes me think.
He's here.
Putting out right now.
And so, like right about here, we've got ear on both sides.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
And then this nose is coming across.
That's right. That's the nose coming
across.
across.
This ear's disappeared, and this.
This ear has disappeared. See that? This ear is gone.
And this is his ear, right?
That's his ear.
Right ear, whatever.
And it's already in.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's right there now.
And then his eye. That's his eye right there.
That's his eye. Let's do a trick and let's just go through each step. I'll do the motion and we'll say, okay, what's where from the camera's point of view. Okay, that ear. You don't see the eye yet from that camera point of view. Not there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is this. The eye just begins to appear, but the ear now is almost halfway through the head.
This
you can
is
see
the
this.
first eye?
This is the first eye coming in. But let me do the ear first. So this is the ear, and the ear has disappeared, brother, right there. It's no longer seen from the camera point of view. The eye, which is, let's go backwards now and go this direction. This is the eye. You can see that it's hanging on this side of the face. It is a thing that's sticking out of the profile, and that it's actually attached over the nose, if you will, right here. This is the eye floating over the edge of the nose, and that's what the nose is doing there. This eye, if you went a little further, of course, this eye disappears, which is what it shows, but the nose is a complete profile, and this eye is what's being shown right there. You go backwards on this eye, and you get to it disappearing right there, and reversing itself to the nose. This eye is still showing.
You get it disappearing behind the nose even.
It looks like it's disappearing behind the nose, or on the nose, or in the profile, yeah, however you want to think of it. Is it hurting?
Yeah, no, it's better. It's much better. And then when we get to the second part, it happens again.
Right, okay, let's keep going. It's happening again. Stop. The eye disappears right here. But you still have an ear. What you have is this big gap, which is the back of the head, if you will. This is where the hair would go.
I'm starting to see it.
Yeah.
Is it missing a block of
yes,
color of hair?
You're missing a huge block of hair in there.
Okay.
And the reason I did that is that I didn't want to confuse you. I was trying to say, okay, here's the essential parts of a face rotating. Let's just deal with the nose, eyes, and ears. And those are landmarks. You have a big negative space of head that should be there, that should be hair texture. And it would be rotating sideways. You'd be moving key textural parts, touchstones that you could visualize or see on the hair as it was going back. But that's the back of the head right there.
Yeah.
You are right there looking at the back of his head, with, of course, no hair, no head. But
you could put those teeth in there, it'd be very surreal.
Anyway,
but if I put the teeth in, this way, it would be really flashy. It would be like strobing. That would be like strobing. If I put the teeth in that way, there'd be nothing. It would just be a bunch of friggin' lines doing nothing. So, but you get it. You're laughing, so it means like this has worked. Because it were a couple of hours ago I could have done that. You wouldn't have necessarily.
I have a question now.
Sure.
You were saying if you cut it the other way, it'll rotate the other way?
Yeah. If I go this direction, it'll be rotating. With him turning to the right. Here he's turning to the left. He's turning this direction right now, right? If I put the camera, okay, let's do it. If I put the camera,
no, he's turning the other way.
Oh, he is.
I think either way.
He's turning both ways. You're right. You're right. It's just easier to visualize, or is it? Maybe I'm wrong.
It's the exact same going.
It's the exact same. Yeah, he's still doing retrograde motion.
Yeah, either way it would turn.
So you just.
Well, maybe it's always retrograde motion. I don't know.
What? No, this is rotating.
Which way would he spin if we cut this
way?
direction?
He's saying it's the same direction.
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, it's the right way. It does change the motion. Yeah, you're right. You got it. Right.
He's going counterclockwise now.
Yeah, he's going the way I would want him to go if I were to build him.
That's what he was doing, going from the other
Yeah.
direction.
No, he was going the other way. Let's flip it around. All right. I don't know, half of us are right.
That was
counterclockwise. Okay, so we flip it around and we are.
The ear is moving this way.
We are this way, and he's going this direction.
That's
No.
He's going the other way.
Oh yeah, he's going this way.
Here.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is also counterclockwise.
Oh, but that is working.
It's the same way.
Yeah.
Wait.
Retrograde wasn't a haven for you, was it?
Sorry.
No, it isn't retrograde. It's actually correct. It's actually going the way. I don't know why I have a difficulty. When I'm collapsing his positions in space, it sometimes
There you go.
flips on me.
If you flipped it over,
Oh, there. But then you'd be upside down.
That's right.
Put it on the size and ears, and it doesn't matter.
Well, you could run the film
His
backwards
nose
and then it would be going the other way, of course.
Do you ever animate in cycles? For I mean, now that you know what you can do in post. Do you ever have, say, a spinning head and you only want to animate a second's worth of it?
Oh, keep going and going and going.
Just
Well, I think the hookup part is a dilemma because it's
Like
such
a ring.
It's such an organic shape. The medium is so non-mechanical,
it'd be hard, yeah.
non-precise that getting the hookup right. But I would use green screen or other kinds of tricks or something. Sure, we could do, but then it's boring too because people know what to expect. I mean, unless you were doing Gap commercials where you wanted textures of rotating things that just repeat on and on. I don't know.
Just one.
No, and I've done some molds, which I think is fun. I've done I've lost it, but I did a twisting box mold. So you can make the shapes, and you just crank them out. Press mold or crank them out. So you can do, like just ad nauseum boxes in a couple of days if you really wanted to make like a huge loaf of boxes doing
The same
just
thing.
going on. Yeah, it's different colors, but multiple, like hundreds of them. If you wanted to make hundreds of them all going on at once, the whole screen could be rotating boxes. I thought about it, but it really actually didn't seem like an interesting thing to do. At the end of the day, it's an interesting idea to try, and maybe there's some application for it. I've never found it
If you
yet.
had like something popping out of a Jack in the Box, different things coming out repeatedly.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But then you'd have to get the Jack in the Box rotating. I mean, the character, the actual Jack character, you'd want him to be like going with the box, or not. It's really, patterns are a lot of fun because the simplest things will do some of the most extraordinary, have some really extraordinary results, and you can kind of fish around just by using some principles. This is a good example of one of those principles where you make two exact, any geometric shape you want, and they're identical. Just make them identical, but make them opposite.
Can you move that pop can, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. So, we're going to make these two alternating identical things in how they're constructed, but what's black is one, and what's black is white on the other one, and they flip-flop, vice versa. Where did the black go? Thanks. I get that searching, frantic expression quite often because it's very unwieldy. There's that moment where I'm like, okay, where did it run off to?
Colors everywhere.
And even when I don't have an audience, I do it. Anyway, it's a similar enough thickness that you get the point. Go one more step. And again, the idea is you can put this in, you can do any choice. You can do diamond, whatever choice you want. Words, do full words if you want. It will all work. Do more black on this one.
Is this that stiffer clay that you're talking about?
No, this isn't Pongo. No.
Pongo.
No, this is Van Aken. Van Aken has different amounts of stiffness in different colors based on the pigment and the amount of oil and wax that he's put into them have different kinds of results. I think the key here is to be a little more careful as to how you're proportioning because I think I'm being a little sloppy and so they may be slightly off register once I chop them together, but the point will be there. And again, it's so insanely easy. It's It's really almost a shame. That it yields such a weird and uncanny kind of result. And that's why textures are so much fun. If you can get into the, you're not telling stories, but they certainly have their own.
The texture business.
It doesn't take, it takes no time. I mean, you can fart around and do this, and you can get 10 of these done in a day if you really want to put your mind to it. And it's not like, which is what I was doing. I was doing like 10 a day to get all those textures done in about a week. Because you could do them in an hour or 2 hours. Okay, anyway, they're roughly identical. They're not exactly. We'll do a clean surface so you can kind of get the idea of what's in there. Okay, then it's easy as pie is what Truman, my son, would say. He's 4.5. It's easy as pie, Daddy. I'm making them about twice as thick as I would a normal slice, maybe 3 times as thick. If I were slicing to actually be photographed, you just stagger. And then you're gonna guess the final last thing you have to do after this. You find the dynamic angle and cut it up on this dynamic angle, not on the straight angle. So, I'll meet you one. Okay, you were thinking.
I was thinking of the Cat in the Hat.
Yeah. Okay, well that's good enough. Okay, so let's get a notepad out and say, okay, this is the way we're going to slice along that direction. That's it. Just cut it away and you have your crawling.
No way, really?
Yeah, it's done. Didn't take long at all. So what you'll see from this side is it's got this patterning chatter that is unified. The circle is unified as a shape, but it's moving across the screen.
Sure is.
And you've got that. That's exactly what you saw on screen. Should I roll that so it's on that tape?
Yeah.
I probably should.
So the pattern actually goes one way while the circles are going the other way.
Yes. Let's see where it exists. No, I'm going to go the other way. So nobody has to come and find any piece of tape. They can say what that result. Now you can see some of them are leading in and out of each other. It's like they emerge and then disappear from other ones. It's pretty simple. It's just, let's see. I'm obviously putting them on crisscrossing angles, and sometimes they cross one another. What is going on there is just, of course, they're at these kinds of angles, and I'm cutting out the circle to fit it to the next piece, so it just kind of emerges out of another piece. This is crappily done, but you'll do it better. About like that. So that's a lot of what's going on. Just connect it up so they just appear and disappear and seem to pass through other pieces. It's so simple. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
That didn't take any time. Okay, now the retrograde motion is partly, and this leads to the second question, which was about that other texture, but I'll do that specifically. Is of course this is going this way, while the whole thing is going that way, and that's part of why you're getting two sorts of motion happening. And then the neat part is the checkerboarding that happens inside the pattern, which is, so it has a coherent shape. The oval is consistent as it moves through it, but it's always checkerboarded and fluttering. Okay. Excuse me. I will go ahead and continue with black and white since those are the colors near me. Actually, never mind. I'll just use this. I want to briefly go back to some of the texturing ideas I was talking about yesterday. Making sandwiches. We all know how to do that. We can use pasta grinders. We can use the hammer on a sawed-off log, like I like to use, because it transfers energy to the ground. When you hammer on a table, it's just damning the wing because it just bounces and all the rest of it. So, okay, you know what. So plaid. Plaid plays into boxing the angle and showing how all it works in animation for retrograde motion. I'm going to make a plaid texture, which is basically those sandwiches laid out. Most of you know this, but I'm going to repeat it for the sake of idiot clarity. Okay. This is not good. I gotta throw one away because I gotta get an even amount. So take them apart and you play them on crisscrossed angles. So you've got your Scottish kilt texture to begin with. Which is plaid, right? Okay. Then I'm going to box the texture. And this is something that bears repeated viewing because it's always hard to understand the first time, or second sometimes. So go that way. It's hard for me to understand it. I can go this way, but it's a crappy join, which I don't like to usually do except at the edge.
Can you saw off here?
I could. That'll be crappy too. Then I could try this way, which is going to be the right way to do it, but it's going to be very complicated to get it boxed up, which is probably why I should do it for you, because then you could say, oh, that's pretty complicated, but it can be done. I'm going to do it that way. So you can box all different ways. It's not a hard and fast rule. The whole point of it is whatever you take off one side, sure enough, goes on and shows up somewhere on the other side.
That's the hard and fast rule?
That's the hard and fast rule. Okay, if that's coming off this side, it goes...
Isn't that going to be sliced off too?
Yes, that is going to be sliced off. Let me do that part because that'll help clear up the dilemma. Because I know this part will conveniently go there. It does not line up perfectly or well, but it's good enough. If I was a little more tight with my chops. And this part that I took off here now clearly goes there, even though it's not really, again, chopped well, but you get it. And so we now have this dynamic thing going, and then I'm going to now try to get it boxed again, and it's pretty well boxed right there. Oh, no it isn't. It's still got this angle on this side, and so I'm going to take off that, and now it's boxed.
So you basically turn the whole thing inside out.
Yeah, I guess so. I square off the box. I'll do it on a blank template, and that will make it a little bit clearer. Now, what you see is going on in here is should be, maybe it isn't, but it's actually going this way better than this way. See, the problem here is if you cut it this direction, these lines aren't doing anything very interesting in there because they're going straight with the camera. Unfortunately, this is actually the better side to cut it from. Meaning, if I were to chop this texture, I'd want to chop it this direction because it's a more dynamic. Everything is moving in there. And that's your retrograde motion. The things are appearing and disappearing. You've got two sets of motion going on at once, where the block is, these little sections are appearing and disappearing like little cubes in time, but they're moving, the stripes are moving your eye one way while their blocks are diamonding the other direction. And that's kind of the effect that's going on in all that stuff that's chopped. I could do a different pattern that was, let's say, just a lot of these circles. If I had, oh gosh, I would probably, I'll go ahead and do it right. I was going to do it fast, but I'm going to do it fast. When you're trying to square off a circle so it's got some place to live, you can, either different ways you can get triangular shapes. You can cut them out individually like this is. Just get lots of triangles made because you're going to need to wrap. They're the fastest geometric way to four sides of a circle, covering four sides of a circle. So I'm trying to make a little bit of the circle there, the negative shape of the circle. So they will live inside this. And then, of course, the top gets one. You can do the sides. Actually, the top's, of course, a square. Anyway, I'll do two there. Okay. Boxing telling. I've never seen that movie. I saw the video cover for it the other day. It always intrigued
Disturbing
me.
one?
No, I think that's where this obsessed guy captures this woman. They have this bizarre masochistic love affair, and then in the end, he cuts her into pieces and puts her in a box. And
Right.
like that's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what I was considering disturbing.
Disgusting.
Gotta go.
Okay. So, anyway, that's just a way to get the circles in there. So what I would be doing in some of those, you can put any pattern in there and make it, if it's being cut this direction, really what you're doing is staggering it like that. Of course, it might have pattern around it. It probably does. This is a very small version of the same idea. And that's what is causing, now I should run a little tape because I think it'll be good for the posterity to know.
You're going to cut it at a different angle.
Well, actually, as you cut it, you're cutting at this angle now. And so you're getting the retro. This, again, is going that direction. The motion of the tubes is going this way. But the motion of the cut is going the opposite direction. And let me roll. Okay, define a piece that represents that. This is another example. That's just these box textures being put on a diagonal like that and being cut open. That's what these things are representing. There's two sets of motion. You see the cut's going down, but the textures are going up. And I'm going to fast forward to something that shows the circle pattern being cut through. It's probably earlier. Sorry about that. Bear with me. There, that's it. That is what I just laid out there. When you run forward. That is as well, by the way. That's a different version of the same kind of idea. But that's the little balls, little circles with negative space going sideways with the. And you can see these things too, are the same idea. It's just bigger, longer cuts. That's a very small version of the same cut. But the cuts are going that direction, but the patterns are going the other way.
You have a crazy concentric deal in there as well.
Circus baby.
Which one is
Circus baby? It's
There's just a few later.
circular pattern, sort of a spiral.
It's after this. Right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Yeah. So you like Circus Baby?
Yeah, I think
Circus
that's
Baby's
really
amazing.
cool.
Why do you like Circus Baby? Point of clarity. So you can see how the tubes get longer because they're going sideways. They're sort of stretching out to be egg-shaped ovals instead of tubes because we're again cutting in the diagonal, which is very similar to what we did on that tape. And you can see the cut is going this direction, but the tubes are moving that way. Although this is actually a crappy, hard to see version. There, that's a clean one. That's a clean one. Okay, Circus Baby. I'm trying to be this very simple, and it's you knew I was going to say that. It's based on, where was that other one? It was it all goes back to this. It's one of my favorite shapes.
You have to promise that.
The shape, and it's like fireworks, only it's done a different way than fireworks. I'm going to. I keep thinking I've got more stripe texture somewhere I could use to give a good example. Okay. This is intended to be teeth. I mean, that's why you have the white. I don't mean to. I'm just using it. Unfortunately, it's the texture I have at hand. So I didn't want to use it, but I'm going to use it because we need to know. No, let me not. I'm going to use this one because it'll make sense too. I wanted to get rid of stuff. Okay. This is called, I first lay out these strips of bacon, if you want to think of it that way.
Everything reverts back to
Food. Strips of bacon. I can see the government-issued handbook on strata cut. Strips of bacon section and little diagrams of people from the 50s doing their... Okay. And I'm glad you pointed this one out because I would never have been sitting here trying to show it if I hadn't had a reason. I'm going to go ahead and make this mound shape, this little dome of the missile silo shape a little larger because I don't want to, because my textures are kind of large. And if I was working on a smaller scale with them, I could keep it small, but it's not going to work small. It's not going to make sense if it's working small. Very simply, it is probably now what you're guessing it would be, which is you're putting them on curves that are spindling out. I can't remember, and I don't believe I did it all as a concentric thing like this, which is one way to do it, where they're all moving. I guess the important thing is that once you've done it this way, then you have to, of course, do it the other direction on top of it. Each layer can be different. You could try to be more, I think that's how I would have done it. I'm thinking whether it would have been more radical where I was trying to actually do random things, and I might have done it randomly, which means you would actually put two different motions on the same level. There's no reason why you couldn't have. And I'm trying to remember whether I did that or not.
If you go straight out,
yeah,
everything's going to grow, right?
Yeah, that's fireworks. And we could go back. I'd like to do a straight up firework actually, because I think it's a neat. I don't want to let that die because I think fireworks are as a good example. So I'm going to go ahead and do it this way just for fun because this is how I would do it today. I don't know what I did back then actually, but so it twists this way, and this would only show up in animation. It's not going to be that interesting actually to see as a single cut because the animation is all what it's all about on this one. And then you twist it back the other way.
Do you ever just make stuff and not even trying to visualize what it's going to be and then just...
Yeah. You do say, well, I can do a wild... In fact, I mean, that is very relaxing and kind of fun. In fact, that's why I did all that stuff in a week, because I had finished Idiot Box. It was all done in the week of... Oh no, it's Stride Right. I should show you that commercial sometime. It's really kind of tacky, but the background's good. I'd done this... children's shoe commercial using the Strata backgrounds. I'd done several of them, but I didn't want to just, stop because it was so simple and straightforward and easy and fast, so I just kept going. And it became kind of fun because I could just sit there and do this, and I didn't necessarily know how it would turn out or care. It was just a fun shape. Okay. So, it's not going to be easy to see because it's going to be, there's multiple things at work, and maybe it would have been clearer if I had done a different set of colors so you could have actually seen color shifting different ways. But you can pretty much understand the principle. One set is swirling one direction while the other set is chattering the other direction. And they're all, so from the center it's growing as well as swerving out, and the other set is growing and swerving out on top of it. Sorry, Don. I don't know if this looks like mush to me. It only becomes coherent when it's animated. I'm going to go ahead and we'll do a time-lapse cutaway, okay, Don? You just bear with me. And maybe it'll sort of show up to the editor if they actually take the time, even though this is shifting on me.
If you hold real still.
If I hold real still. And then, of course, it's showing through to the substrata or to the, then that's a good idea of explosion. I mean, that's why I love putting it on a very gentle curve because it explodes so quickly when you get to that. I'll do it more. Okay, big chunk of mush.
To build something that both exploded out and sucked in, would you just join the two like you have your weaves, but instead you're working?
Yeah. I've done a few things. In fact, there was an example in this, I could find, that was white. I hope I can find it without fishing too much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pattern, 2 patterns over pattern over pattern. Shape that's going to give you a moving snail kind of, or a swirling snail kind of thing. It's much like this. I'm just going to chop up several of them with no particular, I'm going to try to keep them actually in order though. The problem is this doesn't have any animation in it, so it's not really a good example. You would want to build something that had animation in it first. Yeah, and the way again to do that would be, let me start over. Because I should do it right instead of do it fast. I'm thinking of it on the fly, or remembering it on the fly, but if I were really trying to do it right, I would put it at a diagonal and curl that puppy up. And put it at that kind of angle. And want to do it this way? Yeah, that would work. That'll give me something. Anyway, I just want to always emphasize it's always more interesting to do things that are, this will at least have a concentric swirl that would be worth watching now instead of that other thing, which would just be a swirl. Yeah, I could show you the interrupting shape with that other thing, but it's not worth it. You know, you'd rather do, okay, good. Okay, so I've got one shape. I'm going to cut it into sections that are roughly that size, but I have to keep them organized, so I don't want to lose the sequence at this point.
Or the registration.
Right. I mean, I did it about as fast and stupid as this. I mean, if I was really doing it right, I could sit there and, you know, frame grab my way to registration or do all kinds of more difficult ways. I would put a line in, you know, put some registration marks. That's what you should do. I'm not going to, but that's what you should do if you were to seriously try to put it together in a way that where you registered after you were done.
Have you ever like taken a camera in 360 to run a log while you're animating
No. Let's do it.
Okay, I
But I
volunteer to
would
help.
worry that it would be more about the architecture of the larger shape than it would be about the actual animation moving through it. And the way to actually really do that is in a computer to recreate it in a computer as digitized information. Who else is a CG geek here? You're not CG? Okay. They're looking over their shoulders.
Stop motion geeks.
Well, what if you built a log that had a bunch of different axes, so as you circled it, you saw the different
Yeah, Rosh
cuts on each-
Hashanah of time space. Yeah, the 4 different versions of each event, of the same event seen from 4 different perspectives. Is that exactly right? Sounds like a lot of work.
What would be wrong for building it for the outline shape? I mean, wouldn't that be its own thing?
Oh, the 360 is more that kind of that advertising, that thing where they zoom around people. What I was worried about there is that you would see, when you go around the backside, you're going to see things cutting away, but you're not going to see the front of it as it's cutting away. You're
Well,
only
what
gonna
if you have a bunch of fronts of it on it? Like, what if you have an octagon-shaped log, and you're reducing from all the sides
on a wheel.
simultaneously? Yeah, like you're,
Well, you'll
you're
only
cutting.
be seeing one side at a time as you move around it, right?
Right,
Really just
or
don't-
two. I mean, as the
You
camera's
can
moving.
see a little bit of right of 2, yeah. You can push me there. The way I would think to do it is to cut it all up and then take every pixel of color, just as they do the cadavers and they do the cows and they do the people, and they recreate them in the computer based on the path that the color is shaping inside the computer. It can recreate that volume shape and put all the different volume shapes back together, and then you have something built as a dimensional model, as a virtual model. I mean, we could take that with the strata cut I did on Gary and Mike, and I would like to try that. Actually rebuild it, and then you can cut through literally at any angle without ever losing resolution. You're not making it a mush. And then you could have your four-sided Rosh Hashanah. Even though I think your idea is great if you did it as a physical thing to do a 360, I think I would be tempted to actually stop cutting on the sides that weren't seen, although I don't know if that would be like cheating or, you know, it'd be kind of shamed, like you're just cutting away and no one's seeing it.
Never tried that. Performance art.
Well, it brings up a question of performance art, because I have thought of how you would show this. I mean, I've got some examples of what I want to do as art pieces. How do you show it as an uncut thing? It's an uncircumcised piece of art. It's not, you know. Okay, sorry, what?
I still think you should build a log and never cut it.
Exactly. Well, that is what I would do. But what would, I still think you actually want to cut parts of it, not all of it, very little of it. You just want to cut just enough to tease what's inside, but not much of it. And that's kind of where I would come out at the conceptual side. I don't think it's, in and of itself, as a conceptual exercise, that you never cut up. You put, you might as well bury it in the ground and walk away. I don't really see the point of that. But to tease people, the point is to create imagination, and so you got to. And so that's what I'm trying to toy between the ground of the absolute what you're discussing, and to me, what I would actually I'd be trying to reveal just enough to make them more interested in what's in there that they can't see, rather than just showing them the outside, saying you can never see inside. Period.
You generate the interest, then deny them.
Yeah, you generate the interest and then deny them. And that comes to my philosophy of filmmaking and strata filmmaking, which is seduction and abuse. I think that you try to do this, and then you go like that. That was the theory of Buzzbox. It was attempted.
Very effective.
Seducing it. Well, I don't know.
It made it too effective.
It was too effective because it was always fun when I first showed it to see people squirm, because they would always be, Tuesday's the punchline. It happens, basically you get the joke 5 minutes into a 15-minute film, you know where you're headed, and it's a materialist exercise in asking yourself the question, how long do I want to sit for this? And that's a hard one to do, because very few people walk out though. They're always doing this, like when they see Tuesday, they're, oh my God. And I should have in retrospect, done my little Academy Award, like cute little story that, instead of trying to be, because you only have so much energy when you're on. I don't have the energy to actually do a personal film anymore, and that was anyway. So,
Victim of its own success.
No, it's just an interesting path that I chose. I mean, I could have done. It crossed my mind that I was, basically cutting off the majority of my audience by trying to abuse them in the midst of the seduction. If I just had seduced, then it would have been a whole other, oh, it's all warm and fuzzy and it looks neat. And
such a great storyteller.
Right, great storyteller. Well, that would have been, I don't know about that. I would have to work on that. Okay, what I'm trying to do is line these puppies up. And you can see it's pretty much the same old story. But you're getting counter motion. You're getting a motion within a motion. If I can keep them lined, which is the trick. Because as they also get distorted, so I don't know if that would help. To have registration marks, would that help? I ask you that. I don't know. Does that make sense? Okay. Now the harder part would be if you were to ideally I would have wanted to cut cones out of the shape, a cone at a time. It's very hard to do without just tearing it apart.
And layering it?
Yeah, in essence, that's kind of what it looked like. It wasn't that, it was this. But you could put counter motion within a coherent shape. If you had a person or face here, you could lay that stuff on. Now, I would do it this way. I'd lay the face out like this and do this thing, and then you could have this exploding line or whatever running through it as you... And I have no idea what's down there anymore. I'm just guessing. Okay, that's enough of a demonstration. So, when you cut it up, I'm going to do this for Dawn at an angle. So, as you cut it up, you have one pattern, which is the larger pattern, and then there's this white concentric shape that's opening up from the center, moving out to the edges.
Oh, of course.
But of course.
And each different layer of white gives you a new circle.
A new circle from the center that expands out to the sides.
Wow.
That's great.
That makes sense.
It's hard. I guess I should have done a colored thing, because it's harder to see using the white, the teeth texture that I'm using, but you get the idea. I'm going to keep going because you can always edit this again to do it fast, and maybe people can see it become... You have these little Keystone Cop moments where the editor goes... So all this stuff will clutter up really quickly. You've asked a lot of good questions. I want other people to start asking good questions too, because you've done more than your share on the last since lunch. No, don't stop. Because I wouldn't have gone through half of these things if you hadn't asked about it.
I think you were a pastry maker in a former life.
I think I was an Indian, actually. And I hate cooking.
What about baking, though?
I try to tell my wife, you know why I hate cooking? Because I do enough of it as it is. I do enough small, little tasks. Yeah. You have to go and do more at the end of the day.
Can you show us how you did the Mylar one?
Yeah, Mylar's cool. It's based on crawling crabs. I'm trying to remember if it was 2 or 1 level.
Crawling crabs is this
No.
thing?
Yeah, it's a twist, but this is a trapezoid.
Oh,
This is
that's right. That's your 3D.
That's three-dimensional. That's three-dimensional space.
Mylar looked better on its own than with the.
Oh yeah, that's true. Didn't it? Isn't it weird how some things? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that isn't really going to be clear. Okay, well you have a sandwich of clay, sandwich of colors, I should say, laid out. As a part of creating any color palette, you don't have to twist like I do. You can do it all kinds of different ways. I could have actually overlapped this and then twisted it too. That's a whole other, that's just the density of the amount of layers you really want to have revealed and I think the Mylar might have done that. This will get the effect across though, so you can imagine. This will be sort of like a more crude Mylar. The important thing when you twist, by the way, is not to tear it. So I'm constantly putting back pressure on this side while I'm twisting on this side. So if you didn't do that, you'd just be ripping this stuff.
By back pressure.
To keep this from, I could do that so easily.
Right.
So back pressure is just I'm always keeping this finger pretty close to where the twist is as I work up to make sure that it's got support, because clay is unsupported. Okay, now the principle of crawling crabs is just, you put this at the, take a twisted thing and put it at if your camera is, well, I'll do it to the camera. The camera's that direction. Your slices are going to run with the lines on your sheet of paper, right? And so you'll get that kind of a texture. What I was doing is just basically banging these all together. I just made a lot of these logs, banged them all together like that. And so they were all tight. It was a complete loaf of sideways rolled up things. And so they were kind of like coming, the edges were talking to each other, which was what's sort of neat about it. But that was accidental just to the effect.
That's what looks like the ripples in the Mylar where the tubes were, where they met.
Yeah. And I think it was a denser thing. Like I say, this is a little bit cruder because of the size of the overall shapes in here haven't been shrunk down quite enough, which I could do through extrusion or, But it was just a big twisted block, and the block went on like this, and I stacked every one up against everyone else, and I'm going to go ahead and do this for you, Dawn. Again, they can edit this if they want to later, or I have to do it. What's weird about the crawling crab thing, I think, is again, depending on how steep you are in your slant, it almost is like this one side is anticipating the other. It's almost, okay, yeah, you can see it twirling kind of in the middle, but there are other parts that are kind of like quickly on the outside, jumping around almost before the center is turning. It's weird. I don't know how to describe the effect.
So the straighter the log.
We can talk about that, by the way. The straighter the what?
The straighter the log, the slower the crabs would crawl.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be crabs crawling at that point. You can see, look, there's two. See this complicated H kind of thing going on in the middle there?
Yeah.
That's because the center is, I don't know how to explain it. If you put it on the center, let me go ahead and cut this open and then we'll put one on the center and show you how boring that is.
Okay.
It's these X's and H's, these wild things that are rolling around and their edges are just flipping, they're out like webbed electricity out at the edges, rotating around. Okay, that's for Dawn. I'll do it as fast as I can do it. Okay, well that's good enough. So if you were to actually cut that straight on, what would that give you? It's more like I find it to be just more like a straight line rotating, really. These look actually kind of wild. It's because it's the butt end. Let me get into the middle.
What if you
Look at the middle. After you've gotten it past the butt end with the convolutions, I guess it's circular enough, but it's really just not that interesting.
Looks like it's growing.
It is, and it's moving around, but it's more like...
I was kind of thinking somewhere in between those two.
Oh, okay.
Not straight on, but not.
Oh, okay.
Extreme.
Yeah, then that's right.
You're adjusting your speeds.
Exactly. And I think that's a good way to think about it, is attenuating your speed based on what your slant is, what the angle of the slant is.
What's the maximum angle that you can get to before
strobing?
Before strobing?
Strobing. I love strobing.
Mm-hmm. So if you go too far, you get strobing?
Right. Yeah, because, for example, I'm going to put this on an angle like that, which is the angle to the cut. Mm-hmm. So there's... it's exactly parallel to where the knife blade is going to come down on it now. You get this, you won't see it maybe by eye, but there's a huge amount of offs and ons happening. It's just like, this is just frantic when it comes out because it doesn't know what it is. It's just like, blah, 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 blah. It's like strobing with the organic wobbles. You've got organic wobbles both from the human knife and the human wobble in there is what, the reason you're not getting a straight color because I'm not cutting it exactly straight and the wobble is in there, but you're getting virtually, you're going to come back and it's just going to be electric, which is great. It's just something you should use a lot. It's basically the thing I use because you get these kind of watery puddle type shapes that are really neat, but they're only lasting for a frame. And they're going to be a completely different place on the next frame. If I know what I should do. I can do it with a thicker color, and that way it'll be clear why it is strobing. That's not good. Are we in tape land?
Yeah, that's gonna roll out. Should I change over?
Sure. Again, it's imperfect. I've already created curves and other things. What I'm trying to do here is show you a thicker slice so you can see more clearly the strobing effect. At least my impression of why it does this is you're going to get white and almost black with a little bit of puddling. Then almost white. You get the idea. Now, don't be afraid of the effect, just know it's there. And the whole point to me of knowing that a line straight parallel to the surface is to use it for an explosive moment leading into something that's actually a resolved image. Don't use it, well, you can use it unsparingly. You can cut a whole block like this if you want to see what it would do, but this to me is what is more interesting. There. That's all it takes, and then you have a coherent, it's like, it's fast, but it's going a certain direction. You're almost at the line of the cut, but not quite, and that's leading you to something. Again, I would probably put it as the preliminary moment before leading to an image. If I was to do like a circling globe or whatever, I would probably pinch this front down to a bulb, or to a shape that's, like this circle, semicircle. Pinch that off and then just slap this on and it will give you strobe, 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 or lines moving out quickly, and then it resolves to this coherent shape, which people will then watch. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was the Mylar just then your crawling crabs doubled over a couple times? For
Yeah.
minor...
I think it was crawling crabs, but it was like multiple. First of all, there was more contrast, and it was a denser thing than what I just showed you.
More folds.
More folds, but more densely packed. What I was showing was a little broad. These shapes are not, it's almost like they should have been twice as dense. And part of that would be folding it over. Part of it's extruding and compressing it a little bit more.
So kind of.
Actually, I could use this. This is, are we rolling? Oh, good, okay. I'm going to use this as another example of crawling crabs. Oh no, I shouldn't, because it's already sliced the wrong way. It won't work. I wanted to show something that had more dynamic oscillants in the color. The reason this won't work is that, of course, it should be like, it should be long. This might work, since we have it. Okay. Go ahead and make it. I'm only guessing at the density of the amount of layers, so that's like 8 whites and 8 blacks, it looks like. And I'm going to guess it was about like that big when I made them. And it also depends on how much you twist it. The more you twist it, the more it flips over and the denser it looks. So that's kind of also another element.
It's another speed thing?
It's another speed thing, yeah. Obviously, the more you twist it, the more is going to be that kind of flipping over. And that probably was what I did. I probably had densely little packed. In trying to recreate this thing that happened 10 years ago, I'm trying to remember. They probably were about that big. And then, yeah, that's about right. That's about the amount of information that was in it, even though it was a different color scheme. So you've seen that that's 8 white, 8 black, which is really like a couple sandwiches, or 2 or 4 sandwiches, depending on how you want to do them, stacked over each other. And then the edges are coming to a, they're joining, you can kind of see how the join worked. There, it's kind of got a little electric, they're all like the edges are talking to each other there. So the entire block was built, obviously, with more of this stuff. And it was all smashed together, so they all had to, there was no air pockets. Even though I could have put them in there.
The edges look pinched, which
they do look
helps
pinched.
with that mylar.
Exactly. And I don't know why they do, but it just happens when it's place a twisted thing on a dynamic angle. It does weird things. Okay. You ready for coffee? Do you want to talk about rotating shapes again?
Yeah, I was
Do we get
wondering
D's and
about
F's?
we never really saw like that thing, sort of how it might look cut, but
Yeah.
I don't want if you don't want to cut it. But the
Okay.
the one thing that I was curious about, I really got the face.
Good.
Right? I mean, it was totally makes sense, but
Drop shadows.
Yeah, that
are
and a globe, like why?
Oh, the globe.
How would
Let's do the globe.
something like that look?
You got all that done?
Yep.
You probably do. Okay, good. The globe. This is the globe. Why does it work the way it does? This is the basic shape that it all works on, which is if you wanted to draw it out, I would think of it as your S curve, but it's important that you have this interior cupped shape on both sides of it. Does that make sense? I don't know if you can see that, Doc? Okay. That's what's happening inside it, and of course, seen from the side, it's tapering in and out. It's tapering that way and tapering this way, so it's leaving and entering the frame as it's diminishing in size and growing. Where did my cat go? There it is. Physically, you can see that's the cup I'm trying to talk about here. That's an important part of the shape, and I'm really glad you pointed that out, because I don't think I did that really well on that tape, to show how why this would work as a rotating shape. And I will go through and maybe just cut this away so you can. It's also probably not helpful that these are so cluttered. This simple simpler color probably is an easier way. Oh, that's not good, it's distorting it. This is crappy ass clay that I'm using here. Okay, well I've distorted it all to hell, so it's no good, but I'm going to go ahead and reshape it back into what it should look like. Okay. All right, so let me, is that right? That's this way, that's right. It's easy when you've got it wrong, that's wrong, that's right. It's easy to get dyslexic on it. That's the edge of your globe on the outside. It should be actually more curved if you could do it. But the important thing is, again, that you've cut the interior and the sides are actually more rounded out. All right, okay, you got all that. So it's getting thicker top to bottom, and it's getting straighter as it gets closer to the center. But it's still a, yeah.
We're talking about like longitude?
Yeah, this is longitude lines on a globe, or on a basketball, whatever. Lines on a sock, now, that's not so clear, and that's because I haven't done the proper shape. And I'm not happy with that. You can see part of it is the pressure of the bottom surface. You can see it's working at the top, where it's got a pinch at the top. It's because I'm pushing down on it, it's kind of flat and blobby at the bottom, and it's not really very good. Boy, this old clay smells. But the idea here is that it's wide in the middle, like this right now. Like that. That's the point of it, is to get to the center longitude in the fattest football, kind of top and bottom football shape. This is the crossover point, where it's starting to ever so slightly go convex the other direction. And I'm losing structure here. I have no support for it, so I'm going to do my best. But you can see it's getting thinner, smaller, and it's curving the other direction now. And so on and so forth. Okay.
So when you have a really huge log and you're pressing down on it, making all these cuts over a long period of time, how do you stop it from flattening out like that? Where it's just so much mass. How do you keep that lift and keep the structure from...
Right. This would be fairly simple if I wanted to put the time. It wouldn't take that long, but what I would do is build a cradle. I did it for those eyeballs, I don't know if you remember those eyeballs, the raw footage of the eyeballs. You do. But it came back, and I basically just built a cradle on which to support the cup of the... You build the negative space. It's not used... I mean, I would try to incorporate it into the design of the thing if I wanted to. But, you build a cradle, so it's got the weight supported, so the shape doesn't become... What's interesting in designing it over time is if I want to put gaps in this, which I think are very interesting. So if I had it like in the middle, stop for a moment, or at least it fades off to one side and then begins again. How do you support that section? It becomes an issue. You choose a background color and you keep to it. So I'd use a black, if it was black background color, you would always support, you have to support your way down. So you just think of it as like a structural engineer. Okay, I'm shopping one way. Well, I've got to have it basically doing that. Because as I cut this direction, chop, 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 the little bit of background color, and again, I would assume that everything is black around it, for example, or at least the base color that's this cradle shape is black. You have to at least have it diminish off. It just should be a neutral enough color that you're not confusing it with the primary shape. And it should be supported. Those little hanger-ons are really difficult, and I blew some of them in the Gary and Mike cut. So when you're sitting there and you've blown it and you don't have any structure, you just have to do it by hand, where you actually, you got the guillotine going down and your fingers are holding the thing from falling down in every frame, and you get to that point and you have to, before it chops your fingers off. It's really treacherous. And you animate your way out of it. You can kind of like back and fill, you can sort of animate your backfill into the block after the fact, as long as it isn't, it's the right background color, and confusion's your friend, when you got that much random stuff going on.
Do you ever
work around it?
Would you ever use a key color for your support?
Yeah, actually, yes. It's there are some examples like that idiot box stuff. How did you do? How did you get the rotating letters sitting there on the screen? That's all key color. So the box has been, those rotating letters when it says idiot, it's all keyable over this. It's just like what you're doing, just a green screen or
Okay.
blue screen or magenta or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Now, if I was to make this actually a real globe, well, I wanted to put the continents in this. It's the same idea. Obviously, then I would make these things much thinner. I would make the same kind of shapes, but I would probably start working at something that's more like this. Still trying to cup it, and I was working on a much larger scale, of course, to do a globe. It's more like that. It'd be hard to stick any kind of coherent continent inside this stuff. But what you do is take a section, let's say of, okay, let's take I don't know, I was going to say North America. Something like that. Okay, if you're going to take the longitude line that goes through it, you have to, separate the thing to the part. You want to know, okay, what's my fattest amount? Okay, that's going to be the part I first deal with. If I'm going to work Mexico through Colorado, okay, I'll figure that out as the part that I want to show at the widest point. It's, of course, put on a slant later. And if I were to build, I could build this entire thing straight. I could build the entire globe, if you will, straight. Like if this was the continent, that's how I would build it. I said, build the continent straight, like a extruded Fimo block or whatever, a Mia Fiore straight. Then take the width that I imagined at the angle. Again, it's this kind of a width in the middle. I'm guessing, okay, how fat do I want it to be when I cut it up? Well, that has to be this width. I have to determine that. How many ways am I going to cut my continent up? Chop, chop, chop this direction. So when it gets back to this angle, it goes to the correct fatness as it's being curved into the ultimate shape. And I'll taper, the last thing, of course, is that it tapers off the edges. Well, you can either extrude it this direction, which is the easiest, most straightforward way. So you take the continent you've built, take it section by section, make sure that it comes out at the right thickness in the middle, which is the center part. Are you hanging in there, Todd? I see you fading.
Pizza is.
Oh, it is.
Blood in my stomach.
Who suggested the pizza?
I don't know.
That was me.
And no, I thought it was Todd.
it was you.
And you create the world line shape, the rotating shape piece, and then you have to connect. You take the next section that you've cut up of the globe, and repeat all the way through. So you have a sliding. So it's the United States sliding past you as the thing is rotating.
And you're talking about making a long tube of your country, slicing up, and then layering, fanning them out across the. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But since you have a bit of doubt in your mind, I want to actually give a better example.
But by continent, do you mean water, land, water?
By continent, yeah, the landmass.
Okay.
Yeah.
At whatever shape it happens to be on the coastline type.
Sure.
Yeah, like that shape in North America.
Right.
Doing a long tube of it, and then I think that's what I was getting.
Slicing it up.
I think that's what it was. Okay. So I'm going to make a very crude continent. It's not a very good one, but it will get the point across. Because I think it's an important concept. It goes back to that putting motion on top of another motion, and tricks to get that happening. And especially when it's a coherent shape to begin with. So I'm going to make a very crude United States. I'm going to go ahead and backfill it with something wild. It's not blue, obviously, but that's the idea.
Ocean of the future.
Ocean yeah, that's probably true. If George Bush gets his we'll be swimming in magenta.
Don't send this tape anywhere, Republican backers.
Oh, I hope that the whatever. It was like John was saying. It was an election of almost center mediocrity choices to begin with. I think the three things that are so scary about George Bush, and I won't say them, is I don't think he dealt with it well when he said machines are more important than people, which is what he was saying about hand counting. But when he spent the whole time saying, I believe in people. I trust people. It's just obnoxious to be lied to that way. Not that Al Gore doesn't lie to us too, but it's the Supreme Court that he thinks that people should be, the government should get out of people's lives, except when it comes to their bodies and what they want to do as far as planning for their families or whatever they want to do.
And when it comes to him winning the presidency.
And when
He's
it comes
really
to,
up for
right,
government being in our lives then.
And the machines are smarter than us when it comes to deciding who's president, yes. And I do think that the environment will suffer. I don't think there's much question about that, as much as I think Al Gore was pandering much to the environmentalists. I think it's just cutting off your nose to spite your face to just open up more oil fields just for the sake of, I don't know, just bad. And what was the third thing? Anyway, there's, you know, other than that, it'd probably be just as fine, you know, whatever. I think that the only good thing I can say is that George Bush has been morally crippled, and I hope that it stays that way, because he cannot, if he goes anywhere off to the right wing with Tom DeLay and the rest of those semi-fascist southern creeps. I just...
Jeb Bush is even more crippled.
Jeb Bush is even more crippled. Well, then unfortunately, it's a good thing, and that's probably what the odd thing is. The message of this election is probably exactly what people voted for, which is we're confused. It's all mediocre. We don't know what we want, so don't change it very much. So we'll cripple whoever goes in there enough that they can't do anything. There's the message of the public too. And maybe that's the right thing. Oddly enough, as sick as that is. Okay, so you take that section of the globe, and you assume it's a really bad globe, and you put it at the angle you think it's going to be fat at. You can taper the edges, or you can cut them off. I mean, I could do it this way as well, which may be a better way. It's suit to taste. I'll do it this way just to show you what you could do. That may be a more elegant. No, the problem there is that you'll be missing countries. They'll sort of show up and disappear. So, which is probably the American way, right? So.
We'll call this section. This section is called Global Politics.
Right. Here, let me get this out of the way so you can see it.
You could do it with two heads, revolving Bush gold.
You know, we're all going to forget about these guys in 10 years and just say, what was that about?
Less than 10.
Election reform.
Less than 10. Well, I mean, it's going to take four. No, you're not going to forget about him because
the market history is election reform.
I think Scalia is a scary guy, and that's just frightening. That you're going to get more Scalias on the court. That's where George Bush is going to go. What?
And Thomas's.
Yeah, and Thomas's. You know, there's a place for being conservative, but conservatism has been so twisted by Republican putting together personal issues that shouldn't be put in with a conservative agenda. Because the whole point is conserve, which means to preserve rights and freedoms and not just choose when you want to say states' rights and people's rights and not choose when you want to say states' rights and people's rights.
Exactly.
Which is the demagoguing of that is so smelly. And James Baker, you know, and when they say, oh, it's been counted and recounted, no, it's been, you know, machine counted a few times, and it changed oh, well, you know, 1,000 votes or more between those two counts. Well, that tells you that probably the first vote count wasn't too accurate to start with. Maybe there should be a better way of looking at these numbers. And then the disenfranchisement of voters, that they want the military to come in with ballots that don't have signatures on because they're military and therefore they're holier than God and all the rest of that. It's just, I mean, God bless the military. They work hard, and I have nothing against that, and they should get a chance to vote. But then to make the rules work for one way and then to say it's wrong for ordinary bums on the street to get in there and vote because they're bums and therefore they can't read the ballots or they can't, you know, it's their own fault. You know, they're saying it's your fault for being ignorant, for voting for Al Gore because you can't read a ballot, dummy. I mean, the moral righteousness is so odious. But the fact is that the Republicans are more worried about, they're more up in arms than the Democrats. Democrats are very lazy and pretty, and that's because I think that they have a relative message. They don't, it's a complicated message to talk about social issues in gray areas, and the Republicans have a very simple message, which is, you know, out of government, out of our lives, less. And so it doesn't take a lot of brain power to actually catch on to do a Rush Limbaugh show, because you can always slam with no gray areas.
Did
When
you
you
see
talk
the-
gray areas, it doesn't work on TV because it's too complicated a message.
Did you see The Onion? Do you know The
Yeah.
Onion? Did you see the headlines?
Do you like
They
them?
said they were sending Serbian troops into the U.S. because
He's
they're
keeping-
floundering democracy, and McVeigh urges calm.
Right. Okay, I'm doing this fast, but this is the sort of overlap. And that is the second part of the continent going in there.
So the first piece you cut off is the back.
It's the left side. Yes, it's the back. It's going to end up being the back, and I'm going to keep stacking these. I'm going to keep stacking these further and further that direction. And again, it's a very crude example. When you're really doing it, you're going to have to pay much more attention to these distortions. Where I'm making these distortions is very important because it's going to really change the shape as it goes to the side. And these are going to look lousy right now because, first of all, the continent I made was really pretty lousy. But as you do these butt ends, it just gets weird, you know?
Could you, once you slice,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of, could you use a roller maybe to flatten the ends a little more uniformly, or?
Let's talk about that. One thing I want to point out before we get to that is that the center, notice the problem I have with the center on all these, and it's a problem. I don't have a great answer. I just have an approximate answer, is that it's almost uniformly fat here. Yeah, ideally, it should be thinner here and fatter in the middle and thinner at the bottom. I mean, that's the way a globe looks. It looks like that. What I'm getting is something a little bit more like this, unfortunately. And I don't have a good solution. And the problem is, that's big, because you would have to basically, my solution is after I've done all this, that I go back in and trim it out and round it a bit. That's the only thing I figured is, let me finish this out and make sure that I get to the trimming and the rounding. As far as this tapering thing, you could use a roller. It depends on how big your slice is. I would just handle this carefully instead of, over years of working in clay, I have a pretty good knack of evenly thumbing it by hand. Some people probably don't have that same kind of thing, but could develop it, or they would use a tool to do it, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, the important thing is to cup it backwards that way, and then as you taper it, to cup it the other direction. I think everybody's got that now. So I'm trying to repeat this shape over and over. And that will be your sliding, your continents will almost work as they're moving from one side to the other. If you put the information in there. Now you could do rotating faces. You build the face as an extruded long block just like this.
Like a smiling face.
Yeah, like a smiling face. And you could have the thing moving around like a smiling face on a balloon that was rotating, right? Yeah, well this is, if I was to do it as a globe and I wanted to foreground that it was longitude and latitudinal lines, then of course I'd be putting black strips in between each of these or something to make sure you knew it's a globe. It's intentional that it's got these basketball stripes running through it. If I was going to say it's a balloon character and it's just got freaky slippage on it, which is it'll look like it has freaky slippage, but it's still the impression of a face turning around, then anyway. So back to this shape. I'm going to try to get this circle out of it, which I really haven't done yet. As you can see, it's boxier than I want it to be. That's a lot of gravity and distortion and everything are working against me. I'll do a little bit of that by hand, but I'll go ahead and just trim the mother because I'm, which is just to say, hey, I am a circle. Make me into one. Okay. I don't know if that solves this problem that I was talking about, which is the relative fatness that happens at the center. It doesn't actually pinch to an absolute straight top. And I'm not sure exactly how you would do it.
Ultimately, what you want is a
computer
oval that has, an oval that's thin on all sides and thicker in the middle.
Yeah, ultimately, I can show you the shape that I think it should be,
Sure.
and then I can show you why it doesn't. I don't think it never works. It just doesn't work. Anyway, so that if you look straight on is actually a circle.
Nice.
It's a circle with the sides sliding around, moving through space. And okay, let me create the shape I think it should be, and why it doesn't work.
While you're doing that,
Yeah.
is there any chance you can ever go from a rotating face
To a regular face?
articulated face?
Oh, to a regular rotating face?
Anim-
Properly? An animated, properly rotating face? You mean actually to do a this is a striation version of a rotation.
Right.
It's taking a flat image and mapping it onto a rotating sphere.
Right.
Whereas that's actually rotating a, rotating.
I'm just thinking, it seems like this is easier than, for example, your Mr. Newton turning his head. Or
This is easier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you can see how easy it is. Because once you've learned how to shape this, to take this sort of egg or oval, do the cupping properly, you can get kind of there.
Okay.
But
I was
it's
just trying to think of shortcuts for.
Yeah, now straight up extrusion is always easier than actually thinking through real rotation.
Yeah.
And this is fake rotation. It's two-dimensional rotation. Yeah. I think it works best, for globes. I do think he could do I would think it'd be fun if he's holding a balloon, and if he was holding a balloon and it had a rotating face on it, great, because it didn't make sense as a kind of a two-dimensional mapped thing sitting on top.
So Sarah wanted me to say that Bart Simpson's voice is in the lobby if anybody wants to meet her. She's
Oh.
leaving in the next couple minutes.
Okay. Well, do you want to meet her? You've already met her, right?
Is she worth meeting?
She seems very nice.
Yeah.
She talked like Bart briefly.
Is Matt in the lobby? If Matt was here, I'd stop.
Were you here when Matt came on?
No. I've been in before, but I wasn't.
They were giving him a tour of the Reliable building, and whoops! Look, 70 people are assembled in the daily viewing room.
That must be awkward. I don't know if he gets off on that or if he thinks that.
No, he's kind of perturbed.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think anyone told him.
He was
I don't
polite.
think
No,
that
that's
was
exactly.
the point.
No one told him that he was
Yeah,
being put on the spot.
Oh, well, especially amongst professionals. I guess you'd expect it amongst the rank and file, but you know what I mean. So this is the shape it should be, which is pinched at the top, pinched at the bottom, cupped both ways. So it has that S curve in it, but it's
Flower petal.
I guess it's like a flower petal. On
Right,
both
but
sides.
then two slices got meat at the top and bottom.
That's
right?
the problem. Is that you start to accentuate if you repeat that shape over and over, you start to accentuate your each additional shape starts to curve more and more up to the first one as you build it, and it becomes more and more kind of.
That's what's going to make your circle in the end, isn't it?
Well, this is
Ultimately.
Yeah, it will. The problem again is how this part works great on the sides. The part that I always have a problem with is how this functions in the middle. It doesn't function well. And this is the direction, by the way.
Mainly because of the fat section of it.
Yeah, this is when you put another thin section rubbed up against it, it wants to tilt in, and you put another section, and it wants to tilt in even further. You put another section, and it tilts in more, and you start to ruin the shape that you want to get out of it. It starts to curve extra ways that you don't want to have.
So to be honest, what it would end up doing is.
Because let me show you what the middle cut is. This is what a middle cut should look like. It is it is that football, that really skin elongated football where it pinches at top and bottom. That isn't what I've been able to achieve out of these things. And this is a good example of it. You can see it's fatter. When it gets there, there's a certain fatness at it. It doesn't really get to a pinch point. So I don't know what to do. Solve it. And I'm not sure how to describe the nature of the problem better than what I've just done. It's a problem.
Well, that was much different than what I pictured in your explanation, and it's great that you went through it because it was completely different than what I was picturing.
What were you picturing?
I was picturing you taking the loaf of your country, slicing it up like this, and then fanning it across these slices somehow. I don't even know.
You could lay it in.
Yeah.
One way to do it would be to build a template, build a buck. Make this your buck and start here. I did actually do that. So it's a good thing you brought the question up. So if you start off with this as your buck, and you can work from it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And the great thing about this is you square it off at the end and you're done. This whole part, you think that this is wasted because you don't have a flat back to it, right? It isn't. Once you've got all the 360 degrees around, meaning once you've built it up enough, you cut it here.
Slice and then putting the image on it.
Yeah, you cut it here, you take whatever you had here, and it finishes it off at the top. If you've done it enough, you've actually gone completely from Greenwich Mean Time back to Greenwich Mean Time. The full 360, it should work. That you've been able to use the bottom part of what was, in a sense, wasted clay or tailed out clay or tailed out animation, whatever.
A different type of complementary angle.
A different kind of complementary angle. Excellent. Yeah, that's the way of saying it.
But actually, and in that way, couldn't you actually cycle? Like if you made that, cut that, stick it on the front, and then it'll go back exactly.
Yeah, the problem with cycling, as I was saying to him, is it's such an organic thing. You never get the proper dovetail joint. The only way I could see cycling it is to put the green screen in at that point. Basically, if you did a dovetail here, I mean, if you had this shape as your ending, you had that shape up as your beginning, and you put a green tube here and a green tube up here, then I think you could probably make a circle. You could figure out in post. You could do the fudge factor on that single line that's crossing to begin with to make it work in post. But I can't imagine making a loop that works in clay where you're somehow able to just start to repeat frame after you get to the...
Couldn't you make a ring? Make your strata log an actual ring?
I think it's a great idea, and I think it's time to try stuff like that, because I was going to get into what's most interesting next to do. And you were here yesterday, right, when I was talking about the pendulum? Cutting in angles that are wrong, or that are dynamic to the motion of the stuff.
Oh, I saw it on the video.
Yeah, I saw it on the video, right. So if you take that, and I know it's maybe a tangent, but I want to, if you cut this like that, pivoting the knife off this, because that's where the door is swinging on this pendulum swing, and then you take that as your new pivot point, and you cut this way, and you swing the door another 45 degrees.
Are we talking about leaving the camera in the same position?
Right now, you are talking about keep leaving the camera in the same position. If you're doing the rotating thing, it's a great idea. I'd almost want it to be then somebody who's like spinning on a merry-go-round or something. It's like, what would the content be to a circular to a circular loaf? Well, I always look for content and meaning to fit together somehow. So to make a circular thing, well, you'd want some kind of circular action that made sense. And then as you were cutting it, of course, you know that you would, if it was a wide enough circle, I mean, if it was like this big or something, and your block wasn't much bigger than some of these things, it would be simple enough to build it straight and curve it. If it's thicker and larger, the larger you get. If it was like this size, you almost have to build it with that in mind, because this obviously is moving much slower than that. And depending on what animation you want to get out of it, you're going to have to think that through.
Well, then also if you did texture, it would be so much faster on one side than on the other side.
Exactly right. Because it's a burning fuse. It's a lit fuse. So if you really wanted to actually make it even, you're kind of counter distorting. When it's the same idea of counter distortion that is the first principle of strata cut, which is everything at an angle. When you move it, it's like that, right? It's counter distortion. So you skinny it out. It's the same thing you're saying, which is the textures themselves that have to be counter distorted. So it'd be more texture in the center part of your ring going this way. This would be actually denser packed than this, which would be more loose. How you do that, or why you'd want to, I think you would want to actually, because what's neat about the Gary Mike thing was doing the angle cut on the head going through it. It's not like I didn't want to go there, it's just that I haven't had the opportunity to think that through on short schedules. So there's more 3D, 2D that way, more strata cut going to 3D that makes a lot of sense, or using the cut in a dynamic way, which again is this, this is the reason I was thinking, well, you do the pendulum cut is because it's a pendulum motion. You would do a circular cut if you did a big, sort of, what is it, a particle accelerator shape, like a Fermi, what?
Torus.
A torus, yeah. If you do a big torus shape and you wanted to cut it, again, the content would have to feed dovetail back to it, and then it would be worth it. Whatever that shape is, Joe.
I have a question. I hate to interrupt. There seems to be a conflict of scheduling.
I know. They get them out of here. I don't care. No, what is it?
There's a fourth party. Yeah. Are you going to be done by 5?
You want me to be done by 4?
If you can.
Yeah, I'll be done by 4.
If you want, we can.
I'm wearing out. It's fine.
40.
What?
We can set up in the North 40 if you.
No. If I'm out, if I'm done by 4, is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Can you give me someone to help move out?
I'll help you.
Okay. I mean, I may be done before then. I don't know. I mean, I see weary eyes happening.
4. Go until 4.
Okay. Well, yeah, I will. If there's interest there, I will.
If you really want to, you can go till 5, and we can just set up in the North 40. We can just do fire part of the North 40.
How do you guys feel?
4 sounds good to me.
Okay, we'll do it 4. Yeah, because there's a point at which the brain is going to shut down.
Yeah, actually, I got to spit out.
Okay, well, thanks for your
stuff I gotta do, but thank you very much.
You brought your knife and you didn't cut a damn thing.
I did.
And you brought a board. What a good
board
guy.
and
You
a
were
knife.
seriously interested.
But it gives me a lot to think about.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave.
Sure, thank you. And I don't know your name yet.
Pete.
Pete, okay.
Pete List, yeah.
Pete List? Okay. PJ's?
No, we're doing Gary Mike.
Gary Mike? Okay. Thanks for coming in.
All right. Take care.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and cut this up briefly since we're on rotating things. We'll get to these shapes next. I think they're still not to be, we really haven't done them yet. I'm doing this for camera. Is it still running?
You know, it is.
Okay.
Oh, we're out of tape though, it looks like, or soon to be.
Soon to be? Okay. Well, I'll keep, okay.
You might not hand me my mug there.
Is it even close enough to see?
Not up there, no.
You
Let me do it.
want to go telephoto on me?
Yeah. You got the log itself?
Yeah, I just want to get...
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
You're a little TV safe, but...
All right. I figure if they just do some keystone cop editing, it can give the impression of what's there.
Who's editing this?
I don't know. But I don't want to do it more than once.
Here.
Figure you guys are going to ask all the questions anybody else would ask, and so I can forever now say, go watch the tape.
Was yesterday tape and all do that?
Yes, it was.
It's actually available up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing you gotta do before we go is just a close-up on that boxing, because we always seem to get...
Okay, well, let's do it now.
lost.
Yeah.
Is the tape out yet, do you know, or not?
You know, it's just flashing the tape thing.
Okay. Boxing.
Let me go, before you do that too much, can I stop this,
Yeah.
look at Dawn and find out what's
Sure.
what?
Sure. Running?
Yep.
Okay. While the camera was off, I was thinking of an addendum to the idea of creating a globe. When you want to make can you close the door? Sure. When you want to make an extruded, you're watching things. When you want to make an extruded globe that's running on this kind of a cut, your idea is you're going to put it on this kind of a cut axis eventually. You're going to draw the Mercator map of the world. It has to be twice as wide as or it has to be from Greenwich Mean Time here to Greenwich Mean Time here. So this represents 360 degrees of globe, all stretched out, right? Now you have to imagine that that's been laid up on a surface like this, first of all. And then you have to actually, in your mind's eye, build the map, build the extruded version of the globe, but do it at an angle like this. Because what you do when you cut your pieces away, I don't know if this makes sense. And again, I'm going to, you want to build your continents, Europe, Africa, Asia. You want to build your continents with this in mind to do it from Greenwich to Greenwich. Have it going this direction in space as you build onto this surface itself. So you're in a sense building a buck at the back. The buck would be a diagonal, and I would work down this direction into the buck to build all the parts of the globe, right, based on my little map of the globe. Now, what's the reason for putting it at an angle? Is because you're anticipating when you put it on the curve. So, assuming again that this had content and it wasn't just crappy like a crappy white. This piece, you can see these lines going this direction. That's the when you put it at an angle, you've noticed that these lines now are correct for lining up with the cut that you're going to come in with later. And it's going to help serve the purpose of lining the next cut up with it, I think. What I'm worried about is if you don't build it this way, that you're going to get slippage. Maybe I've got the direction wrong. Maybe what I'm trying to say is that the cut, would it be this way? And then when you line these puppies up like this, does that make sense? In any case, in my flatter version, the one I just did, like this, the problem I have is that if you cut the things straight, as I did, if I just made the block straight without adding a slant on it, my worry is that if I were to show you these, like I'll make some witness marks to show you how it lines up with the next slice. So if this is put on an angle, then the witness marks, let me see, it's like this. The witness marks are going to be off each time. You have to counter the fact you're putting on a slant later, is really all I'm trying to say. You have to plan your extruded straight version to be later put on a slant. Notice the witness marks at the top. They're offset from one another. That means your continents are slipping against each other. And if you like weirdness, it'll be weird.
Isn't that the animation?
No, it's not that. It's not. The animation is curving through time this way, on these double cup shape.
Oh, okay.
What you don't want is, Cuba to be touching the Gulf of Mexico, touching Florida, the Gulf of Mexico, because you're going to get different
drift.
You're going to get serious continental drift.
Cuban missiles.
And there's a solution to it, and I'm not sure exactly how to tell you. You could either build it up this way in tubes. Just basically take this shape, build it up as build it up from scratch. That's one way, but that's difficult. But if you want to build this extruded map, you have to find an angle to build it at that makes sense. So when you put it back on this angle, all the pieces line up more with less slippage. And maybe that's too advanced.
Would it be the way that if you're going to build it straight up like this, would it be the way you cut that as you take the slices out?
No.
Say that again? Well, if you build your log like this and you build all your continents, because I can't picture how you build these continents at a slant. I can't picture.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right now? This part is hard?
Yeah, building your continents slanted.
You're building them straight. You're just building them on a slant. It's as if you were to take a projector, right? And these are your continents. If you took a projector and projected forward. So the line of Alaska runs this way. The line of, different cities, they all run straight through it.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense?
Yep.
Okay. Then when you go back in and take the piece that you're going to put on the curve, the section of the world that you're going to lay on the curving shape, this is the back. This is the back of the slice. This is getting klutzy. It's getting klutzy. I don't know if did I solve that for you or not? Were you worried about how I projected into there?
I was trying to figure out where the slant is. I mean, if we've got these continents going straight back,
right,
in this loaf, and then we're slicing that on the side.
Right, and I've got the angle sort of.
That's the angle right there.
I'm hoping.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know.
Similar to that.
Something similar to that.
Yeah.
So let's say like.
Okay, I see.
What I'm trying to get is an angle that makes...
Complementary angle, that's kind of what he was saying.
I'm anticipating an angle that's later going to be put in and hoping that I can get the parts of Florida that have to line up with Cuba to line up actually here so they don't start going way off into the Atlantic Ocean when they should be actually next to Florida. You can get slippage by dealing with it as a straight block. You're going to get more slippage than if you anticipate it into a diagonal block, knowing that you're going to put it back on another diagonal. You just got to take the diagonal out of it by building it as a diagonal.
Yeah.
So you're countering the distortion that's going to happen as they slip against each other in these layered up S curves.
Could you build your continent so that, this is faking it, but let's say it goes through.
Yeah.
And then actually chop off your diagonals? Would that work? Basically, you want your continents to go through.
The problem is you want them to move across time. So I think
in your basic build, though, that's what I'm asking. Like when you first map your continents on,
right?
You want your continents to go all the way through, right?
Right.
Okay, so you could build a block and then chop off.
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah, it'd be wasteful. It'd be a lot of work.
No, I know. I'm just wondering.
But
that way you don't have to worry about the diagonal.
Yeah, but I would definitely spend some time doing some test blocks to make sure that you've got it right. Because here I am struggling to figure it out on the fly.
Yeah.
Knowing that there's a problem, I pointed it out because I didn't want you to go off into happy land thinking if you build it straight, you're going to get what you think you're going to get out of it. It's a problem, but with enough trial and error with some junk clay. You can figure out the solution just by counting your diagonals.
That's making a lot more sense, thanks.
Okay. I didn't want to make it more complicated, but I thought I should mention it before we dropped it, so you know the dangers there. So. Whew. Okay, that's what a bathroom break will do for you. Start thinking about that stuff. I want to do some boxing, just briefly again. Tape's rolling. You can assume that that's a texture running this direction, along with the lines. Okay. So what I want to get is an angle. So it's basically a 45 this way, and it's a 45 that way, and it will of course find its way back. It'll be a 45 this way, and it'll find its way back between these 2 points like that.
You aren't gunning for the center though, are you?
No, I don't need the center. I'm just trying to get it. I'm trying to put this entire shape on this kind of an angle to the lens. So it's got the diagonals at the most interesting speed that I can try to get them at. I mean, you can do less. You can do them this way, and then they're mostly moving side to side instead of diamonding back this way. They're like going as diamonds, which you can, all kinds of ways. But the basic idea, and I do this because I'm picking the point at the corner really, and just trying to make a 45-degree angle based on the point of the corner. Okay. And if it's on this side, it always goes wherever the opposite side is. Ding. Now this suggests where the next cut has to be in order to cut it open. And I follow that suggestion by putting it on the opposite side that way. Now, I know I want to box it this direction, straight, flat up and straight, so take that, put it over here, and there's only one more cut to be made, which is to flatten it out into a complete box.
Can I ask?
Sure.
To make this cut, you're going to want to try to hit this bottom edge on?
Well, you can see I've got a straight line between the two bottom edges, so yes, I'm going edge to edge in order to get... Because I don't want to do this, because then I have to cut another piece off this side to match that side. So it makes one less cut and therefore anytime you're putting it on one side, it's getting junky. You're getting a junky butt end, touching another thing. It's not the end of the world, but you want to do as little of it as you can, usually, unless you really want the stuff, the funky edge. And now you have something working at diamond angles constantly. All the cubes are basically, I've taken all the cubes and have put them at this kind of an angle now in space as you're moving through. Should I do it one more time? You think it's... Okay, really?
Yeah.
Okay. One more time.
Just one last one.
Take it at a 45. Find the corner of the box. Take it at a 45. Well, this is a 45. That's good, but the problem here is I got to get that at 45. So that tells me which direction. Just making a, make a box and make a right angle, and then take the 45 at it. So this would be about a 45. It's just a guess. Oddly enough, it looks like it's going to come to that end if I do it this way. So I chose that corner and cut all the way through it. It just happened to be the size of this block that made that happen. It won't happen in all your blocks, depends on what your shape is. You can do it with any size. This isn't the only shape, but maybe I should do a different size shape so you can actually see how that works. That would be good. Okay. See, on this one I didn't do it that way, and so I had to find the extra piece. This one I did cleaner, so I'd actually have one less cut going. I find the flat parts to the surface and to the world, and I know, there's two more. I know I have to do two more cuts. One is to straighten it up this direction, and the other is going to be straightening it up in that direction. So I'll first do this one because it works with gravity and it's easier. So I'm straightening it up that direction, and the last one will be to straighten it up this way. And again, you can see the edge to the edge, and it kind of works pretty well to box it. And it goes back on that side. Let me work with an odder shape, or maybe a simpler shape. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do a box that's that way. Okay, so if I want to box this one up, what I'm trying to do is get the texture to act on that kind of an angle to the cut. So I'm going to do a 45 and a 45. It doesn't come out completely right. what's good about this one is it shows the suggestion of where I need to cut next. It's telling me, that's where I need to take it off. But in addition, it always has the complementary side on which it naturally wants to attach to. And now I've got parallels. I want to get it, now I'm confused. I want it to be,
Looks like you're gonna have to get 4 cuts, right?
maybe,
Because you have to throw it off angle once.
I know I have to throw it off, exactly, you get it. Got to be like that, ultimately. That's the surface I'm going to be showing, so I've got to get it boxed up to allow that to happen, so I can cut it to the horizon. Once I've decided that's the surface I want, I'll just say, okay, whatever the horizon, I'm going to have to make a cut and hope that it works.
So you're basically, your original cut is based on what angle you want to show.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's the corner, basically.
I choose it as a corner because that's usually the most dynamic one thing when you're boxing, but it doesn't have to be. And you can choose to, let me show you, I'll do one different style. This is what you'll mostly do, but not always. So let me finish this one out. Okay, I'm doing this because it's parallel to the ground. I'm trying to get this surface to show. Oh, did I put that back? It was already a cut and I've already put it back. Oh well. I don't know, maybe I've lost myself here.
We could rewind the tape.
No, don't do that.
A little Twin Peaks action going on.
Anyway, don't try this at home. It may not work. Okay, yeah, let me, again, all I'm trying to do is get it at the diagonal, so I'll do it this way. What the hell, I'll keep cutting it until I can get a box out of this puppy. This would be interesting because it's creating all kinds of problematic angles that will be very hard for you to solve. So the more I get lost here, the easier you'll see that it can still work out at the end, even if it's crazy on you. So,
Bottom?
Yeah, but where? Where does it go? Does it go there? No. Does it go there? No.
Should I be using my discretion on this?
No. I think it's interesting to know that it's a.
This part's called Stump the Master.
All right, then you can just start over.
I have a question.
What?
What if the angle you want to show is a side corner rather than a
Good. It's easy.
corner?
Much easier. So if that's, I want to show this side?
Yeah.
Easy. Easy. Too easy. You know, just make it a straighter thing. This thing should match pretty. This is the actual cut you want to see, and then it fits together that way. See, I saved myself. That wasn't hard. Throw something harder at me.
Sure.
Is it real coffee? I could use some.
It's actually green tea.
Oh,
It's not hard enough for you?
No.
Seldom you find
But I would
just
expect nothing less for you to be drinking.
So is that right?
Yeah, that's basically it, right. Again, I wanted to try to figure out this complicated. It's not complicated; it's just a different shape. So this is like just a little bit more of a rectangle. And what I want to get out of it is I want to get that, which means I want to choose a 45 that's to the surface of the cutting angle, which is this direction. So I'm going to go ahead and chop that down, aiming for the corner, hoping to get it. Okay, that's simple enough. I'm going to go ahead and chop it at this angle, hoping...
Wait, I have a question real
Yeah,
quick.
please.
Don't you have to then correct that?
You're right, you're right. A good point. He's pointed out that this is telling me what the next cut to make, and so I should follow the intuition of what the geometry is leading me to, and get it on that side. Good. Now the problem, this is where I left it, was, well, so how do I get it to actually look like it's a big
horizon cut?
Yeah, you need a horizon cut. Whoa, I guess. What a wild and crazy thing. Okay, so I've done this. In theory, this should match some direction down here.
What about this on that side?
Which?
This on this side.
But then you're putting back those things together in a way that, yeah.
In theory, it doesn't have to match completely. It'll match, but then suggest another cut, right?
In whatever you said, sounded good. Oh,
It's not going to
man.
match up perfectly. You'll have to make a little correction cut,
Maybe.
as far as I understand.
Yeah.
Which isn't far.
No. You're trying.
I understand
It's
it,
good.
but as far as I can throw it.
That shows some promise. This is still weird. I don't know what to do with that piece. But eventually you would square it off. You know, I got some almost there. And somehow, the problem with this is that it actually goes on both sides because I did it on the... So the leftover little hump goes, you know, ding, ding. You got the corners. Ding, ding. Anyway, it's complicated, but it can always be done. Whatever shape it is, you can always find a way of getting to the other side, boxing the puppy out. Okay, rotating shapes. We have an hour. Let's do a D and an F and talk about them, and then take a few questions and then call it a brain fry.
Brain fry.
Brain fry. This is where we were. Where was the D with the rotating? Where's the example piece? Now it's buried under. There it is. Thank you. Okay. D. Let's break it down for each constituent element.
Your threes were really interesting because they were
Like that.
outlined.
Yeah, that's not hard. Really, all I'm doing is taking these basic shapes and putting a tiny bit of black, coating each one of these individual shapes with a tiny bit of ribbon color. That's all it is. So if you understand the basic shape, you can put the ribbon color over it, and I assume you can figure all that out. It's not. Again, I would use a much skinnier version. This is number 1. I would use a number 5 on the pasta grinder because you don't need this thickness. This thickness will start to distort it in and of itself if you used it this thick. I would use, super thin, and then just outline it, and it's just the same shape. And you put it all back together after you figure the shapes out. And they're there. This is going which way? This way. It's the red. And the red is showing itself this way. So this is what I'm getting out of this is, are you there, Don? Let's get a close-up.
He's ready for his close-up now.
Yeah, this is DeMille. So this is the cheat sheet, or the, sketch drawings that I based it on. This is roughly the angle seen from the camera that goes to this piece. This is now starting to rotate like this. This is starting to diminish. The orange is diminishing in size. Eventually it becomes nothing if you follow the orange. But at this point you can see there's this bit of red that starts to show up, because it's actually at this point, it's actually come to that point of the camera. It's actually just starting to see the crescent red, and it comes around. And then it finishes out on the back side of the D, on this side. Let me reverse it all so you can see it from that view of the camera. So it's as if it was starting this way. It's rotating this direction. The red, this crescent red, actually that's the skinny part that disappears. It becomes blue. It becomes blue right there, which is this, and it disappears into the orange completely at this end. We do it that direction. Starts off as if you're looking this way at the red. The red goes around, you can see it on this side, but the orange, the crescent orange, if it's seen from this direction, begins to show up. And then it comes around, and then of course it's orange here, and there's a little bit of top view at the top, which is this. It's that shape at the very end, which is the very top of the outline of the D, right there, seen from that perspective. Let's take it apart. They're very interesting shapes. That is the shape of the orange as it's decreasing in time, as it's going like this. click, 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 and away. Part of it is at this perspective. Notice the angle of this is, by appearance to the camera, is starting to do this as it turns. It's like, from that angle, it's starting to, in a two-dimensional way, is appearing to sort of slant up, and that's what this is reflecting as it comes into that kind of a shape. I'll do world lines again with a rolling, well, you do the bottom part and roll into it. After you've cut it or carved it in a rough sense, you just roll the thing so it stays straight. And same thing on the bottom. It's a reflection or a mirror image of what's going on in the top. It's rolling the same way because these are parallel lines that are working to create the illusion of the two-dimensional perspective. They're parallel lines as they're shifting. So the entire thing from here to here is going up a little bit, which reflects the, I think it's the front of the D. I don't know if it's this side. Boy, I don't know if that's really a very good explanation. Okay, we're on.
The next are in order.
We got party goers in 50 minutes. So I want to take that piece apart and then show you that section, which is basically a twisted box. This is a twisted box just rotating around. And I'm following, it's not that tough if you actually follow the curve to the side and you know, oh, it's wider here, it's about twice as wide here, and then it goes to something that's about half as wide here. But it's a flat shape. It's a flat shape rolling into another flat shape, and it's rolling back onto the top as it gets over here. So that would be the first shape I would try to find. Then I try to find this side view, which actually rolls into a curve. I mean, if you look at the side view, where is it rolling into the curve, into the red curve?
Here?
Is it that side? I can never tell which side I'm doing. It is.
You guys move that clay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don. What is it doing? No, I really think it's this that I'm doing. I keep thinking it's this that I thought it was doing. That it's doing this. This shape, this crescent shape here, right here, is disappearing in this number 4. I've got it backwards, I realize that.
This one?
Yeah, that's more accurate. But the problem is that you get to, well, maybe it is.
It's later.
Is it the box? Where does this box shape come? And it only comes here. This is the box.
Right.
And this is the red box blending into this shape.
Like
so I just think I have the D back. Do I have it backwards? It would be forwards this way. This is the way it would be looking at it. To go this direction, I think.
Oh, so is that what should be orange? The colors?
Do I have the colors mixed up? No, I keep thinking that it's as if this is orange, and it only shows up after this profile. If you're going this direction, this is the orange. Let me put it back in place. I also think this is kind of neat, the way it's cupped. It cups this stuff. You almost have to imagine that it's at a right angle going through this thing, right? Because that's what you're trying to achieve, is a right angle, and it just keeps going on these twisty. Does that make sense? So that's why it's lifting there. This really should be this direction in order to be a D to the camera and to reflect that that's red, red, red. In fact, I should color code it.
Small pen.
No. That's what I think I'm animating there, which is the flat surface of the red becoming curving around, and you can only see it from the inside that it's curving in and becoming semi.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And then it gets back to this side, which is the orange. It's basically that shape. It's the orange meeting the top of the box of the red, which could be seen that side. It's a reverse D at that point.
Is it easy just to start outside in?
God. I haven't opened it up yet, which I was going to still do. So inside, is the drop shadow. and it's been done in green. This orange is this curved inner out. This is like a background shape. If I was an orange sheet right here, this is what this is intending to read as. That's a negative space D that's orange. It's going up and away between here and here. It's disappearing. But you can see it's rising, and as it rises, this drop shadow has been entering. And the drop shadow jumps, if you look at number 4 here, it jumps from being a concentric bottom part of a drop shadow, and it rises quickly up to the side like that. Because it's overtaking, it's going from a crescent at the very bottom, and it's jumping quickly up because it's the backside drop shadow of the D. It's that. To the camera, at one point there, you don't see this thing at all, but then in a moment, you do. And that's what that's trying to represent, is the bottom becoming quickly the complete drop shadow. And then this orange thing disappears completely. It's nothing but drop shadow for the very last moment. In time, that is all that you're seeing through the edge of the D. I mean, then these are negative space shapes. I've taken the D and sort of sagged it here a little bit, because it's going down, and then lifted it back here. And that's all to do with this sagging. This is sagging D, and this is raising D. Makes sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. I made it into, it's 5 simple sections, but it's an example of, God, my voice is going. Good thing we only have another hour. I haven't taken this apart in so long, I don't even know what to take apart in it. It's just slivers of time, and it's very hard to describe why that shape comes out that way. The best thing I can think of, again, is brute force at first, if you're trying to figure out how to do it. Actually stack these shapes on a grid paper, put them on cardboard, photo mount or spray mount them on the cardboard, then cut the mothers out and use the grid shapes. If they're color coordinated, you can use the grid shapes as a way of finding the shape. So you stack it, and you find these shapes in space. I mean, they actually sit there and they stack like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Did that make sense?
It didn't make sense earlier.
It didn't make sense earlier. Okay. Now, did it make sense this time? Okay, good. So that's how you can train yourself to start to think in time-space if you start doing the brute force method a few times. I don't think you need to do it more than that. After a while, you'll start to get the hang. Oh, it's like that way, seeing it deep as it moves around. So you can just study this stuff and try to, okay, I see. The drop shadow is here. It's just a tiny section seen from the camera right there. And then right there, it's this. And then there, oops, no, I got it backwards. It's this way. It's the red is first. So the red's opening up, and you're seeing this tiny little bit. It's like that.
How about a spinning die?
And I don't know, you're glossing over.
No, I see it.
Okay.
I was actually just now, when you do the, yeah.
I don't see how we're seeing. I don't see how we're seeing the top part of the drop shaft. That's not higher.
Yeah, it's angled
It's
down.
not. It's just the interior of it.
You don't see it from her angle as well.
From her angle.
I'm doing it from her angle because this is seen as if from a camera looking down on it. It's seen from approximately that angle right now. You never see the top of it. You will see it at this. Okay, it goes to red. It comes around. At this point, the sliver rises quickly. It just goes zip up because this point shows up for a moment, and then here it's completely all it is just green, just a sliver of it on the backside, green. And then it's gone, and it's just all orange. And so to reassemble this, that is the interior negative space of the D, which is this center part right in here, and right in there, and right in here, and right in there. This is actually this point right there. You can see it sloping down. That's sloping down, that's the center part, and it slopes down and down. The whole thing is sloping down, and then it starts to rise, and it becomes pretty much a straight out D, this shape right there, where it's the classic cut it in the middle. It's a straight up non-rotating moment. It's got a little bit of drop shadow at that point, which again is represented by the green, this funny green. So it's that D shape, and this is the cupping together piece. And then of course you need the drop shadows, and if I was to do the outlines, I would just be putting black lines around everything, really skinny black lines, and trying not to make it too obese. It will grow in size when you do it, so you got to be careful that you've trimmed your shapes just enough that they still fit. and then back to this. So that's what a D looks like from the side. The parts and pieces, the 5 pieces fit together.
Then when it's complete, then you push it all together to get the spaces out?
You mean if I put the lines, black lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be putting pressure on them as I build it to make sure it didn't fall apart. This I'm intending to keep opening up, so I haven't actually put that much pressure on the pieces, because they won't come apart after a certain point. If you know, clay is clay, it doesn't behave well. And then another good thing I should point out is that, give it a resting place, because you'll damage this stuff bad quickly. It's very, it doesn't take much when you're doing these kinds of world lines for them to distort and you just go, what? After the fact. So give it a resting, try to build a shape that'll fit it comfortably so it has some place to live. Otherwise you'll be working against yourself. You'll be finding you're fucking up the work you did. Ready for F?
Sure.
Go F. Go F.
Our grades in this course are going down.
No. Okay, this is F as a sketch. Oh Lord. This is F as a raw shape, and I wanted to show you something interesting with F. This is F as a drop shadowed complete. I wanted to show you something interesting about F. As you can see, again, this sort of sagging, this sagging curve. Where is it? This is this part right here. See, this is a sagging F right there. If you cut that part up, this is what you'd get, this front surface. Does that make sense?
You get this nice rotation curve.
Excuse me. Yes. But I can use this F is identical. It's an identical shape, but guess what? When I want to make a rotating shape, they actually fit together that way. That's the back side of the F doing the same thing. I have to put the drop shadows in differently, but the basic shape is true both ways.
So only one of these is only 180 degrees of it?
Yeah, right. This is a 360. This represents the basic shape of a 360. And it's the same shape seen that way. It's different again in the drop shadowing. You have to figure that out individually. And this one moment right here where it's joined, you would actually, well, let's put it on a sheet of paper. Let's put it toward the camera. Let's imagine. You would actually want to have one slice where they were not actually overlapping each other. Exactly. That one there and that one there. You'd want them to be just far enough away in space, like this distance right in there, that there's a point of full color that's the backside of the thick part of the F.
And you might have just like a...
It's basically
solid,
that, or whatever color, or this, either way. So anyway, I thought that was cool. I didn't know that, but of course you do it and you say, hey, wait a second, it goes both ways. So it's partly why it's so confusing, because which way is it working? Anyway, and it's again that lovely shape where it's dipping at the beginning and rising at the end, and you try to make it lift at the end. This is the drop shadow aspects of it. Let's start here. This is the top looking down. This is the side pieces. Let's see.
Would you mind putting that F up, just that F right there?
Oh yeah, that helps. You're right. It's pretty much like that, seen from the camera's point of view. And it will be doing this about right there, about right there, about right there. And you notice these white boxes disappear completely. They're gone.
And the blues are shooting out as well.
The blues are disappearing at the same moment.
And the red
but they're disappearing in a different way. The whites go way wide, whereas the blues stay centered and they just go in. Right. And I can now that we've got that far, let's just open it up and say, how is that? See, the blue stays tight to it and just goes in, whereas the whites swing wide because they're going with the outer Fs. And it's again that familiar shape of time space, curved time space, which takes a horizontal line, makes it a vertical, and sensuously pulls it up a little bit in time, and that's creating a sense of perspective, and it thins out to become nothing at the end of it. It's mirroring, that action is being mirrored on the bottom and the top at the same time. So while the top is doing that shape, the bottom is also doing that shape, and then it becomes a thin taper to nothing. Again, you see the top, I can pull this part off. This is spongy Van Aken. It's kind of hard. See how it loses its shape? It should be Pongo. I should have done this in Pongo. I like to see this because just as these two sides have a moment in time where there is actually a moment where it's drop shadowed on one side, then it isn't, and it's just that instant that it's drop shadowed on the other side. It's the same thing with this, rotating thing. It's on a larger scale. I don't know if that metaphor makes sense to you, but like that. There's this moment in time in the middle where it's completely vacated.
Is that... Should there be white on this side?
There could be, yeah. There should be white on that side.
And that would be the...
Yeah, let's put white on that side here. You can do that. That's good. You can thin it out. I noticed this blue in the middle. I don't know if I've done that right. I don't think it's great. This was the hardest piece because it had to fit into a really tight little space down here, and I could be wrong about it. But it has to do this basically and disappear, but it also has to meet a top, when it meets its top shape. I don't know. I don't know if it's making any more sense. The more I talk about it at this point, I don't know if I can make it any clearer. The orange here, again, is following the 90-degree angle, the vertical angle, going to a horizontal angle in the middle. So it goes vertical to horizontal, and then it keeps going. And what was flat down here, this orange meeting the white, that flat surface, is actually going to horizontal in the middle. I'm sorry, it's vertical in the middle, and then it's going back to horizontal at the end. So it's a twist, it's a 90-degree twist, and then a 90-degree twist to keep them going. And the way once you've carved that basic shape, you just reiterate it by rolling your straight edge across it. This is another way of looking at it. This is again trying to follow a 90-degree angle, but it's a moving 90-degree angle. So this is flat here. There's nothing there, but at this point, it's not perfect, but it tucks, the corner of that tucks together pretty well. So you can follow it at 90-degree angles with the butt of your little thing, knowing, oh, that's supposed to, that makes a rectangle or makes a square on top. And again, it rises because I'm doing two-point perspective seen from a down point of view. If I did front perspective, you'd get a whole different set of problems. So this only works for one particular perspective point. But the principles apply, and all you do is draw it out, and then you'd photo mount it onto a grid with colored lines so you could follow where the grid colors were going, and you could stack them back on top of each other, and then the shape would visualize, and you could start to build it. And once you've trained your brain, 5 or 6 times that way, then it starts to be it's less of a dim bulb inside, and you can just kind of figure these things. Then all you have to do is this. This is all I have to do to make that. And I don't think it's that hard for animators. I mean, you guys are animators. I mean, that's crazy to begin with, so you should be able. It's because we're sensitive or we're poor, which is it?
It's because you're sensitive and poor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Everyone slams the conservatives here, but who
there are some really smart conservatives, but most of them are just so dead inside when it comes to looking beyond their own needs and means and their own little perfect lives. It's just I'm not saying you have to bleed your heart at the world, but it's a complicated explanation, and to put it into simple categories the Republican way is just really. And I hated the Democrats when they did it too. When they simplify it, they're just as odious, but. I don't know. Okay, next question. We got 30 minutes. Do you want me to go over the F again? Would it make it any clearer if I... No, you got it. You guys are getting there. You're awesome. I don't know if there's much more to say.
What's that thing that has the orange stacked diagonally?
That was yesterday.
Oh.
But that's okay.
You don't have to redo it for me.
No,
I was just
I'll
curious.
do it close up. Teeth. See, because you never know what... Oh, I didn't want to talk about these things. I'm going to talk about this instead.
And what's the rolling pin?
Let me talk about that. Those are simpler. You're going to go, oh, that's all it is? Because now you've done rotating Fs and...
We're advanced now.
You know more
Cameron, I want to see
than anybody else except one person in this room.
Yeah, is there a quiz at the end of all this?
We're second to only you, David.
That's at this point.
People would call you a genius, and be like, but he's not a genius. He's just a normal guy. He just, he just developed this technique, and he's. But now I'm going, you're a genius. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That's supposed to be a D in time space. It just boggles my mind.
It's good that
with all those interlocking fluid shapes.
That's easier.
Yeah.
That the more you knew that you didn't become less impressed. That's good.
Yeah.
Usually
that's usually the better you get to know someone, the less impressed you get.
All I was trying to say is that this is a very big problem, which is an angle on an angle. When you put It's a very simple demonstration trying to show, I just want to keep these lines. I like putting lines down because I think it helps people visualize where the cut angle that I'm imagining is not just a vacant ether-like thing. It is, okay, so if you put these sets of lines and your knife is cutting this direction, you're going to get a lot of advanced, quick lines moving one way. They will be straight up and down lines. Oops, that's not right. They will be straight up and down lines because they're riding on a flat surface. So that's a good way to do teeth, for example, or to do picket fences, or to do any kind of straight up and down texture. The problem comes when you want those teeth then to explode, like I did in the Gary and Mike piece, up into a larger open mouth. Well, if I kept that same texture going when it rides up this side, I just wanted to point out that an angle on an angle creates a whole different problem. And it's important not to forget that as it's easy to think of two dimensions when you're moving you're moving in one direction. It's easy to think of the two-dimensional plane in which you can make straight stuff. You have to think of the three-dimensional plane because you're changing shapes over time. So this is a problem. The solution is the only thing I figured out is just to do it when you start to put an angle on an angle. You have to start laying the stuff in more carefully. You can't just use the block textures that are made quickly. You have to actually go in and a line at a time. Stagger the thing on its way up. So this gives you straight up and down teeth, but they're also still rapidly moving across the page. And what I'm doing is just lining it up with an imaginary knife as I lay them in straight up and down as possible. And the more wobble I put into them, it doesn't take much. You know, an angle on an angle and you're screwed. If you're trying to get a certain effect, you just have to be careful. And
this is kind of like when you're wrapping with the eyeball, right?
Exactly, that's right.
The side bows out.
You're such a good student. You're bringing back great examples. I love it. I'm glad you're reminding me. Yes, when you're wrapping with the eyeball, you want to keep the concentric thing always going straight out toward the direction. If you want to keep it concentric. I mean, I'm not saying you have to do eyeballs that way. That's just the way I do them.
So these teeth will look straight up and down, but they'll be traveling to the side.
Exactly.
Right?
Angle on an angle. They'll look straight up and down, but they're traveling on the side. It's a good thing I brought it back because he wasn't at the yesterday, although you saw the tape this morning.
Oh, I was at lunch yesterday. I saw
you were. I'm sorry. You were at that. I'm sorry. I'm spacing out. But yes, it bears worth repeating because it's important. Now, I've already put this at an angle, which is not good. If I really want it to be straight, I would put a straight edge in there and deal with it this way, you know? Because it's important that it actually lines up. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a cut just to see that it's lined up now straight. It's going to be moving up it's not very good. These are better. I mean, that's more straight up and down. It's still wrong, but it's close enough.
The care that you have to go through. Shows the care that you have to go through.
Yeah, it does go through. It does show the care you have to go through. I thought I was being careful, but I wasn't. It certainly beats that. There's always something to think about. So, an angle on an angle, beware.
Yeah.
But again, that's only if you want to gain complete control or you really want to know what you're doing, you have to be aware of all this stuff. There's like a potato peeler that actually makes those corkscrew shapes. I don't really know. Back to food again. I didn't do it that way. That is a planet orbiting the sun in time. But if I wanted to make a clock, it's a hard thing to do because you get, not only is it an angle on an angle, it's a curved angle on an angle. You've got to keep it straight. It's really not easy.
You're talking about a clock hand rotating?
Yeah, a clock hand rotating. How would you do it?
You have to suspend the...
It's not easy.
It's
at the end of big time and it's not a very good one. Yeah, there's two questions. One is, well, this is a planet rotating in space, although it could be a rocket ship. In fact, it would be a very good rocket ship because it's already elongated. Because the look you would get out of it, of course, is a much more elongated, shape as it was going spin, spin, spin. So if I was actually to do the Earth, I would do this very skinny oblong, much skinnier than this. To do that's all that was attempt. I was trying to get to world lines at that point. That was like a stepping stone of thought to the whole idea of. Okay. So this is what I figured out in order to make the corkscrew. You can either use that potato peeler that people have, or just do this, where you have a core to work against. And I'm not saying that's the perfect way to do it, and I could be, even as I look at it now, it's got too much of an angle to it, so I don't know how to really I don't know how to answer the question. I just know it's a problem. You guys can answer it. I'm trying to keep it straight. I think one way maybe just be stab it directly into it, because you're trying to duplicate what the angle of the actual piece is. Once you actually get this corkscrew thing going, the only thing I was going to point out is you can create shapes that... How are you going to get the whites into it? How are you going to get the actual rotations? And you know, make your little pineapple slices and cut them open, and then you have a place to go with the flat.
How do you beat the problem of the really thick clock hand then, though?
Good question. You're great.
I mean,
These questions are great. How do you beat the problem of the really thick clock hand? And it's a problem.
Do you?
You would be as skinny as possible. You do it a lot more carefully than I'm doing it. That's for sure. If you really wanted to have a thin clock hand, you would have a problem. I would say, hey, make a thick clock hand. No one's going to care. If you put the numbers in, what I would have done is, build the numbers, extruded it. Even more interesting, of course, is if your clock was moving across the screen. So if you actually were cutting it up this way, and the clock was moving across the screen, then you would make it an oval, a pinched oval, kind of like this. It would be kind of that shape in order to become a circle again once you cut it that direction. And how you would do the clock hands, I don't know, man. Ouch. Have Ken write a script like that for me. See if I can solve that one. Anyway, that's briefly all I was trying to point out, is that you can use other shapes as your templates, and it doesn't have to be, this is your buck. It's just a buck on a concentric circle, and you can use your buck any way you want. So.
Did your pineapple slices meet up? Is that?
I tried to. Okay. I don't think they did well.
No,
that was the idea.
That was the idea.
Yeah, and when you're putting curves on curves, you want to, you would never get in there with a straight line and be able to get this. That's all. It's just like all this is sort of cutting out clothing shapes. They cut out those weird shapes to fit these weird curves on our body. Don't be afraid to cut out weird shapes to try to make them fit into these things. So be creative in how you cut the odd shapes to fit. For example, when this walking is going on, I didn't cut out any straight shapes to make this. In order to make it easier for me to understand it, I'm cutting out trapezoids. At first, I was cutting out shapes like this, and then dealing with the problem of and putting in the knee, having the knee lead and then the foot kick out. The problem is, okay, so I get to here, what do I do? Well, I also don't want to have where the foot comes to a rest, it's come to a stopping point. I don't need a straight shape. I need to cut a custom shape that takes this angle and pushes it forward but doesn't move the foot. But see how I'm still lined up in space there on the cut, so I know now I'm ready for my next step? I can think the problem through by cutting shapes that are not regular shapes. It helps that. So, does that make sense? So that's a trapezoid and a trapezoid. In order to get this line to be the pelvis always moving forward, how are you going to carve shapes that do these complicated things at the bottom? Well, don't just deal with it as a straight line. You're trying to distort it. Cut them out as clothing pieces and put them back together, and do what clothing people do, which is make those weird, curvy things, or these pineapple slices or whatever. So.
Wouldn't the pineapple slices work to do your clock hand? Or the opposite space.
It's exactly true. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, how would you get them? How do you then fill in the parts? If you're going to make clock, you would actually have to make the 12 and the 1 and the 2 and the 3.
This would be clock, and the pineapple slice would be hand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That you would actually build this. How would you solve the problem of a clock? Well, I'd build it with the numbers as a straight extrusion, a Fimo Mia Fiore thing, and then cut out your curly Q, your potato curly Q. Is that to do with potatoes? Isn't that right?
Apples too.
Apples, curly fries, or something. Whatever that device is, I want to get one of those devices and try it, because it seems like that would be a nice way to get this sort of effect, rather than a knife.
They have them for kitchen use.
Yeah, I was going to go get one. I just didn't have the time. And yours is exactly right. I mean, he's got this example, and it's very good. It's just like a propeller screw, so to speak. You try to keep, of course, everything going out all different directions, so it's uniform. As soon as you get a wobble in there, it doesn't take much, and you
hand's doing.
I mean, you saw the teeth I made. It didn't take much, and they were wrong.
What's that purple stuff you're going to show us, David? That big block right there.
Yeah. Okay, and you got this. Cut your, think like a fabric person as you're cutting out shapes for your, yeah, pattern cutting for clothing. Don't treat the clay as if it's an inviolable line that you have to sort of contort. That's what this is, a bunch of patterns put together and then just, joined, because it makes it easier to find the shape. Okay. This is an example. I call it line confetti. It's a great packing material to put around something that's got content. And I wouldn't necessarily suggest you could put it in content. It's easy to make. It's just a bunch of, I'm not going to have a good, I'm going to go ahead and use what little I have left because we're running out of time and tape. But let's use this. Blacks and whites. You have room? Can you see that, Dawn?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get this out of the way. Textures. You do your bacon, but you do your bacon as skinny as you can, and you. This is something I didn't talk about, which is reanimating or refabricating very much. You could take an animation, much as you were saying, and I had that little example of refabricating that was based on these things. After you animate, you always have the option of either saving your slices, throwing them away, or restacking them. And you can restack them in a way that puts animation back into the line. So this becomes your new animation, but you have still coherent imagery in there. If you've stacked each one properly, like a series of bologna slices that are slightly offset, you put them back on the line and you can animate them and they'll be beautiful. They have their own beauty, I should say. It depends on the image that's in there. I'm only putting that as an afterthought because this is the way I like to do this sort of either line confetti or real confetti. One involves one more cut than the other. It just makes neat, streaky things that are kind of like a random pattern. Of course, if you put it at an angle, it wouldn't be so random. I'm putting it at the strobe angle. I mean, I'm putting it up and down. This is a strobe angle, and that's why it's what it is. If I had put it at this angle, you'd have streaks running through space going, but you actually see some coherent motion in it. It's a great background texture. It's how I did the background confetti on Grandma, and I liked it a lot. Of course, I used nicer colors than black and white.
Background confetti is great.
This is how it's done, and I used it in. This stuff is used in the above the stars of the flag. Above and around the stars of the flag is this sort of magenta line confetti, and I thought it worked well there because it was helping that kind of like outer thing go. The granny stuff is just one extra step. You do confetti, it's just basically this, and you just restack it one more time. And there's no, all you have is, you can go ahead and put it slightly off center. It's kind of nice to, just slightly stack it so it isn't, you can just throw it on too, because it's pretty much incoherent once you're done. Ain't gonna matter. And it's really versatile packing material. It creates if you get a good palette that's not competing with your foreground, it creates a good kind of energetic background without asking your eye to look at it too much. So another way you could do it is I often put it on I build up a whole huge block of it and then I sort of curve it on itself and say, okay, now you're ready. And you can either...
So this is confetti?
Yeah, this is confetti. This is...
So is that
you can cut it any way you want, but if it's on a curve, it kind of has a little bit of a coherency to it. It depends on how you want to do it.
Will you turn that towards camera? The cut?
Yeah. It's just a confetti texture. It's got a little bit of a concentric nature, but it's plenty of staccato in it. If you were to do this, I call it line confetti because it's pretty much confetti. It's going to be a random pattern, but it has linear nature to it.
And without too much contrast, you don't end up with strobe?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Yeah, without too much contrast, you don't end up with a strobe. But it's not large enough to strobe, it's sort of so small. If it was a larger shape, it would strobe. And if you wanted it to be coherent, then it's all in there. And that would be a whole different way to do it, which is to put it on an angle without cutting yourself. Ouch. And this is, I think, a good way to do it too, because then it actually is coherent. It's not just stupid stuff, but it's actually longer lines and they're just rippling through there. It's not going to ask too much of your eye. It's a great way to do backgrounds. Anyway, this is how you make it. And I tend to make a big, huge, thing of it, call it that, and you just make a big stack of it this direction. And it's line confetti.
So snow or rain or something falling, you'd want your lines going down, and as you chopped them, the little bits would fall? Is that right?
Say that again.
Okay, so...
Do the hand motions too, it's good.
For rain or snow or something falling, if we had this line confetti at an angle down away from the camera...
That's true.
And you chopped away, the different color particles would...
You're the star student. I really do think, because you're finding creative ways to... You are finding creative ways to apply it. That's a great idea. It would make sense. If I were doing raindrops, though, I'd probably think about creating the drop part of it. Depends on the size of the raindrops. If you were just doing that kind of like a sheety foreground, slicey thing, yeah, you could do this kind of thing. If you were really trying to do like serious droppy drops, you know, then you'd want to put your pinch, you know, do a pinch drop, and then put it at that kind of an angle to your cutting angle.
Whereas fire or something that's raising is going to be just...
Fire is interesting. This isn't a very good example. You'd actually want to kind of almost drop it. You want to raindrop it a little bit more. That looks like bloody raindrop. It does look better for
Blood
fire,
will
but
rain down
that is
from the
the certainly for all the voodoo cursing, all the anti-Republican things I've put in on the tape is going to end me up.
Fire rain from the sky.
It's going to end up in Pat Robertson Hill. What?
It's back to 145.
Somebody had a question as to how it gets cut.
Yeah, you always have to use a knife, or is it possible to use a wire, like a cheese cutter?
Thank you for being the stooge on that one. I put Joe through that because that's the most commonly asked question on the first thing anybody walks up when they're shy and they say, well, how do you do this? The first thing they say is, do you cut it with a wire? I don't mean to mock it, it's just I've heard it so many times. A wire is think of the shape of a wire is basically this seen from the side. So if you're cutting through clay with a circle, you get a big blurred edge all the way down as it goes through it. So that's whatever the wire will give you. If you try it with people say with the cheese wire, it's like that. Well, I've tried it because so many people mentioned it. I first did it with an X-Acto knife and a knife, and pair knife, and then this.
What's a knife look like from the side?
Oh, a knife. The important thing about a knife is, well, it's a point. It's that. But the important thing is that this so-called muscle at the top is really thin. So if you're choosing a knife, you really want it to look like that if you can. And that's what this reflects. It's really thin at the top. The fatter it gets, the more likely. You don't want to get this as sort of a Bowie knife thing, where it's got or you see some knives that have this kind of serrated, like a really fat thing that does that. You're going to get a lot of blur out of it on the way down as it's cutting. It's not a good thing. So these are bread knives. This is actually the original knife. I've used it for about 20 years. It's an heirloom. I don't know where it came from in our family. It's probably handmade, 100 years old. I don't know. But that's the first knife I used to actually animate with. All BuzzBox was done with this. So
You have to sharpen all the time?
No. Partly because I think it's pretty forgiving. The clay, actually, when you get a reasonably sharp blade, will do a good job of cutting clean. If you have, you can feel this. It's not that sharp. I can do that pretty hard and it's not hurting me. So it will cut you, though, if you put your tongue in it. This I wouldn't do. This is sharper. And these are only $20 if you get them on sale. So, it's like, it's almost not even worth sharpening. I'd have to work with it for a year constantly before I'd need it. Before it would show up in the effect of the clay that the cuts weren't clean enough for some reason. I have done some sharpening stone on this a few times, but I'm not very good at that, and I lose these more often than I sharpen them, so I just buy another one for $20. Anyway, no wire cutters, no hot wire cutters, whatever. Just cut it with a knife. We can use a guillotine.
It's on fire.
Someday a laser, and I want to explore a microtome. I've always told myself to do that. I've never done it.
What's a microtome?
It's a medical slicing device. Do you know what it looks like? What does it look like?
Basically, it looks almost like a big razor blade, almost parallel to a
surface.
I
want to see that.
Slide, and it moves up by micron. And
right.
Moves up
So
that's
like a
what
deli
I need.
slicer, high-tech deli slicer.
Yeah,
so you can do your log from below.
You could.
pneumatically lifted up.
How about registration? You ever use any special type of registration frame for cutting, or you just kind of do it?
It's self-registered as long as it's not moving. It's registered really well as long as the block itself that the thing is sitting on doesn't jiggle. I mean, you can jiggle it if it's not been supported right, or if it isn't sitting there kind of, I don't want to say smashed to the ground, but I mean, you could like pour a level of clay and just set the thing in the slightly warm clay, and it will cool down, and you have.
I guess I meant registration for the film plane, for the actual shooting of it. You actually, the whole log moves forward towards the camera.
Right.
Generally.
Oh, yeah.
Like some kind of
as long as it's on a track that's got a straight track, that works out fine. I like the motion control stuff that goes through the blocks, where the camera is actually moving around, the block itself is not. So you're flying on both sides, you see it sculpturally, you move through the middle of where it was for a moment, and you move to the other side. To me, again, that is, speaking briefly about the future of it, that's where it should head, where you're going from a shape that you can see from the side, it becomes a three-dimensional shape, which then animates for a while in space, and then all of a sudden you grow a block. You know, you could do a five-frame replacement series and actually make this shape just going, growing, and it just slides into frame from the side. I mean, there are all kinds of ways to get the strata cut worked into the 3D. Do rotational. I mean, it's so obvious you could do a rotational can. I mean, you can see how rotational stuff works. So, okay, well, I will do strata cut rotational cans and have it bleed into a real 3D can and do advertising that, goes off nuts doing that stuff. But I have never, spent the time. I mean, it's advertising. It's hard enough to get paid to do it. To actually spend time doing demos for it is really painful. So I haven't really walked off and done that. I can explain it. I know it would work great, but I've never actually. What else? I was going to say one thing. You mentioned psychedelic. Did you mention psychedelic, or I don't know what you mentioned?
Groovy, I think.
Groovy, that's right. I think of it as the result as being psychomorphic. And I think it's important because delic refers to the 60s. It's somewhat a flowery term, and I think it came from the curlicue shapes of French curves repeated multiple times. I think that was the reason they called it delic or something like that. So psychomorphic makes sense to me as a way of describing the effect of the strata cut slice as it animates through time. So that, and the fact insanimation seems to be the right word for not only the process itself but the resulting style.
What about computers and the effect? Like you've had a lot of experience with computers and clay.
Yeah.
I mean, where
I haven't brought them together very well, have I? It's a good question. I was going to say, I mean, we've talked about it as extruding the colors. Well, first of all, you could make the voxel, put all the colors back and pick out the pixels and make shapes based in the computer, based on the color shapes changing. You can actually recreate the shapes and then cut them in a different direction. That's one thing to do. You can make bas relief, fake bas relief on the surface. So take the color, again, values that are on the surface and actually have them raising or lowering, much like a topographical map with a fake shadow. So the surface is also giving you this, wheezy. Hasn't done it yet.
That sounds really cool.
But you got to do, somebody's got to do it. I haven't just taken the time.
Flame could do that.
Flame and Inferno could do that. I haven't taken the step. But somebody's got to lead me by the hand because I just run out of steam.
Yeah, the Tech Museum, I think, in San Jose, they had the body that they sliced up, and then you could work your way through different.
There you go. And that was obviously done
all done the traditional way, then modeled back together, and you could go sideways, whatever.
Right. So there's a big future in computers in that level.
I saw Chili's ad with like strata cut computer effects. Have you seen it?
No.
It's not on TV.
That could be, I don't know if it's Scott or some other person who's trying it. I don't think Webster's doing it anymore. I'm just thinking of other people I've known who I've worked with.
I know that we did chili spots, but I don't think we did those.
I haven't seen it.
How?
It's
not recently. In the past year, I thought of you.
And again, the last thing I was only going to leave this long discussion. Thanks, by the way, for putting so much focus. I could see the smoke coming out of some of your ears while we were talking about it. Is you're going to go off and do something different than this. Maybe you'll do it. I don't care, or copy it. That's fine. But the point is, it can be done. Somebody came up with the idea. You can come up with something else that's just as wild, and there's no reason why. So the whole point of doing this is to say, don't do it. Go figure out something that's even, your own version of something wild. So hopefully That's my inspirational message for the evening.
Keep going, they're doing it in North Florida.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, we're wrapping up anyway.
Cool.
I can't.
Cheapest way is to get a digital camera.
You could
What's
get,
that?
if you really want to show to the world, you probably want a better resolution, but it doesn't mean you have to. I mean,